still alive. 17 tried cross down, but Ferris does spot him out.
What's good, homies? I haven't made a team yet.
Playing against someone, we're playing against our team. If we are doing our best, we are performing good.
Alright, who are we going?
올해 T1은 모든 팀들을 쓰러뜨리고 우승을 하도록 할 테니 꼭 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.ทีมพวกเราเห็นคนอื่นเขาจับตัวช่วยกันมาเยอะแล้วแล้วก็อยากจะขึ้นไปอยู่บนนั้นแล้วก็ขึ้นไปชูถ้วยให้คนอื่นได้เห็น So we have no freedom right now in final stage, and other teams need to be careful.
Helmoth is 29k. Oh my god, he's so expensive. I hate having enough time to think about it. I don't want to think about it.
Feels like we're playing a lot looser, a lot more confidently, and
so we will
we
go.
just want to win. This year is our year.
Mipple.
尽力去
Bill
争
first.
夺冠军吧，来个20冠再上。我们要成为第一者吧，让别人来追我们。
Higa.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PGS 8 final.
Not Phil first. Cold. Molotov.
Stage, the first day of play here. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paperthin, and we had a heck of a group stage, Paperthin, and now it's blank slates all around as everybody is going to try to make the best first impression they can here on day one.
No doubt about it. It is a really important day, obviously. Every day through these next 3 days is going to be very important. But, you know, with that group stage coming down to that last game, having so many teams tied or very near that cutoff threshold, you know, now's your chance, like you're saying, to redo. You've got an open book in front
I have
of
no
you.
faith
You can write your
in
own
any of
story now.
these
Whatever happened there
teams.
is in the past. You've got a real chance here to do
I'm
something
thinking cold.
different. Obviously, our PGS 7 champion, 17 Gaming, are back. They are going to be kind of on the radar of everybody. But can they go back to back? Can they do what only Twisted Minds has done?
I mean, Twisted Minds was really good at it, right?
Giga
And
for
of course, we
Kiss.
saw Twisted Minds come on top of the group stage this time, which we've seen them do 3 times last year. We also saw them get 3 grand finals wins last year as well. So maybe we'll see them resurge here just a little bit. It feels like Europe has kind of finally found their footing here in Shanghai.
Yeah, it does.
They're hoping for Ranger X.
Right, it's just no hot drops now. So you've got a real good chance to just play your game. I mean, you can
Also
see that they're
no.
back to playing their normal, smart, effective PUBG that they are so well known for.
Let's up example for
Beyond
Salute.
that, I mean, who knows? Navi, of course, has a ton of firepower. VP, you know, smart, steady, and have their moments when they need them.
Navi
I've
is
got like
very,
just under
very
2k.
scary. And you know,
No one there
but
that can
again,
upgrade.
We saw in PGS 7 group stage
Trade
performance not
Tiga
always
for
going to be an
Besto.
indicator of how you do in that final stage. It's
Is that
2
worth?
different worlds altogether. We saw the wall of APAC, and then the
What's
wall
up,
of
Tiga
APAC
for
came
Heather?
crumbling down once we got to that final stage. But we still have a few APAC teams in here that might prove to be
Trade
difficult to
H-Win
get rid of.
for
Day trade right at the top up there.
I have a bit of
Besto
confidence
or
for day
Nixie?
trade for some reason. I mean, they
Or
played so
Molotov?
well in the groups in 7. I think
did.
maybe this is their
That's
chance.
a
Maybe they're
bit of
gonna
a-
surge once again.
I have more faith in
Here's
Besto.
hoping. Well, we get to find out right now as we are heading
Yep.
over to Miramar to get this first day
And
of
Beanie
final
is
stage
on the
games
bench.
underway.
Alright, that'll
Let's
do.
get it.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
I mean,
Get
have to
it,
say,
bro.
at this point, we need to put a microphone over the top of those guys so you can hear just how loud they get. I mean, I'm hearing them through these
if
very
I-
soundproof and comfortable cups that I've got on my head, so I can only
Yeah, I
imagine
need
how
to
loud it
use.
is.
Oop. I need the YouTube
Cups that I've got
so
on
it's
my
not
head. So I can only
unsynced.
imagine how loud it is. Tournament, PGS 8, and then your average points, day trade. Right off the bat, though, we do
Give me
have
that out of the
a
way.
fairly friendly plane hugging a little bit on the eastern side of Miramar's. Get to see
I'll
a little
loot.
bit of our average kills, top 4 so far through this this tournament, PGS 8, and then your average points. Day trade, obviously finding it pretty comfy here in the Dusty Dunes.
For sure. And again, why I'm having my eye on that team a little bit. One thing I do have my eye on is the Chumacera drop spot. That is seemingly being relinquished by T1. You know, with TKL being one of the teams that is going to contest them, this could be a really interesting day for T1.
Oh yeah, drops are on today, aren't
they?
What they do
with their drop spots. That alone is a huge decision, and we all know we had some talks with Sonic today about how he was going to be approaching the situation.
Picture for my giveaway today.
There's a lot to consider for T1. You've got EWC, you've got your drop spots for the rest of the year. So much to think about for them. So T1 has chosen to relinquish Chumacera, at least for now. We'll see how this goes the rest of the way, and then you go over to Erangel, you go over to Yasnaya. That's another big question for them.
Somebody's getting real hypey up there. I don't know. Everybody had finished the pregame yelling, and somebody was still screaming down, wondering if he was going to get some company. But there you go, another Southern Los Leones circle. By God, we have seen these.
That would be why the screaming continued.
Is Deal going to pick off Stead? That is unfortunate for Navi, a team with a lot of high, hopes placed upon them here.
I'd say it was Gumin that killed him.
This was, when I was looking at the drop spot maps, this was one of the other ones I was kind of eyeing because Navi and Freaks drop territories were really close to each other around Kantara, and that's a bit painful there for Navi. And their hopes to have a strong start. Meanwhile, the Freaks have constantly come into whatever stage it is, groups, finals, wherever they get. Their first day has almost always been pretty abysmal, at least by their standards.
Sure.
And so for them to come out hot here, if they have a good game one, if they have a good day one, maybe this is the difference maker for them to finally jump over that hurdle and win a PGS title, something that they were oh so close to doing in PGS 7.
So close, down to the last fight even. But hey, PGS 7, they started off day one of groups with 2 wins. So Freaks have a little bit of a history of starting strong, a very recent history of starting strong. We'll see if they can replicate that. Meanwhile, Navi will have to play this one without Stade, who was a newcomer to the roster, but has been proving himself to fit right in with these guys. They have been, as soon as the hot drop nonsense for PGS 7 was set to the side, they really, really seem to find their groove in these group stages.
Yeah, they have tremendous fraggers on that team. They are really good in a lot of different scenarios in terms of their team fighting. It's just, can they find some level of consistency with kind of a roster shuffle? Player in the air, took a ton of damage. This is Iron Sight AK for Gumin.
He actually popped him.
Last bullet. Oof. Unreal.
Got him.
Man, I thought Stay was gonna. I mean, he had a line onto the shack there too. It looked like he might have been able to get away with it, but the Iron Sights AK Gumin, that boy,
my king, absolutely beautiful stuff.
Whoa.
Well, again, we'll have to see. Yeah, like you said, the Freaks can start good, but I always had worries about them in the group stages because I was just like, what are you guys doing on day one? Like, can we play a little bit?
To be fair, I think we've said that about quite a few times.
That's fair. That's also true. Yeah, but if you're going to be a championship contender, right?
Right.
Like, I think you got to be a little bit more consistent overall. And again, the desk was talking about it when they were, mentioning the Freaks, that obviously it isn't what you would hope it would be for them because of what they were able to accomplish in the PWS. And a super team of sorts from Korea. Hopefully they're going to be able to get it together. Twisted Mind's a known quantity, a super team indeed. No doubts about that and what they're capable of.
Yeah, and definitely started to feel like they found their footing in those group stages to the tune of coming in first place overall. And remember, this is what we were seeing last year. It was just twisted dominance through group stages, through grand final. It was just all Twisted Minds, and it looks like that story maybe we might be seeing a remix a little bit here as we check in on BB Team, another European team that has just been amping things up as these tournaments have progressed.
Yeah, no. This is a team that definitely deserves a ton of accolades because of their consistency. Their ability to pop off day to day is tremendous. They have one of the best macro games you're going to find out there. They're extremely stable. They have a great circle to start here in game one. They're going to be right around that resort area just to the east of it early. That's where circles have been kind of drifting when they've been southeasterly, so we'll just have to wait and see, or maybe we'll get one that's a little more northeast this time, like maybe by Puerto Paraiso. Would be very nice. But BB has just great players with a ton of experience, players with a lot of confidence. Maladoct was playing out of his mind during the group stages here. he was close to top fragging if he didn't end up top fragging, but he was having a tremendous group stage here at PGS 8. So for going forward, I expect them to be right in the hunt.
I think the Europeans have known about Moloduk for a while, but now he is introducing himself here on this international stage in a big way. I think a lot of teams could go ahead and examine that BB team early game and early and mid game to kind of figure out where they're finding so much success, because man, it feels like they are so good at keeping 4 alive into the late game. And once they get there, that's when things start going their way. Meanwhile, a team that has not always had the best of luck getting all 4 to the late game, 4 a.m.
Yeah, I mean,
they're here. They made the grand final.
Look,
they made the final stage. They are here.
That's impressive in and of itself, to be honest. This team has a lot of macro issues. They fight for drop
compensation
spots.
Points.
Yep. But they cleaned a lot of that up here for this PGS.
Getting into
like
finals on a
little more
compensation point
They got
is
here
wild.
on a tie based on their placement points, so they were able to get deeper
yeah.
into games. So that was a difference maker for them. So, you know, if they cannot lose players early, we've seen them be able to come up big in late game scenarios, even coming up with some wins. So definitely 4 a.m., a team to keep your eyes on. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and think that they're going to win this thing. If I'm just being brutally honest,
that
that's
would be
pretty,
asking you much.
Yeah, but top 10, that would be a nice result for them.
I think top 10 is doable. I think top 10 is doable. As you said, they won that tiebreaker in the group stages among.
Ignore me, I'm doing an
4
Instagram
teams that had
thing.
60 points, and they won it on placement points, and it wasn't even close. Like they had way more. So getting to the late game has been something that 4AM has been able to do, as we see Etong Mu and Godvi spotting out freaks on that eastern road. These 4AM duo is the front runner, the tip of the spear of their rotation. Now they've got Forrest just behind them hanging around in Impala, so a little bit pinched right now, but still a lot of space that they can work around. We'll see if they decide to play on this eastern edge or if they try to come in a little bit more central. At this point, though, that seems like it might be a little bit dicey.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be. Just looking to see what HS wants to do. The old new happy player looking pretty decent. Has a bit of a glow up here, as you saw there on the bottom of your screen. Falcons.
El Falcons.
El Falcons. Yeah, I mean, look, this team is seemingly in a groove this entire event for PGS 7 and 8 here in Shanghai. Like, they are looking really solid overall. Great ideas top to bottom. They seem to have gotten their teamwork down better. Their fragging individual skill is on the up and up overall. I mean, you know, we know that there's a ton of potent players on that squad, but
absolutely,
it has been one of their better events since they've won last year, going back to last year. And I think the Falcons are right on my radar for being a top 5, like almost guaranteed, unless they just fall apart.
Absolutely, no. It definitely
guaranteed,
feels like,
unless
any
it's
early
not.
season rust has been knocked off by most of these teams that we had high expectations for, and Falcons right up there with them. But they could run into trouble here as they're making their way down south. They may run into this Forest split, as Forest has just been a thorn in the side of so many teams in this lobby with their positioning. They always seem to get in the right place at the right time, and then they strike at the right moment. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, big wide 2-1-1 split in the middle of this zone. You see Ibby on this southern edge. Nixie just way off of that southeastern part of Los Leones in the compounds, and then Luca, Rux, and Beamy in the warehouse in the middle. So a lot of information being gathered up by these guys from this split. Let's just hope that they don't get found out.
It is a bit of a risk, but you've got a lot of early warning from a couple high ground positions. I think Ibiza is the one who's maybe in the most danger on the next circle, depending on how it shifts. The other ones have the ability to kind of figure out what's going on around them, I think, quick enough that they can find escape routes. T1 trying to dive through the center. It's going to be a little bit awkward for them, way outside of the circle, outside of their normal drop as well. So the rotation paths maybe not going to be as clean as normal, but so far they're getting through. Didn't take too much damage.
Okay, that is a very, very heavy eastern side of this circle for these teams making their rotations through. Obviously, Los Leones
straight into Los
Leones. I
Leones.
don't think anybody really wanting to commit to the city just yet, especially considering how often we've seen these circles shift south. But south already
there you go.
You can see
We're in.
T5, 17, Virtus Pro, BB, and Taikule all in decent positions. But the biggest problem here on the East, all these teams that are right next to each other, and this is going to be the first shots being sent as 4 a.m. will spot out T1, and T1 will have to pull into the compound.
If one or the other gets the idea that they are fighting each other, they might bear down a little bit harder. But
I think they might.
Because of the Yasnaya drop situation.
Exactly.
That is a grudge match to say the least. But you know, no knocks found, no real damage done. 4 a.m. on the move. T1 gonna have to settle in with just a couple of warehouses to set up a little bit of early edge play potentially. They're kind of drifting in the direction of Na'Vi players, but we'll see if they get close enough to be dangerous or not. 4 a.m. though has some open space in front of them. There's some dips, there's some other things, but with the way these circles have been going, I think a lot of teams are going to be wanting to get closer towards the resort side of things than not. HS though takes quite a bit of damage there. Just gonna have to settle up on top of this hill, maybe.
Oh,
my
nice
God,
shots,
Nixie.
Nixie. We'll hit that headshot,
Nice.
get the knock. Can they get the res? It looks like they should be able to fairly easily. A nice little vehicle for it. May lose a couple of tires for it. Hopefully the smokes will bloom in time to save that. But look, just on the other side of the hill is 17, and they heard these vehicles coming. Little Ghost already with grenade in hand. We'll swap over to the AUG, and I think it's just Little Ghost and the 7-7 that are over here. Yes, Xiaobei and Xiaowu not going to be in a position to really contribute to this. So 17 has to make a decision about how aggressive they really want to be here as just a duo, and it looks like they have their answer.
Well, they got a grenade out already. They were waiting for a little bit more attention to be paid this direction. The grenades are pretty good, but it is going to be actually T5 from afar. That's going to back 17 off. They can't commit any further to that fight. And that's a very, very nice situation for 4 a.m. because 17 might add him dead to rights.
It sure is. Yeah, I think
I'll
BB
do.
Team and PK taking shots over in that direction, but that will keep 4 a.m. alive right for the time being. A couple of good grenades would have just been the death of them, you have to imagine, with all those vehicles being there. But 4 a.m. still trying to figure out if they want to stay here, if they want to get back on the move. But, yep, that's what happens. The second you try to go and peek, Fluky will find the angle. He's going to get the knock onto 00, but that, or 7-7 rather, and they should be able to get him back on his feet.
Yep, that should be okay, but you got to be extra careful at 17. You have Xiaowu and Xiaobei split pretty far from these two players. So
He's got 3 grenades, though, and that's looking so meaty, man.
It's so juicy. It is. You want it, but, I mean, you're going to take a big risk.
I know.
Going for it. It's just a matter of if they do. And here we go, that fight that I was wondering about. Na'Vi there, going to get the first knock, and it's traded immediately by Type. I don't think anybody else from Na'Vi is there, so T1 should be able to get that flush and get the res.
Really well done there by Type to make sure he got the knock before the flush could come out, so T1 will be able to get Raining back on his feet. As we see, the circle's going to cut up north, so we're getting the city. And already we've got Twisted Minds had sent it in early. Now Forest Falcons, Virtus Pro 17 going to
stealing the map stream.
4 a.m. right behind
Yoink.
them. And they are running into Virtus Pro as Virtus Pro in a little bit of a split here. Spray come down onto Ibby, but Godv not going to land it.
Yeah, this is nice for VP. That early split allowed them to get a lot deeper into the center of Los Leones. So assuming that this does go that way, they're going to have some phenomenal positioning, but they're taking a bunch of damage trying to get through. Godv down to 19 HP, has to back off. Nixie doing a great job there, but the grenades are good from long. Finds Beamy. And now are they going to be able to find the flush as well? Not quite enough with just that one, but a couple more being lined up.
Just Nixie can't get knocked here. He's got to wait.
There we
He's
go.
got to wait for the
I'm now
deluge
set up.
of utility to start slowing down a little bit before he can even think about going for it. And Beamy very, very close.
Okay.
I heard a shot that way.
See what's going on over here.
Construction cube on blue.
Easy your stream for you.
I have two already. You should grab it.
Okay. Who was the third guy?
It's Navi wipe, VP1. That's all.
Yeah, Navi Y VP1. That's correct.
Cars south.
Is there smoke on here?
There's people in the brick stack on blue mark.
E pickup, by the way.
5 stack on yellow staken, I believe.
Nah, we probably want to
Okay,
go bottom
let's-
floor for the E pickup.
There's a guy in the construction on blue. I'm waypointing where I have info on people.
He pickup's
playing right
4-man, and they're
Yeah,
flying over
I'm
east.
gonna go bottom.
Yeah. Do you want me with you or no?
Yeah,
They might
I
land on
do.
our roof, brother.
They land on roof construction for farm
That's
and,
fine,
and,
right?
and the
South.
boys.
Yeah, I took
Be
the 5
careful
stock
when
on
you
yellow.
pick that, 'cause the
One of
blue
them
can
just
see it.
split. One of them's on green as well.
I'm gonna look
You
for you
pick up
to
the
go.
other-
Something west
We're
rocks.
good, we're good,
They're
yeah,
going
we're good.
New Happy Rocks, East Rocks, sorry.
Alright, look at what buildings are clear that we can take the next pop. Call what you see that looks free.
One's knocked on the door.
Is anyone yellow marker? Have we identified a team over there yet?
We can't see that.
Oh yeah, we have no idea. And we're under top construction. It's gonna be hard for us to ever leave, by the way.
I don't know
We
if anyone's on
can-
construction.
No one's
Yeah.
the new construction on green. I don't see anyone.
I don't think anyone's on construction, to be
Okay,
honest.
trade one.
I was looking at that
I'm
earlier.
kind of
Doesn't
under
make
the impression
sense.
that no one's there.
Doesn't
Yeah.
make
to be
sense for a
honest.
team to be green and not
Okay.
have it.
Yeah, there might just be a guy prone up there till late game, seeing if he gets fed.
Yeah, like
Yellow's taken.
A bit European.
I think if this goes to my waypoint, we can get buildings over there.
He's right. It would be
Yeah,
European.
Shots on blue is hard to play through. VP 3.
Twisted Minds is
VP
not
is 3,
holding it.
by the way. So anybody in here would be like a Pagano, like get to 17 or something.
Perfect.
VP
Fed.
2
Big
now.
fed.
We don't need the office on yellow. I think it's better keep this 2-2.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good for now, and then we group up in, like next zone probably.
We get an actual Los Leones finish. Belmont, though, continuing to be a nuisance. He's getting shot in the back by Big.
Go on,
O'Connell.
son.
Has to go prone. EN trying to get over towards Heather to get the res.
Yeah, we have
Rainey's
Twitch
still on
drops.
the backside near type. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. Begopa just sends it in. Dying to 4 a.m. Couple members gone, just down to 2 for them. And I mean, this is going to be tough. If you didn't get into the city early, there's going to be some gatekeepers around the edges.
Boy, oh boy, and HSM has that vehicle destroyer, the M249, and it did work on Tobago Pa, as it looks like they at least managed to get 2 into the city for now. We'll see if they can keep them alive as T1 back up to full strength, still making their way through as Pelma somehow managed to get down to Tigger. Flash now trying to keep sure that, keep track of the rest of the team and make sure that that res can come through, and indeed it does, but it looks like Ian might have spotted it out.
Well, now you've got to get a bit of a counter angle here with Type to set up this fight. Heather throwing a grenade around the corner. It's not very
What's he
close.
playing
A
at?
lot of chip damage coming through onto Day Trade, though. And now you're looking for the Molly Tigger. It's actually going to be from a different angle. The Freaks get wiped out
Oh
off
my
screen
gosh.
somewhere by Forrest. It's Kiss, the human highlight reel, as Tiggleton called him the other day. He's going to do them dirty. Meanwhile, Flash Belmont
That's crazy.
under pressure. T1 suffering knocks. Heather took a little bit of damage there in that knock status, but it seems like he's resable.
Seems like he might be. Yeah, Forrest is going to absolutely cracked right now as they were in a big wide split, and they just happened to catch Freaks making their way into that northeastern side of Los Leones and did them dirty. As Flash waiting for somebody to show up, and yep, Ian's going to spot out those feetsies first. And now Flash gets to find
Oh
out
yeah, there is a
why
PGS 8 nameplate.
Flash, or Ian gets to find out why Flash was lying so prone.
Yeah.
Damn, I should watch on
it ain't
Twitch.
great, but as T1, you need to clear this mountainside as best as you can.
I don't
to see
get
if
them
you
for
can
watching my own
identify a way
channel,
into
and
the
I'm on
city
the
proper.
YouTube
The good
stream
news
right
for
now.
them is if they can deal with Belmont relatively cleanly, they've actually got some good opportunity
Yeah, they've got a pretty
on
good
that
path
eastern
there.
side. Yeah, Geeke BB team, two
If
of
we
our
see them,
EU
they're solid.
teams. Geeke
They were
able to
actively
make it
fighting
into the
T1
finals
last
this
side.
go around.
Yeah, I
See
think
what they
did
can
now,
do, but
it's
they
alright.
also have to run through this 4 a.m.
What
gauntlet.
about 17? Sorry.
Machine
17, I
guns still
suppose
floating. I
Jabba
think they're
died.
all
I
into
didn't see any
Augs
others
and
die.
barrels
Okay,
now, so they
great.
might have swapped off of that.
Maybe. Well,
So
we
we
get a
know
chance to
him
see
at a
what
market team.
HS
Anybody
did
close off
to
to you guys?
Bagel Pa. And with a combination of his teammates, of course, nobody does anything alone. But
Yeah, I mean,
that thing is just ripping through the vehicle. And
see ya.
Geeke, they know exactly what's waiting for them. Unfortunately, the garage compound's still inside the zone, but now T1 is coming in this direction. They weren't expecting anything, and now Geeke down to just one. His type is the last player alive for T1. Will spot out Spiro, gets him flipping. No, he's going to go down. And now Geeke will try to reset here, but BB team heard the dinner bell, and here they come.
T1 just opened the door. Food's on. Let's see what BB team can do. Rez is attempting to be stuck here by Geeke. PWD right on a doozy's right. Didn't see him on that quick peek there. Looking more towards Hyruzen. Grenades are up and over though. That's going to alert BB team to the presence of those two players down below.
What an
It's gonna come
unuseful
down to the
stat
peak
for
angles
this
and an
early.
AK at this range. Powerful for Molodoct. Quizzy trying to hold an angle, but can't do much to save his teammate.
Easy for Molodoc. That was a dirty spray with the AK. A doozy.
Ew.
Will spot out Spiro. What a spray. As BB team is coming in They know exactly where Quizzy is. Or
Oh, no.
No, they don't.
Hey,
Oh,
they
no.
had no clue. Quizzy gonna find 2 of them.
No, they do not.
Sneaky lad from Geekay will take down 2 from BB Team, but do they have time to get this revive off? I don't think they do. There's no way, right? Maybe throw them in the
Phase
vehicle,
5.
send it through 4 a.m. Hope for the best.
Well, I don't
Nah.
know. I don't think they
I
do.
don't think they can.
I-
Yeah, that's ticking too hard, man.
I'm kind of with you on that
Try
one.
to go for it, I guess.
You-
Deny the point.
He
Well,
revives for
even
the
if you
point
do, you're just gonna
deny.
drive right through 4 a.m.
Yeah.
He's not gonna get it in
damned if
time.
you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, it's just going to be a bleed out there. So BB Team now has to scoop up some meds and figure out a way.
Oh no, I think they tried to go for the res to deny the point, but Phil first mistiming it, and now all of BB Team just in a little bit of a shambolic state, you might say, as 4 a.m. was just waiting for them to come out. Yeah, they're just dropping first aid, so this might just be
That's funny.
heal as long as you can. 4 a.m. will leave their compound after doing so much destruction and gatekeeping on that south side, and look at that. They find a nice little path here on the eastern side. They will get a little bit of attention from Virtus Pro, but for the most part, it looks like everybody will get in clean.
Yeah, this is pretty good stuff for 4 a.m. 5 kills. You're on the edge of the circle. Who knows where it's going to go from here? Inside of Los Leones proper, a lot of different directions it could shift.
Who the West team is.
No info West team.
It's
So
not
the
going to be
South
the
team have
most
threats.
It's Rock and
ROC
Green.
and Begafon.
Yeah, they got the
tactically interesting
Yeah, Rock
POV
and
stream
Green.
set.
It's Bill on green mark,
Right.
and he has everything south. So H1 Rock split is green line.
But actually,
Giga.
looking at the way they gather info on
Oh,
urban
sorry.
endings,
Green line.
Right.
They have
Are there
like
still
all of that.
people market, by the way? We saw
No,
2 guys cross the
market's the
Bronco.
orange
They
team,
crossed
three.
orange line.
All
too.
4?
All
Three. There could be
Yeah,
one,
we've
but
seen 3.
we've only seen 3 people. But they are 3 on green.
He
for
could
sure.
technically timing and run under us. Like they
Yeah.
might be doing that.
Day trade.
Day trade insta. So 4
Down the
a.m. is the
split.
team on blue. I'm
We could
still down to split.
Orange line, but if you guys think that
Our
we can't cross
spot's
back later, then
Better if it goes like
If
southeast.
it goes
Yeah.
south, we're fucked. Yeah.
Our
yeah,
line in
down
is
there.
probably going to be blue line. And I
I'm
don't
down
think anyone's
to
going to take this office away from us on blue unless they run across the street from the
They'd
west.
have to run from yellow. Can you one of you watch that? Because our
Yeah.
angle's not great.
We can see the entire.
Matt
road
running in the
cross.
middle of the street, north. He
Okay,
ran
I'm
under.
not-
That's west side.
Another one. Fuck. I was
He's
not
one.
reloading.
Twisted
Oh my
Minds
God, he's so
have
one.
moved
He's
3
so
over
lucky.
to
I
I
construction.
did see that, yeah.
By the way, construction is going to be a huge threat for you guys later because they can jump to the roof of your jail or
These
the
guys
roof
are
of your fast
smoking.
tech.
Yo, they're smoking across room. Green.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
don't
heard.
know what the fuck that is, but it's.
Where are they going?
Yeah, they're
don't
about to
know.
cross.
They're driving
Are
green.
they gonna hit you guys? Can they hit your 5-story?
They're gonna be ready to hit your building.
I knocked him.
Knocked another.
Oh my god.
Yeah, mine's stolen too.
I think last is in gas.
2 of them got stolen.
Yeah, we knocked all the drivers, I'm pretty sure. If you knocked 2 out of that second Bronco,
Yeah,
I knocked
yeah,
one.
there's
we
no one
did,
on
we
you.
did.
There's no one
Okay.
on you.
Twisted. Those kills.
Yeah, example stole the kill from the north. This is north of us.
Last guy's gas station at
Alright, we're
TKL.
good.
So
Who else
blue
stole the
market
other
is
kill?
Oh, fuck, I didn't see. I think it was
Not
RSC.
sure. Twist.
RC.
What's
Yeah,
his
you're
off
right.
Technically, he's
the-
up top.
on the tower?
Yeah, he is
Yeah.
up top.
So it's
And
rock
Lou's
on
up there,
green.
Yep.
And
Wallace is 2 dead.
Forest 2 dead, yep.
Rocks on green, you said?
Yes, rocks on green split. They have office and that brick.
The Forest is probably on the northeast somewhere. This is a VP solo. He flashed one at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. one. That is a VP duo, my bad.
4M's
They
white.
just sit on them.
How many is dead, VP? One?
VP
Holy
is
shit.
One.
Just beaming?
At least one, yes.
Team, is that? I thought,
That better have been on the stream. It wasn't.
yeah, let's say they're 3 man. You're probably right.
I know 100% he died. He died
Yeah,
after
yeah.
the 4-man wipe.
Was it?
That's
Panzer.
what they were doing.
I
Zach
could see
sets up
this
his
RC
teammate
smoke.
nicely.
Take the
Teammate
cross back.
finds 2, and Ibiza gets in there and cleans up.
Are they going to charge
was.
in all 4? And is Luca Ruck's going to spot him? Ibby on the other side, waiting for it. The Panzer comes through. Will spot out HS. Gets the first knock. Gets
Oh
2.
my God.
And now he goes down. Ibby going to charge in. He'll clean up the rest. What teamwork from Virtus Pro.
That is beautiful positioning from Ibiza.
Yeah, that's fucking
He
insane.
steps outside and
So you have
Gee.
3 left alive in the south side. Still need a lot of, like, what
Remember, we
four-
still
four
have
minutes
a
behind.
Yeah,
a
2000
solo behind us.
There's a bedroom solo and fucking Nani as well somewhere in the southeast.
To get over Fluky. Looks like he has done so, but carrying another teammate over. A 2-2 split.
When the smoke fades, I might be knocking it. Just keep browsing.
Circle though, so should be safe to make this res. I would assume. I don't think Rock is gonna go pushing out to try to find this.
Ain't no way.
No, not gonna be the best idea ever. But yeah, okay. So this is stage 1 here. Now can you find a few more pieces of util to make your next attempt? You're gonna grab a shotgun as well. It's gonna center right on top of the Falcons.
Both roads still in play too. Nothing cut out just yet. Falcons still in that 2-2 split on both sides of the street. Looks like it's going to be good for now as Tiggleton finds a knock on example. You'd think they could get that revive. We'll see.
Depends on Forrest.
They did lose Lou,
oh,
however,
7-7.
as Lou has been taken down by Forrest. Goodness, Forrest, man. 5 kills already. They're down to 2, and they are so dangerous.
Oh my gosh, he's found just
got an
enough.
angle.
Yeah, they can't go for this res because of that. They have to be extra careful. 7-7 kind of holds that down.
There you go.
The problem is 17 is
Look at him go.
Res attempting to be stuck. T5 now trying to break out from their compound, but they're taking damage from Rock. Batulins on Overwatch for his squad. I think that's a blue zone there
Kiss
from Rock.
slaying.
Indeed it is, trying to see if they can get the flush onto Pong, but it is going to come just a little bit short. Ranger X now thinking about making his cross, but you're either going to need a spray of your life onto BL or throw some smokes there, my guy, because he has got that covered. And there goes the smoke. Very well thought out. And now T5 going to try to make a wrap, but it's really, really hard here for T5. It comes down to some really good smokes, some really good timings. The grenade at his feet has him jumping, but he's A-okay.
500 damage for BL so far in this game. Leading all players as Rossadid will spot out 7-7. He just barely gets out of there. But that's going to open up the door for T5 to make that push across the road. Good grenade from Little Ghost will slow things down temporarily. Can they stay? It's going to bounce off the wall, so they are good for the time being. T5, how many smokes you got left? They still have a few, but you have to want to save some for the late game. But Lil Ghost goes down to Twisted Minds, and Thirds on 5 gets a reprieve, but 7-7 finds the dirtiest of angles and will spot out Rossadid and Fluky.
You love having a barrel in
Another
that
one.
spot. He's got more. He looks for the
Can
final.
he get 'em all?
He's got him. 7-7 does him dirty. Takes him down with the barrel. Unbelievable. He immediately pays the price to Example, but oh my word, what a moment for him.
Oh, you're going to take those.
17, 4 right there in the pocket of 7-7-0-0. As he, that's on 5, man. That was brutal. All right, Rock now kind of in a tough position as it looked like RBN and BL were trying to go for the chase onto Theraton 5 to see if they could maybe come up behind them when they weren't looking. And they will get spotted out by Twisted Minds, but they should get cover for now. They are the only team still south of the road other than Falcons in their 2-2 split.
Yeah, there's a Taikula player looming behind the Falcons. So here for the Falcons, if you can just maintain zone control, you have a really good shot to win this game. You've got a 2-2 split. You're closest to the center of the Phase 9 circle. You're going to have opportunities here. You just have to play good defense. You have to keep Rock out. You have to keep
but that problem is that Twisted Minds is going to drop on their roof on the north of the split.
You got to make sure Forrest can't do too much damage to you, and maybe you have a square 4v4 in the end. But again, with Falcons' position, when Twisted Minds has to make a move, they should have the better angles, the better opportunities, the better cover towards where the final circle will end. It's just a matter of whether they can lock it down now. Batulins is going to be the one to take down Cold, so that opens up the backside for Falcons.
You got to think the Falcons also have the edge in terms of helmets and armor and utility and all this stuff. Like they've been playing kind of center circle so long that they have not had to get involved in any of these edge fights. While Twisted Minds has had that high ground, and they have not. I mean, they've been getting kills. I've got 5 of them already, but haven't really been able to refill any of their loot as far as util and any of that stuff goes, as they've been playing this high side for so long. As Rock, RBN spots out Perfected, has them kind of pinned down, and they have a foothold into the southern part of this circle. These two right here are the ones I'm worried about.
Absolutely. These players can cause problems, and we've already seen what Kiss has done to the Falcons with his 1v4 earlier, so...
Saw what he just did to Freaks.
Yeah, they are absolutely cracked individually. Seeing a lot of the Falcons players start to switch over to close-range guns. I saw some shotguns, some SMGs being picked up in the bag. Here comes Rock. They are going to make their breach into this building. Falcons are not in this one.
Here come the shotties, yep.
Yeah, you gotta have these out. You gotta have the sawed-off. A little bit of damage done by Perfectix onto Tiggleton. But again, you got to keep this angle covered.
Now this is the problem.
Go for that high side. He's going to get spotted out.
He did not land on the roof. That's a problem.
Scappy will, though, as Perfectix gets taken down by those Forest players. Shrimsy will steal it away, though, and Kickstart will take down Scappy. So now Kiss all by himself. Falcons doing a really good job of protecting their zone.
Yeah, they're doing a great job reacting to what's going on.
I headshot a rock guy for you.
Come to me.
Rock's outside. I blocked the door.
Never mind.
Twisted guy jumped on me.
Yeah,
Low comms,
I'm
guys.
holding my building.
Rock's 4 and Twisted's a duo, right?
I killed Twisted.
There's still a Forest guy in our old building,
Alright,
guys.
4 solar, Rock 4 on us. We win by killing Rock on me and Tig.
Rock's smoking out left, guys.
Listen, I can take the roof.
Yeah, there's a guy on like orange outside on the construction or something, guys.
Rock beside
I'm
us.
peeking that.
There he's
Forest beside us.
Yeah.
Come to me.
Hey, I need
I wanna-
footsteps, boys. I really do. I'm bottom.
Good.
They're on my building.
This guy has to push right now, Shrimp.
Are they on dirt, H1?
Tig, come
There's a guy on
crossfire
orange
bottom
as well,
forward,
man.
man.
I have a god.
I'll come to you,
I
I'll
can
come
take
to
the
you.
roof. I have a god angle. You should come upstairs. Trust me.
I'm holding bottom.
The team nading upstairs now. 10 nades.
He's on the.
coming
He's
upstairs.
close.
He's dead, he's dead.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Maybe go over.
In bottom 4 on me already.
Okay.
Come upstairs, brother. It's perfect.
No, I have,
can
they
come
can only
outside
come in
on
on
me.
one door.
Okay, brother.
I'm good. I can hold their left the whole time. You should probably get roof though, Matt.
Blind bottom
I'm
door.
blue zoning your bottom.
I can't get roof anymore.
There's a guy on orange somewhere still, boys.
They do bottom, Tig.
Watch out, Matt. Watch out.
Alright,
play this
ROC
together.
has
We have to nade on us.
I knocked one on the left.
I knocked
Oh,
one as well.
Jesus.
One
I
on
knocked
the
one in
God.
your building. I knocked one in your building.
It's one
Probably
standing
left guy. Probably left guy, right?
No, I knocked
give-
left guy.
Give comms.
Okay.
I need to hear him.
I think he's outside.
He could be in. He came in on me earlier.
Okay. Pause.
I was just getting info.
Oh,
You went left. You
okay.
went left more.
You could kill me.
Hard left. Hard left.
It's right under me.
Flush.
What the fuck, you fucker?
You're at the end, but that's okay.
Nice nade.
So a
XD.
huge win to start the PGS 8 final stage.
Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And if you
Ah.
get lucky by getting a central compound in Los Leones on a Los Leones circle, all's well in love and war. And they came out ahead. They defended their territory very, very well at the end there as well. Obviously clearing out Forest, clearing out Twisted Minds before
We take
turning
those.
their attention to Rock. And that double blue zone grenade, mwah, chef's kiss.
Beautiful. I mean, you can't credit them enough with how well they played it. Really like the way that Twisted Minds was proactive in that city final as well. As soon as they knew what it was, they took one of those prio spots inside of the city and got themselves really deep into this game. Forest, dude, they just rock and roll.
They're nuts, man. They're nuts. Keep an eye on those Forest boys. But right now, Falcons gets your first win of the PGS 8 final stage. Let's throw it over to the desk to have them break it down.
Nice. Having the POV stream to switch to makes the urban endings a little less dog shit.
And they get a win in the bag to start out the finals here at PGS 8. In an urban ending note, go on, Toffees, all right.
Yeah, sure. You may have sent 5 EMEA teams to the finals, and we only sent 2. But both of them were in the final 2, baby, as it was a game for the birds. Falcons got a good win. That's all. I got it all in. Thank you.
Keep going.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, the boys from South America rocked the end game. They backfilled their way in there, but it was the Falcons in a tiramisu matchup. Layers of players on top of each other on those buildings. Twisted Minds, I thought they had it. Coolest parachute ever by example. It was dope, right? But Shrimsy with that double barrel was like, pop, pop.
What was examples parachute? What did he do?
Just a matter of what individually, seeing a lot of the Falcons players start to tag. Here comes
Shotties, yep.
It's on to Tiggleton. But again, you got to keep this angle covered.
Perfectix did not land his shoot.
Go for that high side. He's going to get spotted out. Kiss.
Ow.
He'll take the spray, but won't get the knock. Scappy will, though, as Perfectix gets taken down by those Forest players. Shrimsy will steal it away, though, and Kickstart will take down Scappy. So now Kiss all by himself. Falcons doing a really good job of protecting their zone.
Yeah, they're doing a great job reacting to what's going on around them. Another attempt, example, his go around with that angle clear of
Oh.
Scappy. He's going to at least be able to make a safe landing initially.
pulled it
Throw a smoke on
right
top
at
of
the end.
himself, but Shrimzy ahead of the curve has example dealt with. Twisted Minds down in 4th.
Man was just waiting for it.
All right,
Perfect
well.
timing there.
Fair.
Absolutely brilliant, and considering that they were kind of, I mean, yes, Theron 5's in a bit of desperation, trying to push in against that, but he had the perfect angle. I thought he was going to go down to util, did a little bit of dancing around those mollies. A brilliant play.
It really was. I mean, I think that was the fun part of seeing an urban ending to start off the finals, right? It was a unique experience for a lot of these players, something they don't get to practice all the time. The amount of teams, I think it was like 10 teams at one point, were all stuffed in there by like 4. That double blue zone was amazing.
Yeah, that secured them the win there. And then to go in and clear the corner. Surprise! Shrimps just laughing and saying, ha ha ha. Double barrel in urban endings around corners. I love it.
I tell you what, every time you come and see these guys at the start of a final, they're like, I hope you didn't put me on your fantasy team. I'm feeling really crappy today. I don't think I'm going to do very good.
Oh, I feel neutral today,
I'm
guys.
just kinda
They
neutral.
do downplay it.
They sure do.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Did you read through it? Did you put a Shrimsy on your team?
no, I put a Tiggleton on my Tiggleton's on my team
Oh,
because
okay.
Shrimsy was so expensive. But you see why?
Yeah.
He just plays. He's not even playing the front fragger role. He's just playing cleanup. He does so good with it.
Yeah, I do think they're on
The
course.
janitor.
They're on course very
Yes.
soon to be winning another international tournament. Whether it's this one or not, we will find out. But this is a brilliant start for them. 9 kills, 1,900 damage. Generally, in an
huge.
urban ending like this, so kills get very separated
It
amongst
does.
the lobby.
It gets completely spread out, obviously,
Yeah.
because you have this kind of the middle. Everyone kind of congested towards the middle, and everyone's going to die once you see the middle teams kind of push it out. So yeah, getting here 9 along with the win, that's huge. Fantastic start for them. But I'm very impressed
Solid.
with how Rock managed to stay 4 guys alive, getting
Yeah.
them out of goals
Rock.
and kind of come in from that side that they did.
Yep.
They completely gatekept that side. That was good to see.
To get through with 5 kills, that shows a girth from Rock that we're not used to seeing.
Oh,
Sort of
huge
spread
game
out
from
really
H-Win. Did I keep
cleanly.
him on my team?
I liked it, but back
They're
to
pretty big.
No.
Those, mythical Rock.
they they carry an elephant.
Mythical,
Fine.
not prehistoric.
Yeah,
Just
that's
to
what I said,
continue.
mythical.
Yes,
I
yeah,
did
good
say
job.
mythical. I
Good
did
job.
change.
Shrimpsy pickers.
All right,
call
but
me
Shrimsy.
Dr.
Popping off.
Yeah, I know, I screwed up, I'm sorry. Shrimsy, though, with 5 kills and 751 damage. How much of that was
Only 62
shotguns?
damage taken as well. It's barely a first aid.
I mean, even across, like, Tiggleton had 60 taken, I think. H-Win was the highest in, like, around 3, and 0 on kick or something in that ballpark. That was, but, like, they just locked up their spot, didn't do much.
Seems like the golden number of damage taken when it comes to like getting big kill numbers. I think it was Type that had like 7 kills and then only 63 damage taken or something
like that.
around that.
Yeah, you're right.
But good start by Shrimsy, of course, here. Brilliant for the Falcons, and it sets them in such a strong position. Again, to get 9 kills out of this urban ending here, all things considered, when towards the very end, they hadn't had anything.
You're
They were just kinda
beaming
waiting,
kids with that.
biding their time.
Hell yeah.
Rock with 11
P90
points,
is a good
brilliant
call,
for them
actually.
after such
I
a
could see them
blast
doing
of
that.
the last game
Yeah,
for the
very
group
linear,
stage.
as you're pointing out,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's very, you know,
Very.
2, 3, 4, like just going all the way
Yeah,
around.
I'm decent.
That's always what happens when you have these kind of urban endings here. And then to
Had
top
a,
off, obviously 2 teams on double digits here. for
interview
Rock and
this
Forest.
morning.
It's good to see. Kiss has been such a standout player.
Yes.
I've been impressed with what we've seen so far, and I hope he can continue that throughout the final.
Tottenham game tonight.
So much so to the point where we're talking in the back. It's like, okay, yeah, he's with Forest Natural Gaming at the moment, but I think a lot of people might have their eyes on him.
I mean, if you talk to most of the players in the room, a lot of them have him on their fantasy teams. A lot of them are like, this guy is
He's the
absolutely
goat.
bananas
He's
to
the
take in a 1v1. They talk about him all the time. Another team that was worth noting, GK Esports walked away with 6 kills. A lot of that coming from the back of that really nice play against BB team. They thought they had cleaned up, and he just got that backstab and got a few extra points out of it.
Quissy was hiding at the right time.
What do you think of Kiss? Yeah. Okay, well, he says he's a beeping mammoth. Perfect. All right, well, there you go.
He is, though. I mean, but that's the thing. That's why you got to love these events. You see a player that you haven't a lot of experience with, coming with a team that you didn't expect a lot out of, and he's so strong that he has made them an actual contender for performance.
And to add on that, I just want to go back to this GK here, right?
Yeah.
It's so important in these urban endings that you are fully aware of surroundings, and the kill feed tracking is even more important, right?
For sure.
Because there's going to be these 1 or 2 guys that are just hiding around. They also found the TKL player, of course, I think it was Cole. It's like, okay, he's there, but the high ground managed to pay out so much for Twisted Minds. If Forest wasn't having that angle on them, that would have been a thorn in the side for Falcons, but it ended up perfectly for them.
All right, let's get to it then. We have one more Dusty Dunes on the way for day number 1. As the casters said in the previous one, let's get it as we head over to Poro and Paper Thin.
Let's get it.
Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it!
Let's
we
go!
got 1 Miramar in the bag, and Falcons fans are ecstatic.
Heck yeah.
Kickstart fantasy owners, thoughts and prayers.
I am so glad that I picked Tixton today. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you win the flip of the coin when it comes to Los Leones Circus.
Wow.
Falcons win that one, but they get 9 kills to go along with it.
They do.
Huge, huge start of the day here. And now we are back on Miramar. Same plane, same bat channel. Maybe we'll get the same circle. Hopefully not, right? Let's get something different, man.
But Los Leones
Los
Circles
Leones
is
Circles
so
aren't gonna
fun.
There's no way, dude.
No.
If we ran back-to-back cities, I would think that would be crazier than getting
Maybe we get a Pozo Circle?
the cringy island circle.
Dude, okay, well, those are hilarious, but...
I mean, for their
Hilarious.
for like the first 10 minutes, and then it's 20 minutes of sitting there waiting for the last 5 people to actually find each other.
But like,
Yes, that is
it
exactly
can be
how
kind of
island
interesting
circles
in
go.
terms of like who's finding that one angle for that moment when they can actually swim and when they can find a boat, and maybe that, you know, now with emergency pickups and gliders in play, you never know.
Actually, you know, that's a good point.
I'm saying I think island circles got legs.
I've not seen an island circle since the introduction of the pickup and glider, so that might actually make things kind of fun. As we do love an aerial battle, but we will get the central circle. Has Los Leones in it, has Picado in it, has everything in it. So this, by all accounts, should be a fairly slow early game. Hopefully. We'll see.
I pray for the crater finish. The crater edges are really, really fun, I think. But there's some of that open area in between Picado and Los Leones. That's the current center, and maybe it ends there. And then you got to have some good edge play, or get one of those kind of compounds early and try to work your way through that way. 4AM had a really solid game there, to be honest.
It was nice.
Yeah, they defended their territory. They got in. They did the best they could.
Shoot
in the
'em.
situation, in my opinion. There wasn't
Blast
a whole lot else.
them.
I mean, VP just kind of outplayed them, and it do be like that sometimes. And when you gotta breach those compounds like that in a situation like that, you just gotta kind of send it and pray they don't have panzers and grenades, and they usually do.
Yeah, all things said, no. I mean, there wasn't really much they could do there, and it was just really well played by VP. I mean, individual performances are fantastic. Kiss, obviously the sweetheart of PGS 8 right now. Forrest's Kiss has just been showing out as we get to see the replay of the 7700 dismantling of Theraton 5, the stuff of actual legends, the hard push, 32 HP, not scared at all. Only thing he's mad about is that he couldn't continue his reign of terror.
Yeah, what a perfect spot for the barrel too.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean, just
dude.
the perfect range for that.
You think an M4 wins that?
No,
You don't?
I don't think so.
Even
I think
with
it's only barrel.
With the extendy?
I think only barrel.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, somebody go,
maybe
and
not.
do
Who
the
knows?
somebody go and do the
Maybe
the check.
MP5. Yeah.
Maybe. Well, the fact he didn't have to reload, I don't think he reloaded, did he? No, I don't think he did.
Maybe he did after the first two.
He might have gotten that after the first one. But we did have a chance to sit down and talk with Type from T1. Let's hear what he has to say.
치킨 2번 먹어서 기분은 좋은데 이제 게임 내용이 좀 깔끔하지 않았어가지고 앞으로 더 발전할 수 있으니까 그거에 대해서 좀 만족감이 그렇게 크지 않았던 것 같습니다.
He didn't get to Panzerfaust enough people, so he's upset, I think.
대화도 많이 하고 개인적으로 생각해가지고 좀 발전한 것 같습니다. 조금만 보완하면은 그래도 8등 안에는 무조건 될 수 있다고 생각합니다. 서로 다 잘하는 걸 알아서 대화만 더 잘 되고 피드백 나온 거 보완만 더 잘하면 잘할 것 같습니다.
There it is. That's what I was waiting for.
No.
You know, I was about to say, I feel like I could do an interview for T1, man. They're just so professional. They say exactly the right thing every single time. Exactly what you'd want to hear them say if you're a fan.
It's almost
but then you
like
get a dab.
yeah.
Then they'll
then you
also
get the
dab on you.
Yeah.
They'll also dab on you.
Oh wait, Freak's in trouble.
Goat V?
Goat V?
Freak's in
Got
trouble.
me?
Maybe.
Nope.
Maybe not. Not this time. Next time.
He did
Oh, the
some
Freak's in
damage,
trouble.
but,
Re-rack.
yeah, exactly. This is definitely a GG go next for him, as the rest of 4AM nowhere near anywhere that they can help him out. They were coming in a bit late behind him. He was trying to get that early scout position for his squad, and the Freaks very happy to take that away from him. Probably had vision on it from where they drop near Minas Generales. There's a lot of high ground over there. You could see down into that area of the map.
What a strange way to park the
Probably had a decent
car.
idea that he was alone and found their moment to strike. as they did in the, as they will do from time to time. They're not the most aggressive team, but they absolutely will exploit weaknesses when they find them.
Tell you what, man, that's not 2 games in a row that they've caught somebody like that. They got stayed in the first game.
That's it.
So you could tell it seems like Freaks have been doing their research about where they might be able to find people early on in these big splits.
It's not exactly the same way they caught stayed. It's the same place, actually, but
they didn't really get much off of it after getting it last game as they ran into.
It's not like they pulled up on stayed. They just fucking shot him out of the sky.
In the northeast of Los Leones, but maybe they can find some success here as we check in with TKL, Taikule, and Cold 119.
I mean, I think for me, for the Freaks, the biggest problems that we've seen across PGS and 7 is, one, just losing players in early rotations. That was a huge problem for them in 7, especially in the group stage. And then 2 is just kind of maybe not judging their splits when they're safe and when they're not. That has cost them players. That you could argue it might have cost them a little bit in the grand finals last time, or in the final stage when they lost to a snake. Not being a little too over aggressive with a scouting player. Not having that straight up 4v4 against 17 in the end.
Do you think it might be just like general situational awareness, because that's what we saw last game too, right? Like they were coming in as a 3-man, I think, in the north side of Los Leones, got shot at by Baron. Everybody stopped down, and before they could even blink, they had the alternative, the third party from KISS that came in. They had no idea he was even there, so they had no idea Baron was there, no idea what KISS was there, no idea.
Twisted Minds go. I mean, Falcons. Why have they gone so far north?
Just maybe a communication issue. I don't know.
That's a tough one to say for
Were
sure.
they there from the drop?
I mean, we're not there, right?
Right, and in the previous game,
Well, I guess they were the
Leone
flight
circle like that,
paths.
we haven't seen it at all across these 2 events. So
Took a
who's
car
doing
from, like,
what, where,
Hassie.
when, and why is a lot harder to judge. So you have to
I guess it's
you have
not
to
that
rely
far.
on,
They're
like,
just
your IGL's internal senses of a situation.
water
and how
treatment in the
bad
valley.
So
I guess it's
probably
alright.
what Gumin is thinking there in that spot.
They just
is,
zoomed
okay,
the
these
map
guys
in
up
so it
on the
looked kind
hills,
of insane.
We can stop here at these shacks because we'll be safe. We can get underneath them, and they weren't quite anticipating, the angles that they were going to be seen from by KISS, especially. That was a huge problem. So just kind of a little bit of like panic and maybe lack of situational awareness hurt them a bit.
And we'll also say that they just had the misfortune of running into the circle at the same spot that Forest comes in, which Forest, they take their time. They are 100% comfortable with being extremely split. They'll eat some blue zone, they'll play the edge, and they'll play it really quiet until they know that they've got you at your most exposed, most vulnerable. So that time, just we'll chalk it up to bad luck for the Freaks this time, as we wait and see what happens here as they got the 2-2 split towards the center. BB team, meanwhile, they showed Geeky a little bit of something, or actually, I think Geeky showed them a little bit of something. But
it was a little both.
It was a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
BB 3 points in that first game, and we'll hopefully see them get back on their high horse here in game number 2.
And I mean, at the end of the day, that was a rough spot to be in. Yeah, everybody coming out of that southern road basically died. Right? Like, it just, you weren't getting too much further. It's just too wide open coming out from some of those compounds that are going to have great vision onto you there. So even, T1 try to, just to see if they could find a timing, maybe when like BB and GK are fighting or something like that. Couldn't quite get it to go.
Bagopod tried to come down the hill, and they
ran
in at 4 a.m. So it was just kind of like everybody was being funneled into that one death spot, right? Death funnel.
And you don't have any.
Let's call it that.
I like that, but you don't have any choice there in a lot of ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like you might be seeing this and thinking, well, why don't you make a wide wrap or try to run down the hill? Well, you run down the hill, you run into the same problem. Yeah. You're just. I mean, Belmoth tried and he got a knock. Right.
Don't know who to give a code to.
By Twisted Minds, who's got high grounds.
Exactly.
You're getting shot at by anybody who.
I'll just post it in the Vietnamese chat or something.
Nothing really that you can do there except for try to hope that you can win that fight here. We see the
like, hey, who wants a free code?
The western side of that Cantera crater. Looks like that should be arriving right as the zone pops. So we'll see where the next one decides to take us. A lot of real estate taken up. The only place that's really empty right now is the very, very far south and the very, very far north. So any hard shifts will, in that direction, might cause some problems. But let's see.
Just a riot. Oh shit.
And T1 will go ahead and leave that.
Go Profit, by the way?
There you go.
It's probably
Sound
going
bad.
to be good because you can
That's
see
straight
4
for,
AM making their
SDK.
way.
How'd they react to this?
They might have been
Yeah,
able to
bro.
stop.
Soundbait, that's sim for pop. I know it's a really good spot, but I think it's full clean.
I don't even think it's that good on this zone.
No, one car sim.
Whoa, it went.
Go for Batu.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No peaks were on the rock, but I'm
We
holding
need to be fast. If we
You
want
want Profit, by the way?
There you go.
Yeah,
Soundbait
I'm going, I'm going. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm just having
taking a
to
risky path.
I don't think we need. It's too
Oh, they're
tricky.
trying to go for the Picado rock.
Matt, you should go Profius too.
Profi? I'm already
Yeah.
taking a line up. Fuck. I'm gonna
Matt,
be giga late.
you can play there, but never mind. Profi's getting hit by Comet's team.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
Batu
no.
looks good.
I'm gonna crash Batu, just hold the rock the whole time.
I am.
I would rather just die if I hit it, honestly.
Once we're there, let's get info double prios. No peaks.
Where did Profi come from?
Comets. They're coming. So 3 guys at Profi now.
Could we be 3-manning Batulans?
Yeah, we
We
should
need
get
to
on the rock
gain info
immediately.
on the double prios immediately. To get on the rock.
You have to do it from the east side. It's in the open to yellow.
Yeah, we can't get on the rock easily from our side.
Yeah, there's 3 dudes Profi anyway.
People Profi can see you now.
You can? You know how to?
Pretty sure, bro.
Let's prio getting yellow control. Don't worry about
Yeah, I
that.
don't see anyone there.
Let's drive at
I'm
it
looking.
together. I'm late.
You can get on it. You kind of start getting on it from the west, but you sort of wrap around.
For a while.
Just
I'm
go.
in the open Profit, but it's only a
Sound
short
bait.
window.
You don't have to wait on him, Shim. Just
Big's
sound
getting
bait.
on the rock, so I'm just going.
It's me and you. I'm late.
Okay.
You see nothing.
I'm just gonna go north side.
Yeah, I'm down to just pull in if we don't see any peaks.
I hear Team Liquid underneath, but nothing. No rock peaks.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
pull
I'm
in.
going
Shim.
in. I'm going in.
You anchor, Shrim. Watch northeast. Let me get on the rock. There's a 6 in my car still.
Okay, the rock run up is not safe. I just have massive cojones.
I have
Yeah.
2 BZs now.
You guys can get up on it from our side if you want.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can get
Yeah, H-Shirt's on yellow.
Do you want me to anchor H1?
Yeah, watch northeast the whole time. Let us know if you see anything.
Do you want me to get up or do you want me to play under?
Play under.
People will San Martin rock.
Matt, watch
Yeah,
west.
they're peeking us from the north.
Billboard rock. Okay.
Yeah, Billboard Rock.
Can you
And they're
hold that
driving
TIG?
to
I'm
our
climbing.
spot.
Pop in with you.
I can't really achieve much. I can try, but
It looks like he's okay not taking shots.
Yeah,
Maybe
one
not
guy's
have an
playing-
angle on it.
playing
He's gonna
under
hop in
rock
the
on blue.
vehicle, track him a little bit.
Oh
Maybe team.
god.
Still coming in from the west. Long wrap out in the blue. They've got Begopod just in front of them.
Yeah, Begopod here might have an angle on trying to do some damage to
Wish
BG.
the
Depends on when they
team
notice it and how well they're set up.
POV people were a little more active on that.
That are just to the southwest of Power Grid.
It would be cool if they like
Division
switched to
down into
TIG and
there,
you can
for
see
sure.
like how he climbs up the rock.
Have to make some decisions. There are open compounds. There is that warehouse.
That would
just to their
be
east they could think about. VP
Hiring
has
people.
the circle not too far away from them, so might be able to just kind of hunker down towards the edge a little bit and wait this one out. See, and then you start looking for your moment where another team's fighting ahead of you, where you can bust things open that way. Find a good timing.
T1 taking a page out of 4 AM's book as they have popped their second E-pickup on
Oh my
the circle
God.
pop as we are going
What?
to go to the northwest and Power Grid
Jesus
is in it. And all of a
Christ.
sudden this has become, this is about to be brutal.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
like try and rip
every,
one and
look
then just
how
jump
many
off.
They need to split
teams
with Liquid.
are
and they're
off to
looking
the
group.
southeast.
Never mind, they're going up towards Catwalk.
I'm gonna be ready to get up on the rock on the east side.
I need to
We
get
should get up. I want to
guys
go
need to
up.
get- I'm gonna get
It's
landed on.
immediately.
Alright, hold billboard. I'm late.
You want to just get in H1?
No, I'm good. Just go.
Boys, you guys need to be ready to
Help
spray everybody off this fucking E-pickup.
One of you should get up.
No, no one's on
Okay.
it. They didn't take it. We're good, we're good, we're good.
One of
Take
you
it
still
slow.
should get up, right?
Do you want me to get up from this side, Tig? I'm just getting up from the spot.
If you're safe to do it, yeah, because
Yeah,
the other
yeah,
side
I-
is in the full open profit.
I don't think Liquid can
You
see
can,
it.
Shim. Just sack your car. Fuck it. Hold billboard for him. My double prials get backfilled. It's bad.
Car's under me, guys. Driving in the open.
You get out of there.
Where? The
Knocked
east?
him out. Yeah, on my east side. I can't get up the rock,
Nice,
guys.
nice. Right
Do you need help?
Blue.
Yes, kind of.
I see a
Hey,
second.
help.
One more coming in. Two more guys buying.
We should sack him.
Driving into me, guys.
We gotta sack him. Just place 3. We can win.
Yeah, the knock is
I
out
see
on the
it.
far rock on orange.
I can flush the guy on the rocket.
I should.
He shouldn't
With
be
the
able
nade.
to. He shouldn't be able to get res, guys.
Yo, Profi's fighting. I'm gonna get up. Okay?
Roger.
Okay.
It's not Profi. Maybe. It's in
Profi is not
Picado.
fighting.
Hey, can you try to watch?
It's West Street.
I'm trying to hold DNF from getting the res. I'm not watching the fight.
Well, I'm trying to get up on the rock, so hopefully Profi doesn't kill me.
There you go. Well, they switched to him and then they switched back.
I'm trying to hold Profi for you. They're distracted.
I'm up. Someone vert naded? Someone's right underneath us.
They
There's
might
one behind the
climb.
rock on blue if you want to nade that. That's where the
Yeah,
knock
if
is.
you have
There's one right underneath me still.
Yeah, but
You
nade
could
blue.
nade
There's a
blue.
knock there.
Yeah, it's
Hey.
not
Right of that. Nade the right side.
If they see two of you up here, they could hit me, okay? It's a good play for them.
Okay.
I'm
They
just
probably have the res by now.
Show presence is good.
They split back to the double priors. Okay, T1 and 4AM are fighting in power. They got the res.
two there. One
Just
under
not
you,
true.
and one, are they two double prize sticks, sorry?
One double priors, 3 under.
Okay. Two of them are
He's
far
running
on
to
the
the
rock.
roto. Oh, he's 1 HP. Fuck, man.
Yeah, let the other one on the
If,
Ronco.
if they played a slam, I want Matt to jump off right away onto
He's
my
trying to
prize.
They're
climb
in
on me.
shambles, bro.
One's trying to
they're
climb
not gonna
underneath
slam
me.
you.
Okay, I'm talking about later. That
I'm
happens.
lit. I'm gonna heal. They're like this right now.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And 2 of them blue mark.
Flow comes. There's one just sitting underneath me. He's gonna climb up. What? 2 under me.
Yeah, I can't really stop him from climbing, brother. He has a good anchor on me from blue.
Can climb that side.
They're not climbing. They're not climbing. He's
They could-
leaving.
I'm gonna
Look
get
to see if
naded.
that's both. Take.
Only one's far still.
Try to
Look
walk
to
me
see
past
if
the
there's
trim.
Watch the feature.
Trim, watch kill if you want Navi at
Oh,
least.
you on? Yeah, you're right.
How many was in that truck?
He doesn't
I
know.
can't
He
say.
doesn't
I'm
look.
getting held from everybody. Down blue is still there.
Circle's popping. Yeah, we
Hard
can play
west.
late.
Yep.
Again, if they don't go to the power grid bowls, slamming means they
What?
Yeah, they
Why
should
is
do it now.
Oh my
But
god!
the-
People in the
they
chat
don't
are
go
saying
to
that
the rock,
Shrimsy
I
like
want
trolled because he
take you up off
he
the
went
way.
down to like flush the kill. I'm like,
You hear that, Tig?
boys,
Yes.
they're literally POV
Navi
streaming
one,
with their
Navi two.
comms. That is not what happened.
Where do we think Daytrade and Twist are fighting? T1 was
I
in
think
power
it's in-
earlier.
It's in the city, Picado.
Navi insta.
The team on the shack on blue, I don't know what team that is.
I'm not watching the climb up, by the way.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Okay.
Two of them are
H1,
far.
they're
They're
driving on the
driving.
north. They
Tig,
could
you're
play to crash you now.
You're
H1?
the guy that's jumping off into him, Tig.
I know.
Matt
They're
needs to
driving to
be-
crash you
They're
right
gonna
now.
crash. They're gonna
H1
crash.
set up
Matt,
for
you need to look over.
Okay. I'm just gonna jump. No, okay, you're not.
I'm peeking down on them.
Playing backside.
Pre-nade, you need a pre-nade? One's 1 HP playing up. I can't jump down either way, they crashed.
I'm knocked. I need help.
You're inside Brio.
There's another team crashing.
That nade might get him. No.
Double
down.
BZ.
Double BZ might get him.
I'm jumping off.
I got
Oh, that
naded.
fucking nade was
Yes,
I
jump
can't,
off.
crazy.
I can't jump down to it, bro. They have a full angle.
Where are they, H1?
They're in the prime.
In the Brio, far side.
I got a. Nice.
Alright,
Two-
two guys
last
in
two
Brio.
Brio.
You can take
Okay,
your close
just-
One's behind my open. They're
Jump
both mine
down.
open. One's in the alleyway. One wrapping left.
You delay? I'm still on a take down.
He's getting naded.
Yellow, nading you. They're both nading
Probably
you.
dead then.
Your team playing up from the north. Can we play to get these kills?
I'm dead. Oh, god damn it.
Just get all the kills you want, Tig. Just play for yourself.
Oh, go on, Heather. What happened there, lad? Did they show that?
Group reset. Twisted Minds, though, able to come through. Yeah, off of a E pickup. They were able to come out of Picado and get dead center. Just a beautiful macro play from them.
No.
Nicely done. Is very rare
We
that
did
you
not
see
see
a
it.
phase 4 E pickup actually work without losing anybody.
Oh, maybe we
Here
did.
go. VP now fighting with T1. The smoke wall on that ridge line. T1 sending Util over, but not finding it. They'll find Luca Rux. They'll flush at least. Beamy has an angle onto Heather here.
No
Gets him
way.
low, but can't flush him out. We'll spot out Type. Type, though, will win that 1v1 as Nixie
Type shit.
will continue to play inside the smokes.
And here comes Raining in the car from behind, but Heather gonna get Nixie. Ibiza, the last one up. He's got an AK, he's got one. Looking for more, can't find the flush. T1, 11 kills here in this game.
Alright, they're slaying.
Gracious, T1 are coming alive and are coming alive in game number 2.
Wait, that wasn't even the same fight. That was a different fight.
They have to make their way into the zone, though. But right now, it seems
Who was the team that Heather like 4K'd?
VP.
Teen Gaming down in Picado, and they're going to throw some. Oh,
Oh,
that's
they
a
didn't
good
see it.
utility. Just gets there before Kickstar can get the heal off. As 70.
Yeah, they just didn't see it at all. Okay.
Up in terms of health there to get things going a little bit longer. Gonna try to sneak through this little crevice underneath.
Okay, okay.
There because they're busy dealing with Forest, DL and Heaven. The only two left for them. Trying to hold the line against a team that we know is ferocious in team fights. Kiss,
Ferocious.
Baron gonna be leading the charge, but the Freaks there need to throw out some smokes. They want to make a move. You'd love here as the Freaks if you could find Tiggleton, at least get another point out of this. I mean, it's gonna be hard to get much further in this game, especially in a 2v4 fight. Nearly unwinnable, but tons of smokes to try to make some kind of move. Maybe just gonna make a play for the car. No, they're gonna get aggressive.
Yeah, Forest, they've sent Olympus inside the zone, so this is just a 3-man push. 3v2 with Tiggleton on the back. Baron hiding in the smokes. Deal comes through. He's got the
that's
shot.
not Tiggleton.
He'll spot out Deal. Olympus will get taken down by Type, though, so that's their front man that was sent in. They'll at least secure this point. Let's see if they can finish off Heaven. He is ducking and dodging between the buildings, but Kiss is just waiting for him to peek. It doesn't matter. How does Heaven win that? That
Peeks into a headshot.
He got headshotted too. I mean, he's dead now, but he's at
Still
least
wins.
gotten
That
himself
is
an extra
insane.
point for the Freaks. He had no business winning that fight. Kiss
That is like hard peeker's advantage on that. Holy shit.
Now you're gonna have
And
to
that's
deal with
even
another
on
Korean team.
land.
T1 is watching that push out from Force, but not much they can really do about it from that angle without giving themselves up to other players. Instead, just let Type do the job. Gonna spray down Baron with the M4, and that's another kill. 13 for T1.
Hope he's got some 5-5, though. My man is running low on the ammos as Raining will get spotted out from range by RB and Rock. Had been slowly making their way in from that Picado location. Tiggleton, no, it looks like he's been spotted by a Khan. Of all people, I don't even think Rock knows that Tiggleton is behind him. They have zero clue. Look at them.
They actually don't. Holy shit.
Hillside here. And Tiggleton managing to
He's getting
sneak
shot
his
by
way
Bagel
in
Bar.
to the zone.
Unbelievable. What timing for Tiggleton. At least hopefully going to get into placement points potentially. See if he can get that far. He's the one on the cusp of being into that 8th place spot. Taikula just down to Spaceman. He's kind of center circle. Twisted Mind is hunkering down, and a great grenade there. A lot of them going to find damage onto Type, and there's just no hope for him. It's going to have to be salvage points now for T1's Heather, but still a phenomenal game no matter how you cut it.
Jeez Louise, the hard shift up to the north on C2, C3, and now everything's come south since. And Twisted Minds down to 2. They've got a spot playable. Rock, they've got, well, what they think they have is complete control of the eastern side. What they don't know is that they've got a sneaky, sneaky Tiggleton that's hiding right next to their own car.
With a Panzerfaust as well.
He's just hiding. He's so sneaky.
This is why you check your seats before you get in at night, folks. Exactly. Like, you never know who's lurking in that back seat.
You never know. Well, on the southwestern side, though, BB team, again, what do we say? We need to figure out how they do this because they have managed to keep all 4 alive. You don't see them get involved in very many early game fights, but then they managed to keep 4 alive all the way to the late game. They are in a beautiful spot. Example, will take out that last player from TKL. And now Bagelpaw and Geekeg. Bagelpaw has been hanging out on this high ground for a long time, but they have to come down. But they know that.
Where did
their best option
did he pull the Panzerfaust out of their car?
BB, it's going to be a lot more exposed. Some decent grenades do some okay
damage. Where did he get a Panzerfaust from?
For sure. Park Pro gonna let loose with
Otherwise,
another one. They got to figure out.
Was it just in the car?
And then they can take this fight against Taruzen
and he just took it after he got there.
Heather behind this, waiting for T1 to see if he can find his opportunity to maybe steal some kills or backstab when the moment arises. Bagelpaw slow and steady now. Got to start thinking about some smokes. Probably just got the eyes onto PWD there.
I don't think they knew about Quizzy though. Quizzy will spot out a Khan. He will
check it
immediately
later.
get traded down.
But it looks like yes.
Had to run out into the blue zone.
So if he does pull something with this Panzerfaust,
but they did spot him. And now
might be time for another short. You know what I'm saying?
They lose 1, but they still have a way inside the zone. They got to keep those smokes blooming. But look at Heather, last player alive for T1. Be damned, he is still
be damned.
Yeah, this this is nice stuff from Heather, finding his moment to strike. The Molly's now out right at the rotation path here for Bagel Pot. They're able to go around the right-hand side of the car, but Sungjong taking a bunch of damage, can't find the angle to get it in there. Heather gonna come through, finds another knock. Tiggleton in the meanwhile, able to backstab Rock, find another point for the
Still has the Panzer. If he kills someone with it, we've got content.
Gonna push out towards him, switches over to the sawed-off, gonna go for the point blank, but he tries the ball,
Good
and he
effort.
pays the price.
Oh, I don't know if that. I don't think that.
What in the vault animation? No, Tig, he didn't Panzer anyone. GG. No content for us. Nice try.
The top 5. They still have pretty much all of that southeast. BB team still has all the southwest, and then you've got the solos of Heather and Sungjong on that north side. An example in Lou still playing.
Big game for BB, maybe.
Flex out a little bit though. Example, or Lou rather, catching himself in no man's land, and he will be taken down by Biel.
Yeah, this is looking really nice for BB team right now. They're able to claim a solid chunk of the circle for themselves. They have a ton of cover to work with. Sungjong doesn't really have many avenues to get cleanly into this next circle, so he is playing a waiting game. Him and Heather both know that the further they get into this circle, the harder it's going to be. It's a lot of downhill terrain without a ton of cover, but Heather has found the ability to get to this rock safely. He could outlast Sungjong. He was looking out there for the last Bago Pop player to see if he could pick him off from the blue, but wasn't afforded the opportunity, really. And BB team now trying to claim whatever points they can. No kills so far. They'd love to rake in as many as they can, and yet Maldock going to get Sungjong.
That'll be the first kill for BB team
in the toes.
As just the game has not come anywhere near them. Everything has been on the east, and they were on the quiet south and western
That's
side.
how BB
Now
loves
they have to start spreading their wings a little bit.
this
they have taken
shit.
Complete control of the center of the zone. But how good of a read do they have on where these rock players are? And can they spot out example as well?
They'll take the points from the W. If they get anything along the way, it's a bonus.
Great game for Rock here. 6 kills. Currently in 3rd place overall.
Yeah, RBN was talking about how important it was, you know, to get these players here, to get them some experience. You know, he's the one who has that international experience coming into this. Can he lead them through a difficult situation? Love the position they have Santastico in. He could cause problems for BB team if they're not expecting him, and obviously example is example. He can ruin a team's day in a heartbeat.
Oh my god. Oh, don't stand up straight. Just keep crouching, Phil first. Bad posture is saving your life right now. As example is just wishing.
He's got that caster posture, bro.
He does. He's got his good gamer hunch. He's gunching so hard right now. But you know what? He's staying alive. He's got that high side. He's not even thinking about. Oh,
We also get posture checks.
that, and he's going to try to spray, but best of luck will finish him off. As Phil first did lose the 1v1, but he's off in the distance too. This might just be a straight up
he's not
3v3 here now.
visible. He's just an information piece right now.
But that revealed Bestalock and Malodoc's positions there. So now the grenades pretty accurate in terms of closeness to where BB was, but BB, Happy Feet, able to dodge a lot of that early damage. Rock's got to strike. They got to make sure that they can find the opportunity to at least take space. That knock is really huge because it even things up between them and BB.
Well, first should have audio. Oh yeah, RBN has now been shot at and run a smoke, so they definitely know.
RBN up on top of the high ground, trying to provide some good eyes onto what's going on beneath him, but had used some
No way they
smokes.
can get to Phil first for the revive though.
All comes down to
How many grenades did Phil first have when he died?
Seemingly, right now, nothing anybody can do to try to
They
go
lose
for
like
that
4.
flush onto Phil first.
That could
Phil
be
first going down also gave Rock that high ground advantage, right? They had
not
the
ideal.
flanker side. Phil first was playing that role for the boys. He's still
He's-
crawling over here, so he's not
He's
dead
shuffling.
yet. He could be
He
brought
is.
back onto his feet, and it looks like BB team is just kind of
He's
keep
off
things
on it.
slow so that they maybe get him back.
Yeah, we still got like 20 seconds.
It looks like Santastico BL might be thinking about going low
No way,
here.
no way, no way they get this
They
res.
actually stick this.
Oh no.
That's huge.
That is
Mm.
amazing. That
All
is
right, well.
that is devastating for Rock.
That's just nothing Rock can do really
No.
about it. I mean, they
Unless they
I
got
think
up to the other side of that
somebody low,
ridge,
but even the low
but
ground here
like
is really,
a doozy
really
can see it the whole
difficult to play.
way.
The second you spray one person,
The others
you're
just peek
immediately
over,
gonna get it
and even
returned.
if we
So
get there, they've
it's
got a
kind
bunch
of
of grenades.
suicide mission it feels like if you go low side.
They needed those grenades to connect earlier.
Definitely.
When the positions got revealed, I mean, they looked close from our like kind of third-person perspectives, but those could be a little deceiving in terms of where the grenades are actually landing and exploding. I mean, BL and RBN, they're all just going to group up. I mean, I think at this point,
see a doozy.
Yeah, you can't play for trades. You've got to find this extra player if you can deal with the doozy. But no, a doozy's got it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect call from BB Team, sending a doozy to make sure that the low wrap would be spotted out. And BL, there was just nothing he could do. He was wide out in the open, and that should be an easy flush as well with the tap, 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 tap point in the bag. And now we push them as they are pressed right up against the wall. This is what BB Team does best. They put you in a bad position and they force you to play from it, but good spray from RBN. Opens up a little bit of a door here. Phil first had the return spray, got RBN really low.
Oh no, they're throwing.
Will spot out Best of Luck, and now did that res come in huge as a doozy will find the first knock with a grenade. Phil first will go down as well. Santastico, who is this guy? He's going to keep Rock in this thing until the bitter end. It's a 1v1 Santastico with the Rock versus a doozy from BB Team.
There's no way
scrapping.
You can do this. Surely not. Surely not has the first aid in hand. He's still at a disadvantage. Gonna throw out some stuns. That was the last one.
Oh, doozy. No way.
Fantastico! Fantastico!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Fantastico wins against BB Team in a most unexpected way. What a final circle. What a final fight between two
4 versus 2.
Showing out since the moment they stepped in the door.
Oh dear.
That's heartbreaking for BB. You get the res, and it looks like you've got the game.
Oh dear.
You can see Besto has to kind of sigh that one off. I mean, that's a tough one to shake.
They had him down to a 4v2. Yep. They had him down
Don't
to
think
a
they ever
4v2.
really like
And
double peaked them effectively.
By any means a throw from BB Team.
No, that was a
amazing
throw.
Individual play from one player.
Of course it's a throw.
That wins
You don't lose a
won your big
4v2
guys to
unless
show up in
you
big
fuck
moments,
it
and
up.
There's no bigger moment than this. The grand final of
Unless
the
you make a
PGS.
mistake. It's just the 2 has to like be really on it with punishing the mistakes. And they were this time. Every time they peaked solo, they got bodied. They did not throw their grenades. They died with like 4 or 5 grenades left. They knew he's on a rock.
Well, I'm going to quote the rest of the team from Rock. Santastico is fantastico. What
If you just
performance
like
coming out from that
double
young man
naded him
right there.
when someone's speaking.
Was insane. It was a little bit of a
If you're gonna peek them one at a time, at least have the other 2 back it up with util, you know. The little uncoordinated from BB. Maybe comms. Oh, no mic from Martin. GG.
Yeah, in this case here, obviously Rock being able to close this one out is massive.
But
A 3 versus 4.
say all credit to Rock. They punished hard. They punished the mistakes.
To Rock because sure they had some cover.
Yeah.
They had some util.
Every 1v went their way.
In this case here, still looking really good for Rock.
They weren't prepared. So here's the
Not a
problem.
coincidence.
We go into this end game. Rock does exactly what we expect. They're a little passive on rotation. They do a little backfills. They get some good fights. Then they get to this 4v3 with BB Team. And now, keep in mind, second game in a row where they had to go second, like against a team that's world class, tons of experience. They play it slow. I don't think BB Team was ready for how hunkered down these guys are. They built the nest behind
The other guys on
Rock.
green, just so you know.
I think we have to push them because they're just
Three above.
not proactive, and I think it's through
Still have a
BB
smoke
Team
grenade
off.
launch for later if you need it.
Like, as soon as Phil first goes down to example, I think to myself, this is the chance Rock needs.
Yeah.
And then somehow Phil first is given the room to get across.
I was mad.
They get the res. The air got sucked out of the room for Rock. It felt like, uh-oh, this is a huge, huge problem. But then all of a sudden, they just kind of came in single file. I am flabbergasted at what we just witnessed.
They were so certain that they're just gonna completely dong on them. Then they gave them not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 1 versus 1s. Sure,
Yeah.
there's some util committed. Sure,
Which
there
is
was some
why
action that
it
kinda had
is
that.
incorrect
There was a good
when the
rock
casters
that he
said
kinda played
the
behind.
BB
And of
team
course, the last 1
did
versus
not
1 when you
throw.
pop up a stun grenade with that, there's no way you can close that round. So that flashbang, you can see even that he can't ADS.
Of course they did.
The line out right, like you're just winning that. Look how
It's not like they needed themselves,
Cameras are shaking.
Yeah.
Rock is
but they
loving it.
misplayed
we
it
pop-offs from
massively.
all across the venue, and what a performance! And that now means Rock is going to be in #1 in the grand finals after 2 games, just 2 games. But what a performance. What a performance on Miramar.
I assume that if I go backstage right now, they're going to be posing in front of that scoreboard for pictures, as they should. Excellent.
Stop the count.
Stop the count. Stop the count. Honestly, though, this is... To put this in context, Taggleton said when he got here, Santastico said, I'm such a big fan. Like, these are guys who have been watching these players play, who have their chance at the big leagues, and are now going head-to-head and winning not 1v1s, not 1v2s, 1v3 pluses against them.
The hilarious thing is that I didn't think coming out of this game anything was going to top the discussion point of T1. However, we're kind of there. Let's take a look at the rest of Rock, and then we can talk about T1.
Sure.
Because Rock deserves the limelight after something like that. I want to look at all the rest of the players and see what they've been up to as well here from all of this. As for Santastico, those 3 towards the end are making that clutch happen. Unbelievably pivotal. To be honest, he's not going to get man of the match, but I think he is the man of the match for me in my
this is, you have to give the honorary one, right?
Yeah.
To have a clutch moment like that, to be able to turn this around, that stun grenade in the very end, that was just perfectly executed, right? And he was under pressure, but they managed to do it, and they managed to give all that they had. Even after Tickleton backstabbed, and even then he put them down to being only 3, there should have been some sort of manager. It's going to be BL with 644 damage and 3 kills. But yeah, Santastico with that last clutch, that was huge.
So, man of the match, BL. But you're right, honorary goes to Santastico because that was that moment where they were looking, I think, down the barrel of another second place. They're probably pretty happy with that situation. And then he comes out and manages to do something that he is going to be telling his grandkids about when he gets older, right? He's going to be like, I went up against these, these guys, a doozy, okay? I killed a doozy.
All right, 20 points go their way. As we mentioned, they will be #1 on the leaderboard so far. Let's turn our attention to
Man of the match should be decided on impact, not by stats. True, but the problem with that is you can't automate it.
From them, and it was awesome to watch.
And there's no way that they don't automate the graphics.
Championships, they're really focused on EWC. Every game matters. They came out in this match.
Then you would actually need to have someone who understands the game, like running the production. And that's quite rare, honestly, because the production companies are hired to produce for every game.
America's #1, baby. America's #2, baby.
That's really
all the way.
I didn't expect that when I showed up this morning. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No.
I'm happy to see it, but it's pretty good for them.
It's rare to see more placement points than kills as well.
That is true. That is true. But I mean, let's continue down this avenue here, Avenger, because I do want to get your take on T1.
All right, if you haven't already.
Performance they put up too.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
We have a giveaway.
Them holding on to the reins, making
either
sure
on Facebook
they are taking on the teams that
or on
that they
Twitter,
know and they can take on. Mechanically, these guys are there.
whichever you like.
For this to
you go enter.
Here, like,
Find this post on the top of my page. You just press like and then comment which weapon you think should get a progressive skin. I've seen some crazy answers.
Okay, let's heal up, let's loot a little bit, and then get on to the next fight, right? And then BP kind of took them off, tried to kind of catch them off-handed. BP got completely shut down from that.
Catch them off-handed.
What a start! What a wild roller coaster we've already been on. Across just 2 games.
I mean, it's absolutely been. We thought 17. They won PGS 7. They've been kind of quiet in this one so far. We have seen some really cool stuff come from Twisted Minds, but they're not closing out the games. But to see T1 and Rock, 2 teams that I did not expect to be in that position after 2 games.
Twisted Minds has a POV today.
Also, 2 completely opposite endings. One really open here, not too much cover, and then on the other side, complete urban, really different circles. Also, sure, somewhat close, but different areas of the map.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, wildcard maps on the way. Already started wild, so why not let's turn that up a little bit right after this break.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
He's the guy on the
Guy, I
left.
can see you.
I'm pretty sure he takes the Panzer out from this car.
I like this a lot.
Are you gonna
Yeah.
take yours?
Give a Panzer.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
What's your
Bro,
plan?
If they get in the car, you could get in the back seat with them.
Don't do that, it's popped.
Them. Holy fuck.
I like this.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Holy fuck.
Dude, Kick notices so much,
in.
bro.
I don't think you're in. I don't think your spot above you is.
Kick's like attention to detail is
You're about to
so elite, it's insane.
Which team is this on you?
Rock.
Gotcha.
They have a line like orange.
Yeah, I'm
They
hoping
already
they
have
sweep
green.
north.
Yeah, they
And then like they don't really actually do anything from here. I was hoping that he like blows some people up with that Panzer, so we could claim analytical supremacy once again for noticing that he took the Panzer out from the car ahead of time, like we did with the Batulian spike. But never mind. How does that not get that knock? Excuse me.
У меня офис забирают.
Да, да, забирают, Дип, давно уже забрали. Хорошо. Фальконов и будто килфит надо.
У меня тачки. Рядом проезжает.
И отпугиваем.
Прям меня.
Окей.
Один нок. Два нока. Еще.
Двое еще. Надо бить, Дип. Надо бить. На метке, Дип. Надо бить, подойти.
Два нока
Одного добил. Дип, надо поджаться. Окей, они там все в доме в этом на метке.
Дип, вернись за
He did like 10 damage. I must have hit that outside window.
Ты 17 доел?
Next dom.
Нет,
на улице.
нет, они сейф, ты чё?
Где они? В
По тобой.
апельсинках?
Желтая линия.
Парни,
Всё,
пройдите
хорошо,
к Дипу,
окей.
помогите Дипу запушить.
Окей, ну мы тогда арену дадим. Я иду.
Один, останьтесь хотя бы. У Дипа панцирь, можно
перебегу, но
нокнуть
очень
вдвоем.
Возьми у меня БЗ.
Не могу уже.
Ладно.
У меня тоже панцир. Да меня нокают, я не знаю.
Без смоков, брат.
А, меня джемпси нокают.
Меня сейчас 17 ног въедут.
Ох, давай, неси Тему в сейф.
Ползи внутрь. Нужен внутрь, брат! Да ты. Сейчас меня... Все, мы сейчас придем.
Смок надо?
Нет, нам не нужно съебаться, пока 17 нас не запушили.
Next dom у Дипа.
В окнах я могу дать.
Да, могут. Я дверь закрыл.
Парни, у вас два панцира, вот так вот просто пройдите, вместе выпушите.
Сейчас все сделаем.
Надо играть.
Я нокнул.
Вот здесь.
Да.
Я ready.
Там будет прострел небольшой от
Прям next
17.
dom у Дипа, прям next dom у Дипа.
Давай,
аккуратно.
проходи.
Я нокнул.
Окей, жди.
Тему пушит, Тему посидите первым.
Где они?
Next dom.
Вдвоем доигрывайте, я 17 смотрю.
Играй. Вот тут. Надо играть.
Я смог, да? Подождите, джемпси.
Окей, да.
Я флешки раскидываю.
Открывай дверь.
Не ебут. Я запрыгнул, Тём.
Я тоже.
Ног добил.
Я
Я
второй.
захилюсь, пацаны.
Шар. Ты быстрее у меня.
Нефов 3.
They take a pickup.
На четверку самоварик.
Или просто
сюда,
кем
можно
не
нажать.
факт, что они
Вниз?
ждают.
Просто вниз?
Давайте
Парни,
Давай.
Go for the dips.
Вот сюда, вот под камни.
Желтая параша. Левее надо.
Просто под камни.
That's how they end up with example, just proning.
Перфекта гора.
Я пока лег, парни.
Опасно вот эта хуйня.
Да, не может.
See.
Я не помню там как...
Вообще правый, что там происходит?
Fair enough.
Я к вам хочу.
I'm gonna be right back 1 second.
นี่ฮาว I'm Tiger and Lyric.
No, Lyric.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got 2 games in the books, and now we are headed on to, I believe, Tago, after the Americas have come out strong, and most recently, I gotta say it, Paper, you get so much love to Korea. Vamos, baby! Brazil coming in here with a huge win from Rock in game number 2.
That was just an insane ending. Just an insane ending. No other way to describe it. I mean, Fantastico, what else needs to be said? That is just one of those great moments in PUBG Esports history right there, where he's able to clutch out a huge win for Rock. And, you know, going forward, are they going to be able to keep building momentum off that? Because surely that should give them a ton of confidence.
I mean, you're talking about a 2nd place followed by a 1st place. If you're not going to build momentum off of that, I don't know what else you need. But we are heading over to those quote-unquote wild card maps, which can always present some unique and interesting situations for these guys to have to deal with. And one of the most, one team that's got a lot to deal with here. How do you recover from that if you're BB team? That was a really rough one. But we are in the plane. We are ready to go on to Tago. Love the red.
Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. I mean, I think, you know, for BB team, they played enough PUBG.
I would think so.
They should be okay. I would think. Yeah, they're professionals.
Cold-blooded.
You know, and the thing about PUBG is like, you have a solid, usually in the beginning of games, you know, a couple minutes to kind of regroup, talk things out, you know, kind of get your feet underneath you again and sort of just wash away what happened. Just washes away.
Well, they got a chance to kind of sit down and a little bit longer break this time as well. Talk to the coach, get a little drinky, and get the minds right as they head on Tago and immediately drop out of the plane. So they are one of the first to the ground. That'll be a good way to get things going. As we see, this is a little bit dangerous. Rock and Freaks running right close to each other just southwest of Godot.
What in the world is going on here? This must just be kind of cross drops because of the shifted plane pass.
Salute's nowhere near either.
This is, Salute's over by Godok, and Rock has to pull off. They couldn't get down first, and they knew that they were not going to have a good opportunity. So instead, it's a quick pivot over to the vehicle. Heaven has a mini, and he's running over there. These are going to be tough shots. Not in time.
Not in time, and luckily they left him a US. Nice of them. Are they going to chase him? No way they chase him, right?
No. There's no hope.
Not chasing. We'll go back to Godok with loot up as Salute has found the city completely empty. New circle has popped, and we are going back down to the southeast. Looks like we're centering just off to the northwest of Buxensa.
Yeah. So we'll see. We had a circle over here the other day, and maybe kind of in a similar vicinity. Don't know for sure, of course, but you know, kind of wait on this one. But a lot of teams had to drop on that northern island because of the plane path, so there could be a few awkward situations trying to cross those bridges. But the westernmost bridge has 2 levels, so it makes it a lot safer to get across. One of those bridges you got to make a jump, and you can do it from the north side to the south side. You know, a lot of times you're going to see teams using the ramp, but there is that little, I don't even know what to call it, like a girder that sticks out.
There's a way to do it. It's definitely possible. We have seen, we've seen teams do it, and we've seen the same team fail it. So sometimes it's a lot harder to miss or harder to hit than you might otherwise indicate. BL and the rest of the Rock Boys already sending it down across the bridge, so they won't have to worry about any potential bridge camps. T1, meanwhile, after the freight train that they boarded in game number 2, what did they end up with? Like 13 kills, something like that. It was
14 maybe.
Bananas.
Yeah, I mean, that is, you know, I think T1 pulled off of their Chumasera drop spot, and I think you can pretty well say that that ended up being the right decision for them.
I would say so.
This is a team that could fight out in the open with the best of them, and they are showing you why. You know, tremendous mechanics. You know, Sonic was praising his team's sort of diligence during the week off, where they were grinding, they were practicing a lot, getting ready for this. There's still a lot at stake for this T1 squad in terms of, you know, their rankings and where they're going to be going the rest of the year and getting into EWC and things like that. So, yeah, they are fully locked in, at least so far, here in the finals, and definitely looking forward to this. I'm just gonna shut up and watch.
Yeah, just a little replay here of sweet Santastico generously taking the 4 1v1s that BB was willing to provide him after they went up 4-2 or 4 players to 2, but Santastico just playing that rock like a Stradivarius, and that chef's kiss, the perfect flashbang at the end to secure the dub. That is we're going to be seeing highlights of that for the rest of the year. Hope you liked it, because you're going to be seeing a lot of it.
that one's going to be all over PAS at the beginning of this season. But we do have an interview with Shrimzy and the Falcons after their Game 1 win. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Shrimzy, my captain. All right, Falcons won that bird war on the first Miramar, but we saw you laugh heavily at the end. What happened?
Well, Tig was talking a lot of smack, so I just decided to put him down and get the last kill for all the fantasy users.
Do it for the do it for the fans. All right, thank you. Thank you too. Yeah, thank you. All right, we're gonna go back to Tego. Bye.
Bye. Well, thank you. I mean, look, it's good that the boys are keeping the fantasy players in mind, as Nixie has that M249 and okay, they'll get Dons, they'll get Colt, they'll get Spaceman. Can they get Suzanne as well, as they executing a little bit of a bridge camp over by the fishing camp?
-3.
Their normal drop. They haven't been able to use it, though, because the Expendables has the same drop, but the Expendables obviously not here in these grand finals, and now VP able to play Tego the way they want to, and they're going to find 3 kills to start off the match.
Well, I talked about it at the beginning. So many teams on that northern island had to wonder, is somebody going to make a go for it? And VP, you know, kind of frustrated. You could see it on camera when we were watching some of the highlights from the last game. Their reaction after losing that battle against T1, you know, a lot of frustration being shown. And this is a way to kind of, again, reset, change your mindset, change everything about the rest of the day potentially. Get one of those good bridge camps, get some good kills, and kind of move from there. And they are back up to 4 strong, and they take 3 away from Taikula.
Well, while that's going on, we have 2 E pickups in the air as well, as we've got BB Team and Theraton 5 making their way down to the southeast. It looks like BB Team will go long, and they should be free. We'll keep an eye on Theraton 5, see where they go. T1, meanwhile, on this northern side, getting
Heather's looking like a pretty good value pick.
Minds, but should be safe. I think they're just stopping down to scout a little bit.
Dude, I love how BB just said, screw it, we're going as far away from everything as possible.
The
they are completely on the other side of the circle.
TKL pick not looking so hot.
Looting and vehicles and all those good things. T5, you know, I don't know what they're planning. Are they gonna try and drop on Buksan-sa? No, maybe going all the way to Ohyang. The 5 roads. That's what Ohyang means essentially. Like 5 roads. Yeah. I think something like that.
Not me stopping right now to count every single road going into Ohyang. Well, I can see T5 dropping, and that looks to be the play. They're going right in there, and let's count the roads, chat. 1, 2.
Well, there's like 5
3,
like
4,
intersections, I think, or something like that.
5.
I don't know.
You know
What
what?
are we doing?
Count it.
Yeah.
So it looks like 5 to me.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Why are we counting the amount of roads?
Looks like Fluky will stop down in Ohyang.
Why is this what's
the other
happening?
guys,
нам нужно прям быть там под зону. Хотя бы 3, наверное, потому что 17-й, как всегда, играет по вейпоинту, скорее всего.
Falcons aren't fighting
И они
shit
типа очень близко, и они просто заберут эту хуйню.
anytime soon.
Нам надо, по идее, подъехать вот сюда по 2 одному человеку в упор. Вот, а мне стать на горе, чтобы посмотреть эту хуйню.
Смотрите, мне один желтый.
Возможно, еще вот отсюда видно, нет? Вот с этой ХГшки вроде бы видно с 2.
Посмотрю иногда, Тём.
Алло, с 2 же видно, по идее, как Густав отдается?
Да.
Как отдается, видно. Можно тогда сделать так, что... У вас Т1 скипнули? Ну или кто у вас там был с вашего сайта?
На четверку 2 тачки ехал, да.
Короче, главное, чтобы там просто никак на спину не расхерачили. Но если наша зона, мы в любом случае с двойки сыграем охуенно.
Я тебе честно скажу, я и так увижу, если будут выдаваться. У меня деревья там не прорисовываются, я вот вижу.
А, то есть ты видишь, да?
Я вот максимальная метка, вот я ставлю. Типа я ебать вижу далеко.
Окей,
Давай
хорошо.
вдвоем перв постреляем без глушителя.
Тогда нам нужно сколько? Двоих человек отправить на двойку? Тёма и Дип тогда поедут на двойку, а я встану, ну, тоже рядом с ними буду.
Давай.
Единственное, я не увижу, если они вот так вот поедут.
А ты вот эту же хуйню тоже видишь на двойке?
Не, вот там у меня деревья. Не, ну я вижу ее, я вижу, что там
Это
чел,
Тёма
например, понял?
может
На
видеть.
тройке. Вот он
Да,
там бегает.
вижу. А как у него тачка стоит?
Он тройка прям стоит, в сторону буксанцы смотрит.
В сторону
Это
буксанцы.
чел слева приехал и...
То есть это не 4M, да? Это именно они?
Не, это Скангича как раз ФРМ, возможно, и т.д.
5 секунд.
И Фореста, да?
Еще вертик
Да, не
летит.
Форест, не
Но ты,
Форест.
если что, и то видишь, да? И Кемп, и Гору.
Да.
Еще
Ну, гору я
вертик
плохо
летит
вижу.
один.
Еще, хорошо.
Я не понимаю, откуда он.
Нам уже скоро выезжать.
Страны Инчан.
Еще 4 человека с страны Инчон летит, да. Дип, вам нужно уже всем выезжать потихоньку в сторону двойки.
Да, я буду выезжать.
Так понял, если они по синему поедут, я не увижу.
Только парашютисты
Я
могут...
понял.
Я выезжаю. Парашютисты что-то могут делать под наш выезд.
Могут.
Да, но у них тачек нет.
Если наша зона прокнет, просто у нас там перфект, во-первых, стоит, плюс мы вернемся.
У меня тут 2 панцера, я могу тут задефаться, если что.
What are you talking about?
Тройка 2 чела стоит. Тройка 2 чела стоит.
I got an email that says, "Are you making the most of your account that you literally only have for your driver's license?" No, probably not. But like, why?
И там еще ФРМ дерутся на тройке.
Так, скорее на тройке.
DP28 progressive skin with a pizza on the magazine. Each level adds additional toppings to the pizza. Okay, someone do some like freak shit on the stream.
As that is 2 points picked up by 4AM, T1 and M if they continue this direction, but it looks like they're turning in.
Yeah, just a pre-rotation here for T1. Just have to be very careful with these driving paths. You're going to be dangerously close to 4AM. And there they are, 4AM right on top of it. HS, that is disgusting. That's two! Nasty stuff from HS, and T1 flew too close to the sun.
Beautiful from
two of them right next to each other.
That is 2 points picked up by 4 into the to the north. Rain Sosed. Remember, I said Ferris came and joined Sosed, but Ferris will get spotted on the roof. The rest of the boys have
Holy shit, we've got more cuts than an American action movie.
All right, let's see what they can do. Knocks to both teams. It's a fair fight around the edge.
Jumping all over the
So
place.
careful there, my
Shit.
guy. You are in trouble, but he wins it. Hackatori just better. Nixie had the DMR out. Hackatori with an
on the way over here. Freaks on the way over here. The southwestern side of the circle is about to turn bloody as heck as Navi.
Bloody as heck. Oh, GG. He's stuck on the fan.
And it is not going to knock him down, but look at the bullets. Oh, it's so
That'll
short.
do it.
Biel with the shot will find Ibiza.
And Rock, they stole both of those knocks. They got a couple extra big kill points there. Hackatori winding up. Another frag, just gonna miss. Lucarux around the other corner, so they guessed incorrectly, and they're gonna pay the price. Sosa down, stayed, turn up to bat. Watching that angle. Ooh, if he had peeked that angle, it doesn't matter. Lucarux still comes up through the window.
Lucarux with the AUG will jump in. Yeah, we want to try to secure those points if possible. They know exactly where Hackatori was, so he knows that he is free to come in here and clean these up. And gives him a little bit of hard cover to work with, as it looks like Rock has since abandoned, but Freaks still sniffing around over here. They see the smokes as a nice spray from Luca. He's got 354 damage, but as soon as he vaults out the door, he's met with a bullet from Freaks.
Yeah, the Freaks, though, not really much left they can do in this fight. Maybe leave one. Maybe just Gumin to watch with the DMR. See if he can find a freebie. But you know Rock isn't too far away either, so you have to be extra careful as the Freaks, because you don't know exactly where they went off to. You're going to have to get a little bit of info on their positioning before you commit to this fight a little bit heavier. And in fact, they're getting shot at by, I think, 17.
17, yeah.
So Freaks kind of just were hoping and they were just a hair late to the party. And this is nasty stuff. 1, 2, 3. It's just a headshot in the middle.
Change target. Blap, 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 blap. And blip. One more.
Boom.
Why not? Easy for HS. Well, Guman has stuck behind here. The rest of the freaks started making their way off to the north, but not really far removed from each other. They've got Heaven in a compound off to the north, so Guman really just kind of free to watch over this.
Yoga bonito.
If he gets him down to half HP.
He's got a blue zone. He thought about it for a second there. I think he might have a good opportunity now to throw a blue zone, clear out one side of the house, but he's got to worry about the peaks first. And then could go for the shotgun play. Just kind of barrel on in there.
Oh!
Oh no!
We can get run
kind of barrel on in there.
Oh!
One side of the house, but
Oh my God! Shut up.
And then could go for the shotgun play. Just kind of barrel on in there. Oh,
Oh!
no! Oh no!
Oh!
Okay.
He wants,
Understandable.
We'll most likely see freaks play from the edge from this
I think it's
point
260.
Hit it.
260 yellow, 262 fire.
I'll range you in. I'll let you know plus.
Waiting.
One guy driving to resin.
Yeah,
He's driving to resin. Okay, wait. Can you blue mark? He's gonna be on the right side of the rock.
plus
It's
40.
too short.
Plus 30.
Plus 30, yeah.
Plus 30.
Wait, let me get a good mark as well.
Yellow, blue.
Yeah, here you go.
Shoot
Do
another
it
one. Just shoot them all.
Do it
Not gonna
Gets
shoot them
2
all.
kills.
We have 3 more. Wait, how far is it?
The other one's pulling up on the
The
shed.
stack's gonna hit. Nice, good flash.
Shooting more.
Yeah, shoot.
There's a
shoot
guy
it.
close
might be
west,
knocked.
guys.
Again.
Close
Same
west.
spot.
I'm gonna be
On
safe.
orange, guys.
I'm good.
Take up
H1, I need you to smoke me right now. Fuck.
Shoot the same spot.
You guys watching in my city, you guys?
Yeah.
No, I can't see shit.
Okay, well I can get ran down on.
Coming back to you. Quarters
You get
are
any of those kills? Try to watch
empty.
Something like
They just die like because they're trying to range find for the mortars.
Who killed you, Pegapo?
Yeah, Pegapo is the
on
team
orange
that...
wall.
Yeah.
He's peeking me. He might think we're solo, Shrimp.
Wait.
Saw me run into the building.
What angle did he shoot from orange?
Orange wall, yeah.
And which?
Oh, the freaks.
Did they get the kiss kills?
And that's the hits here.
Uh.
Folks. I mean, you're gonna need a lot. Oh my goodness! Kickstart is gonna steal it.
And I'm out.
Yeah, raining. Nothing else he can do except try to salvage some points here. Xiaowu prone down behind the fence. You got Olympus above. Some nades, but out in the open it's Kiss. Goodbye, Lil Ghost. And that's the anchor player, 417, dealt with 3v3 on the other side. That grenade really close to Olympus's feet, but he's got one.
Oof,
They're exploding
he's so
all around
low.
him. How is he still alive? Scappy now here to back him up, but it doesn't matter. It's just Kiss again.
This guy absolutely cracked as Kiss is making a name for himself here in PGS 7 on the
That's crazy. The guy who's never been to a PGS before, right?
not a hard shift really, but just a shift away from Books and Saw. So all those teams on the north.
Forest Gaming, a brand new team to international. No.
Well, as the freaks now, you got to keep your head on a swivel. Never know when Forest is going to strike behind you. Still have BL. He's chilling on top of a can, waiting to see if the freaks are going to push through. But freaks should be diligent with this. A stun in the window, maybe a frag.
Very calmo, one might say. Oh, stun comes through. Nothing to follow it up. Rest of the gang has arrived. Salute, don't just walk in there. Yeah, there you go. He was waiting to see if he got shot at, and he will not, but there you go. BL will get finished out, and Rock goes out in 14th place as 4 a.m. is getting 1v4'd by Ranger X, but HS will survive and gets him with the Panzerfaust.
Oh, that's brutal, though, for 4 a.m. potentially, because here comes Rossiter Jr. One frag grenade, and it's lights out for 4 a.m. If it's in the doorway, it's done. Oh, he got outside just in time, but still, those are going to be points claimed there for Rossiter Jr. Padampong off in the distance, watching his back so he can take this fight, but he's out of throwables that'll do damage. Gonna have to get it done with a little bit of gunplay here. trying to get the res off. Smoke has to come out first, just enough time to throw 2, and that's going to maybe allow him to get that res.
Oh god, Batulis is here too.
Unless kickstart.
Tell you what, a butterfly flapping its wings. Twisted Minds was absolutely pinned down by T5.
Checking this body. Oh, he's got nades. Let's go.
Now they're pushing over here, has opened up Twisted to come in. They're going to find Patapong.
He missed to the door.
Open things up for Falcons to come down from their high horse.
He missed to the door twice.
Forest just going to drive right through it with little regard for their own
Rossited
lives.
JR.
And they will make it through with 3.
And he threw the blue zone second.
Blue zone there, just going to soften up.
Oh my god, I need to have words with this guy.
Heals that they could get through that. Okay, but
You throw the blue zone first,
He's completely out.
so that they think they can stand in it and heal,
they're pinned in there.
and then you throw the frag grenade in because they're going to be like 20 HP.
They're going to get out at least within the next circle or 2 before they have to kind of wait for something else to happen, somebody else to relieve the pressure.
Yeah.
Well, maybe day trade.
Day trade. This could be a problem for Twisted Minds. Day trade, full 4-man squad coming up from the south, and does not look like Twisted has spotted them yet. Lou looking over in that direction. He's going to let them know, but before that, Thanadol will get the knock onto him as example, spotting a ball from range. Can get a little bit of damage in, but can't get the knock. Now Twisted Minds have to pull all their attention back towards the south.
4AM has been gifted an opportunity to break out if they can realize it. Falcons are also now
I'm so
taking a
tired.
fight against Bago Pa right outside of Buksansa. And now you've got a P90 for Perfectix. There you go, kickstart. He's going to find that. There's a knock from Park Pro, but watching Perfectix, trying to figure out exactly.
He's running out in the wide open.
There's a guy knocked in the back.
Up. You need to go right, man?
No, or they're like really slow. Alright, so where are we going?
It's twisted.
You guys cover me? I can't get out. There's still nades.
There's a random smoking like pussy or something.
I
Yeah,
can
there's a
smoke
team.
gun,
Yeah,
Go
pussy.
pick him up. You need to go right, man?
I need to pick you
Yeah.
up?
I mean,
Alright,
if
go
we're
pick him
not
up,
playing
I'm
this
coming.
side, then pick me up.
Why do they have
you
that
can
as a
be in
call
the
out,
open.
man?
So far.
Pull up in the smokes.
In the smoke, get in, get in.
There's a
It's
guy knocked in the
twisted.
back. Maybe we should.
Okay, so I think 4AM is. I don't have numbers perfect. Did you instant?
What are we doing, H1? We have 10 seconds.
Playing to green. Beggarpaw's running the open towards it.
Yeah, have levels, please.
Fight this. He's
Yeah.
running the wide open. Just kill Sky West. Wide open
Okay.
tree. Wide open on Wednesday. On yellow tree. 1 HP.
Yeah, he's
Alright.
one.
We're in the open, careful.
One's nading me.
He's prone. Big up one
One's in
knock.
nade range of me. One
Guy's
guy
up.
left.
There's one by H. You need to take cover from.
There's another one in blue. Get my
One's
flush.
on your
I need
left.
yellow smoke.
On your left, Swimsy pushing the smokes. One guy.
One killed himself and you're
I marked
by
him.
you.
Peeking fence. He's running out in the wide open. Fist out, running. Peek this guy.
In the water, in the
I
water,
marked
in green. In the water.
Nice.
Last one in green. Is that the guy? You know?
Yeah, that's last one. Last one on green.
No.
That's last guy.
Take that flash on the left. It's free.
I have him flushing the right smoke as well.
He already got it.
He's in the bush. Okay. You hit him.
You res?
Almost.
I'm going to.
That flash.
My nade, by the way.
Nice, he's heady.
Bodied.
Yeah, don't let him nade you here.
Nade on me. I have to heal again, brother.
He's right smoke.
Low. I don't think I have to go. He's just running.
My god, bro. How many times do I have to fucking hit this guy?
I just.
Couple more. Need to hit him a couple more times.
But they have so much real estate to work with as we see Suze making his way from the south. Hakatori still alive for Navi in the blue on the north side as they are, but it looks like Heaven is aware that that snake might be there. Suze, meanwhile, still slowly making his way. Bestalok looking for him. The spray from Suze. Get him down to half HP. He's going to eat a lot of blue, and he will go down in the end. 2 Bestalok point taken by BB team.
Yep, so BB right back into another good game where they've got 4 up into the late game. Baron, though, going to find Perfectix. And I don't know what exactly happened there. Aduzi trying to put some shots into his back, but needs the vehicle. More importantly, to have a little bit of ability to make some rotations. Raining still prone in the middle of the previous circle, now on the edge of the new one. Heaven still trying to figure out what the heck is going on with Hakatori. He is just clawing his way through this blue. Salute now gonna open up with some frags, but it's actually Phil first, and now Salute really wants to get in there and get these kills. Oh, it's actually Baron who takes it.
Oh,
is
my
he gonna
goodness,
get one more?
Baron has Forrest on 7 kills now. These guys, somehow, some way, even down to 1, just farming points as the smoke wall going to slow things down just enough for Freaks to not be able to finish off Batulins. And because of that, because they called Heaven back over here to deal with that, that's allowed Hackatory to get
Where?
in for Navi.
I don't
Still
see
alive
any.
on that northern side as Batulin's just trying to slow things down and waste their time.
You still have
calling in flares.
2 Hearts coming up right behind Hackatory. Might be able to steal a point there. Nope, Hackatory was wise to it.
Completely missed. That's crazy.
He was. We got it, and there you go. Baron will go down to the blue. Hackatory
Nice extra
took the
placement.
shots, immediately revealed himself, and now Freaks are all staring down in that direction. Guman will go ahead and get credit
Extra
for that
placement
one.
point.
And now, actually spotting out Geeka in the process too. So a little bit fortuitous there for Freaks that they stopped to take shots at Hackatory, because I don't know if they would have seen Geeka coming otherwise.
This is a great opportunity for Reigning to make
Surely
a move,
BB
but
team
doesn't feel
can't
comfortable
throw
to,
this
for whatever
time.
reason. Still hanging out on the edge, but
Even if the
down.
casters said
BB,
that
4 kills
game
this
2
time,
wasn't
4
a throw.
up. DNF, the only other team with 4
It
up,
definitely
DK
was.
with 3, definitely going to be a threat here. It's just a matter of can DNF
Surely
avoid
they can't
stepping on
throw
another
this
landmine.
time.
Reminiscent of that final game on Erangel in the PGS 7 final stage. He's in the bushes and he's just trying to back off. He doesn't want to take this fight. DNF though definitely wants a piece of Geek. Little opening damage done on a high Ruzin. Oh, what a knock from Gumin.
Good shots there on Aspiro. And meanwhile, BB team hanging out on the south side, they have a perfect opportunity to redeem themselves from game number 2, where they lost the 4v2 and gave the win over to Rock. Now they still have 4 up once again, and they are looking real nice. Look at the utility. They have everything they could need. Now, if they can just get a few more kills to go along with it, they've got Haruzan and Quizzy pinned just uphill from them, but they have to be careful about the angles they peek because they don't know where Freaks is, and there is that stick in the grass.
Saw him.
Salute will spot him though. Reigning lands 1 shot.
Nice.
And that is all it takes for Salute to take it down.
Dude, Salute might find a huge angle onto the back of BB while
BB
they're fighting with GK.
and push towards GK
Uzi has been knocked. Frag being thought about here by
instead
Phil
of
first.
funneling the 4 versus 4.
Along with, I think, a Blues open. The frag
Good
is
as
good
Ned,
enough. It
though. Holy
bounces
shit.
right on top of the rock. What a throw.
Beautiful stuff from Phil first, but while that was happening, it's taking long enough that the new circle popped and Freaks have used
they
their
actually might
vehicles
lose.
to take over everything. They have all angles
That's not good.
into this next zone, but BB should be able to get everybody back on their feet. They have vehicles of their own. How do they decide to play this, though? You could see nothing in the bag for Molodoc in terms of utility. They still have 7 grenades, but only 1 smoke.
DL and Salute have to be very, very careful here because it's hard to say exactly how much cover you're going to get from Gumin and Heaven behind you. So you don't want to overpeak. You don't want to lose for free because if you go a little bit too far too soon, you could die, and there could, even if you get a knock, there could be the res that comes through for BB, and they're going to have a 4 versus 3. And certainly, you don't want to give them another opportunity at that because they're definitely licking their chops to come back and get a big win. DL just going to hide behind the tree. They're going to hear this rotation. What is the counter move? A little bit of driving.
Phil first. They left Phil first behind, and he's going to spot out Salute. So Salute, the first one to go down.
Holy
Heaven
shit,
takes a
man.
few shots. Salute will get flushed out. Guman with the spray, not going to find it. Phil first will get traded out by Deal, though. It is a 3v3. Bestalock will go down as well as they tried to take get him from behind. And now all of a
Heaven
sudden it's down to
sprayed him
Molodoc
down.
and Doozy. They spot out Deal. They've got him pinned against the tree, but shots coming from Heaven will put things on pause. And a great grenade from Deal. A Doozy goes down, and Molodoc, the last player left alive for BBT.
Sure seems like it's over.
Guman found the final player, and he's got him. The circle in the end. The chicken dinner goes to DNF. And
Good
they played
stuff.
that so well
Good
out on the
stuff.
edge. Very good proactivity from them. The way
I'm
they
okay
were
with
bouncing
that.
back and forth between fights, never overcommitted to anything, left them with 4 up and a huge advantage in this final couple
If
circles.
Extremely
DNF
well played by
starts
the
winning,
Freaks, but BB team has to be asking, what do we
that is
gotta
useful
do
for
when
my
we get to the final
way
2?
too early
And we've got 4 players
PGC
alive,
predictions.
and that's another opportunity wasted there to get another win. But again, great performance from them. as they find themselves in the final two. They get a nice stack of kills to go along with it, so their leaderboard position should be secured. But we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break that one down now.
Really? Why are flies so good at finding a way? Any little slight crack opening in a window, they'll go straight through it into the house, but then you can never get the bastards out.
Turn on, or does he let everyone else carry him along so far? Only one kill for him. That's quite surprising, but it's good to see because Gumin felt like he was kind of holding them back a little bit. Of course, he's IGL, but he was holding a little bit back in PGS 7 in terms of contributing to kills and so far. But yeah, the big question is, does DL change his name back to Babsang Heck if we cheer on him enough?
Where is he? I would love it to go back to Bob Sanghead, but right now he is the real deal as he manages to pull that out. I love the end game here because Freaks took the fight to BB Team.
I'm sad. I thought you were going to just go on saying BB Team's just not good enough to win games.
I feel like I've been human too much of that lately. I was going to stick to the actual.
Stop letting him do this. Stop letting him get away with it.
No, the end game was great. So BB Team gets a whole huge slew of drops. They're looting it. They're getting ready. And, you know, Freak said, you know what, why wait? They had Prio and they pushed, which BB Team did in the last game, and it didn't work out so good for them. So this time, I like that they were proactive.
Yeah, I like that too. Especially when you have that knock and you know, okay, this is our time. There's going to be 2 players potentially left out of battle for like 15 seconds. The other guys are not going to be too aggressive. That's when you take the time to kind of shut it out, take those different angles, and that's how you win late game.
Going back to much of this game was a little bit tricky. We saw a lot of holdout survivors, right? We saw Navi, T1, Forest Natural, all depending on one person salvaging points. We also saw 4AM spend almost the entire game inside of a shed, and if there wasn't a better metaphor for their PGS experience so far, I'm not sure what it is, because they sat there, they survived one person's onslaught, and then came out and got sacrificed. So they do get a couple of points, but it's not going to be enough to really make them competitive, and then we go to the final. And again, BB's they've got to be getting frustrated already. Like, this is the 3rd game in a row where they've got really rough ends.
I mean, if you keep getting second places, you're going to win the turn.
Yeah,
but M19 2018 did it. They won a whole tournament without winning a single game. But Tulins, that's 7 years ago. But Tulins did it. He pioneered the second place meta. Maybe we can do it again.
So far, I mean, it's gaining them a lot of points. They're just not being able to round things out. I guess it's only a matter of time before you round things out if you're constantly getting second places. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. I kept looking around to see if I could find Deal so I could just sing the Babsang Head song to him because he has to change his name back, but he's not going to. 10 kills go their way as well as 1,700 damage. The high ground position, and as you guys were mentioning, the third-party timing from them to try and deal with everything that was going on down towards the bottom. It was perfect. Great timing.
And 21 grenade versus 2 grenades on Geeky, right? That's where you see the damage difference come in. 19 more grenades, a few more shots taken as well. And I will say this too, you have to remember, Geeky,
they have changed the order.
They have a decent amount of control, but there are so
Nades
many
are on the
teams
left
coming
now.
in from the north. Freaks, they managed to stay strong, 4 guys through that. And that's also why we see this popping off. Like, it's rare we see Salute with the least amount of kills on this team.
It's actually shocking.
A lot of damage done, but yes, it will not be him taking man of the match. It will be Fun Size Salute.
He's not Budget Salute anymore. I'll tell you that, right?
No, he's just a little short, so he's Fun Size Salute. Is you know those like little Milky Way bars that you get in there?
You can. Gumin is the GOAT. I love Gumin.
He's good.
And to be such a young guy, to be having the reins and an IGL role of this, the trust from these guys coming in, especially from really experienced players, obviously also Salute, it's huge. And of course, last
little bastard, man.
He must have been like, guys, I let you down. We could have been a 4 guys versus 17. We could have been in such a strong position. He must have had the pressure. And now stepping up and also to get the man of match for this one is massive.
I will say, the irony is not lost on me that I'm calling someone short. I'll just leave it at that.
But that's fine. It's fine.
20 points go the way here of DN Freaks. We got 13 points for a BB Team yet again. And GK, with Bears repeating, not their normal roster. 10 points here.
Right.
Okay, so Geek, not the normal roster. I mean, essentially, they're in a salvage event to a certain extent without Diffex.
And they're salvaging.
Oh. Then you got Forest Natural Gaming and Na'Vi in 5 and 6, both teams that went down and had to play salvage games, right? With their, I think it was Baron and Hakatori at the end, trying to find points for themselves.
What do you think about Kiss Gaming? Sorry, Forest Natural Gaming.
Forest Natural Kiss Gaming. Kiss has been such a standout player.
He's lovely.
He's been really standout here for them. It's obviously them also one of the reasons why they're able to come up here. I think he had a 4 or 5 kill game on one of the Miramars and now a 3 or something like that. So almost half of the points from Kiss in this one here. I gotta say though, now with these two BP situations, right, them being second.
Yes.
This game there was 3 freaks left alive and a second place. That's 7 points missed out of. The previous one, it was 2 Rock players and a second place. That's 6. So so far, 13 more points could have gone the way of BP team. That would have been 39. That would have meant that they would have been in number 1 if that would have happened.
Yeah, I'm glad you're taking stock of the potential butterfly effect that comes into these kinds of plays. Because, yeah, you're right. It could have been a whole lot more. It's still good. It's still good, and it's still early days. But, you know, you could be number 1.
But it's that congested. And if you go back to PGS 7 on the final day, your
Kinda
top 3
fair.
teams went to war, and the differential was a couple of points. 1 placement point in context of 2 and 3rd, $20,000. So yes, we go, well, they got second again, but they're going to
Giveaway.
Right. The mental anguish of having
Here it
lost
is.
it twice
God
in a row
damn,
to
I'm so
fights that
tired.
maybe they think, I could have done that a little differently, is going to start to sit on them.
They got 125 points in PGS 7.
Not a weapon,
If
but
they had
gloves.
gotten 13 more points than that, they would have gotten second place just behind.
Progressive
17 Gaming ahead of
gloves.
Freak. So those 13 points matters a whole bunch, right?
A lot of
If you're
people saying
fourth off the second,
Scar.
huge difference in PGS
This
point
is
and
still the
prize pool
best
as well.
idea so far, for sure.
Now, where's that home term advantage? Because China's not having an easy start here for our grand finals. It's all Americas, it's all Koreas, it's all EMEAs up there here. China needs to get the ball rolling soon as we go into our next game on Rondo.
17 feels cooked right now. 6, 13, 15. They need to make a move. They need to move. This is defending PGS 7 champion. 17, now's the time. Make a move.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, defending this stage and defending their home turf on Rondo. Let's
All
get
right.
to it as we have game number 4 of the day.
Oh, double planes.
Welcome back, everybody. We have half the games in the books, half more still to play, and we are heading over to Rondo, where we get greeted with a double plane. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paper Thin, and Paper, right off the bat, double plane's just the worst.
No, it is, and they're crossing right by each other on the southern part of the map.
Look at these flight paths, man. This is gonna cause some fucking shit going on.
Nobody really anticipates already. T1
Like, how the fuck do you plan anything with this?
City. That might result in some kind of weirdness, although it looks like T1's just going to pull into Jadena City proper and not really try to go any further, so they're going to play it safe there.
You don't know who's on your plane with you, so you don't know if people have already jumped out. If that's because, like, their normal loot spot is on the other side and then the other plane gets there early. Like, everyone empties their plane before the halfway point. Like, no one took a risk to, like, stay in. There's nobody in Yulin, there's nobody in Jiaotian.
EK will have some angle on him. I saw a few shots coming from PWD and Haruzan. Doesn't look like anything's landing, though. And for having the double plane again, it looks like everybody's going to be safe.
Man, that average damage for Perfectix on this
Dirty.
map.
Absolutely filthy.
Crazy. Almost 500. That is absolutely bananas, man. I mean, he's had a great couple of events for Twisted. He has been arguably their best player, other than him. Well, Batulins. Actually, I'd say Batulins has been better, but
That's the thing about that team, man. It's so hard. Any day, you know, Lou could pop off, Batulins could pop off, Perfectix pop off. Obviously, example. Like, you just never know which one of those guys is going to be the one that does it. And now Navi again getting a little bit of trouble as Freaks will pull in close. This was the long drop.
Oh, he
Freaks
spun out.
4AM and Navi
They were gonna
right
leave
next
him,
to
but
each
he
other. The
spun out,
shots
so
coming
they
through,
came
and
back.
Human will find Hakatori. He goes down at 2 minutes.
that is another rough start for Navi, and the Freaks continue to be so opportunistic in the early part of the game. I know it's Ironside.
This is a professional player flushing.
Just run him over, man.
But the ace Ironside is dog shit.
There you go.
I
Smile
agree.
on his face, but
3 rounds left. It's fine.
Yeah, you know the
yeah, just get rid of it.
Yeah, just I didn't want this gun
it's
anyway.
Like I'm just throwing this thing out of the door right now.
I hate this thing.
Well, that's another game though that Navi is now lost a player early, and they've had to play with 3. So not a great way to start things off for a team that had very high expectations placed upon their shoulders. But plenty of time to bring it back.
For sure. I mean, you're allowed like one kind of subpar day when it comes to these kind of events. But we are going to hear from Lou from Twisted Minds.
Я чувствовал радость и наслаждение за Батулина, что он наконец-таки сделал свой клатч. И, в принципе, это была заслуженная победа. Прийти на парашюте, сыграли с краю этой зоны. Нам было непросто, особенно после горы, но мы сделали это, потому что мы сильная команда. Но я считаю, что индивидуально мы уже подошли к своему пику. Мы можем побеждать финалы и файтить с любой командой.
I mean, interesting thing.
Well, that got cut off short.
You know, maybe a translation thing, but I think what he means to say when he says we reached our peak is that we've reached like our playing form. Like this is where we like to be. No rust, no anything. Like we're playing like we did last year when we ran 3 in a row. So that's terrifying. That's scary for a lot of these teams.
Yes, exactly. I mean, in third place right now, and
that's funny.
You know that they're going to be right there the rest of the way, no matter what it feels like. So that's not something anybody else in this lobby wants to see. Is a full-powered Twisted Minds. He's got the gas can. I'm just filling it up for you, bro.
He said, "I'm gonna shoot that gas can. You give it to me. Give it to me. I'll shoot it.
Come on, get the tires on. Are they gonna date? Are they gonna go
they're
together?
gonna go on a double date.
Oh,
love that.
That's cute.
Well, you can't seat swap to heal. That's the only bad part about this. But
you don't need to seat swap to heal, Poro.
If they want to go halvesies on
you don't need to seat swap to heal. It's been that way for like 2 years now. Hello?
We'll see if they can bring home a win here today.
You've never needed to seat swap to heal.
Second place 2 times in a row. They're still only in 6th place, man.
It is crazy. The kill numbers just haven't been there to back it
Obviously,
up.
you can't use the first aid
Been quite able to
while driving, but like if you were to
in a
stop
way
a
that they
car,
would
you can
like,
use the
I'm
first aid in the driver's seat.
As the freaks are just gonna kind of try to figure out where to go south of the Jiaotin Mountain.
Probably
and just try
misspoke or something.
As comfortable as
Just
they
word
can.
salad
Navi
vomit.
Don't want to go too much closer to that.
But
H-Win has a Dragonov, and we've seen what
Never
Luke can do with
mind.
the Dragonov. Maybe H-Win's got something in store. There's a bolt up on the mountain. Okay, switch over to an SLR for Navi player, but they're just being cautious. Wanted to see how center they could get, but the Falcons have great prio here in phase 1 and are going to set up with that 2-2 split, lock that down. Bagel
Lock it up.
We're out north of Jadena City to start, and now they're driving very, very near Twisted Minds, and you have to be oh so careful with how you navigate this. Can easily lose a player out of nowhere to a twisted spray. So better be diligent, better be good behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think Perfectix heard the engines and was like, you know what, I'll just kind of hang out over here if that's cool with everybody. And, yep, kind of long range. I don't think anybody's gonna get
Oh, they're driving
Tonka.
though.
Twiz.
Getting a little bit closer.
Turbo.
This might be worth a spray if you're Perfectix. Or maybe not. And then Songjong off in the distance. Yet always shoot the trailing car. Unfortunately, this one a little bit too far away. Khan will hit the tree, and we'll get back on the move.
Now, all's well that ends well. A little bit of EMP here for T1. Belmoth right
ideal.
above. Got to be real careful here. And these cars are stopped.
I'd call that below.
Belmoth trying to get out of here without much engine power. Looks like he might be
He
able to.
drove
Turned
into
that
the
thing on
EMP.
a dime too, didn't he? The first shot hit, he immediately turned that thing around. Unfortunately, didn't hit the tree, but he just did a little ring around the rosy and got on out of there. So, well played there from Belmoth. The rest of the team still off to the south. So, we'll see if they're able to rejoin each other or if they'll do a little bit of a splitsy action. Yep, here they are. There they go.
Let's see.
Look at Fluke up in the air. APAC
it's
flares
under
and
the bridge?
gliders.
Style points?
Do it. Under.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now what else?
Chad.
we got? Come on.
In between the cranes?
Do a stunt.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
Amazing.
I love to see it.
it's just nothing greater than seeing some good flying.
you think he's shouting over to VP? He's like, "Hey, see that?
Sup, guys?
Did under the bridge? Did the trick? They're gonna go over here by the."
The way that they say like APAC players like their gliders.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
That's I'm down. You ready?
a product of the APAC playstyle that the teams that use the gliders are the ones who have enough brain cells to play the game
I'm not sure exactly
in a way
where. Okay, they're on the south side. They're
that
slowly coming in, but there's nothing
beats other APAC teams
so they should be okay for the most part.
to get to internationals, you know what I'm
Have to wait
saying?
a little bit, right at the edge of the EMP zone, or maybe just hop in.
Because you only get gliders on the edge of the map.
Pico. And,
So the
there's
APAC
not a
teams
ton
that
of
play the
fly-by left
edge,
in there,
that play
so he's gonna need
slow,
to find
that
a
use
little bit
brain
more.
cells and don't just drive at people
There's
and
a lot
play
of
like
compounds in
classic
front of them, so probably
APAC style
slip
of
up
just
a little bit more ammo.
team
T1
fights
now
all the
out of
time for
EMP
no real
themselves.
benefit.
That did kind of allow Daytrade
Those
to get
teams
past
all
them.
drop so close to the center, so they can just send it into the circle, whatever the circle
Shots
is,
gonna
and
ring
just
out
take
from
a
Tigger and
team
just let
fight
them
at the
know, hey,
start.
we're already here.
The
You're
teams
not
that like
allowed.
hover at the
T1's
edge
like, yeah,
and
you got
actually
it.
take information and
And
control
Twisted Mind's
space.
above T1 there. As Bagel Paw, where in the world did Bagel Paw end up?
They are all the way off to the north.
They're going to tend to be more consistent.
Just west of 4 a.m. now. Interesting to note that nobody
So-
really centering up, despite the fact that this map is, almost 100% playable with small.
As a generalization.
Crannies here and there, in the river in between, but a lot of area to play.
It's
and
not all
nobody's
APAC
really centering
teams.
up. Everybody's
It's very rare
very
to see the
spread out,
Expendables use a glider.
in big wide splits.
So Clory's in a glider in PGS 7, and then I nearly like fell out of my chair. I was so shocked.
It's not like everybody's kind of playing towards the middle on this.
It's
one.
just,
this
you know,
circle kind of
the good
allowing these teams
ones
to kind of flex
who
their
play
wings a little bit and
a more
get a little bit more information about
internationally
what is around
appropriate
them here.
style.
Check on Taikule. They're about as close to center
They're
as
the
you
ones
can
that
get.
like
Other than the
gliders.
Falcons, they've got a 2-2 split, and Daytrade just off to the
And
east
they don't have the international clout to claim drop spots in the center.
Really curious to see.
So they end up dropping towards the edge, which is where all the gliders are.
Type. Blue behind the rock. Wasn't quite ready for the
Wasn't
T1
quite
players
ready.
to fanned out as wide as they did from that compound. They kept taking space as they were afforded some in front of them. And at 4 a.m., a little
Here's
bit
the
of
hard shift.
Yeah, wow, northwest.
All the way up to the northwest, and this is the benefits and the pros and the cons of doing those wide splits, kind of shown in that one interaction. Ian able to pick off Lou when he wasn't looking, but Lou going down without any hope of being revived.
Do it.
All in the same motion
Do
as
it.
we see. This is fun to watch here. It's on Moo leaning out, had the spray onto 2 heart. There's bullets just not going where they needed to. And 4 a.m.
Where would you actually aim for that?
Kind of our northernmost team here. They're going to play that mountain.
Honestly, I think it was close enough that he was aiming too far in front.
Is going to end up though. There's a
still
lot of
heading that
teams.
way.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams down there as well. The Freaks trying to
Probably
figure out what's
could
going on.
have
see if they
aimed
can
like
make a move,
closer to
but
the car,
they're being thwarted pretty early. Heaven trying to wrap north.
just in front of the
It's gonna be
wind
stopped
shield.
by the 4 Angry Men. Bagel Pot driving out in the open. There's a ton of
Wind
teams out
screen.
here.
Nervous about this Kike split. They've got a 2-1-1. Spiro and Haruzen, and Bagopie heading right towards the compound where Spiro is. And he's got to be all by himself. You see Haruzen off in the distance there. The grenade.
No, that's not how Korean rainbow nades
Spiro has
work.
that wall to work around, but does he have an escape plan? As Haruzen will try to give him some support. And you see on the minimap, Quizzy and PWD starting to make their way down here. Spiro, all he's got to do is stay alive long enough for the rest of the boys to arrive.
Well, Bagel Pot felt like there might only be one in this compound, and they were right, and they're trying to push their advantage. Stuns are out now. Spiro on the ground.
They're not even
Grenade
coming.
gonna roll by him, does about half damage. Hasn't found the knock just yet. Oh my goodness, Park Pro just got a sense of him in time.
Saw him.
And now
Shit.
Quizzy close, but not much he can do. So many smokes, can't really quite find the angle. Is going to be able to punish the cars of Bagel Pop for this. But beyond that, I'm not sure. But there's too much more damage that Geekay can really find.
Of course it's Forest. Of course it's Forest. Like, if there's a team that's third partying you or fourth partying you, it feels like the likelihood of it being Forest is obscenely high. Well, Theraton 5 starting to make their way into that Begopa area as well. They come in from the west. Gike, they managed to get everybody back together and get towards the center, but they will take a knock in the process. See if they can get him back on his feet. Rock
T5?
on the very, very southern side here. Yep, Theraton 5 actually pushing into the Begopa compound, and Patapon will spot out Akon. That'll be him down. Songjang all by himself as Park Pro is going for a res on a 2-heart right now on the other side. Patapon looks the wrong way. It's Songjang playing the stairs. He gets 2 before Ranger X trades him back.
And there's nothing they can do about it. And Forest knows that Begopa is weak, and they might be able to claim this real estate for themselves. Baron has to go for a heal first, though. Took some damage on the way in, but maybe they feel like the opportunity has been missed. They couldn't get that beachhead. Maybe a little worried about somebody else finding an angle. They aren't going to aggress forward. I thought maybe Forest was going to commit, and that was going to be very scary for Begopa, and they tried to go for that 2-2 split, and Theraton 5 capitalizes. That was so well timed by them.
Extremely opportunistic is that Forest team, but also smart enough to know when that stopwatch stops ticking, we got to go. And the window of opportunity has closed. Meanwhile, we got an E pickup popped in the air from T1 right now. They're on the very far eastern side. We'll see if they decide to take this, and if they do, where will they go? You've got the new circle, the lake right in the middle. You saw what Gike was playing around.
North there is.
4AM has that high ground still. Twisted Minds, though, coming out of Jiaotin. They may run into the 4AM
above
boys here very
4AM.
shortly.
High ground on the west for T1 potentially, but yeah, here goes Twisted.
Just driving here is so
Not
annoying.
going to be any real hidden movement that they're doing.
You see T1's parachutes off in the distance there.
Yeah, and they're trying to drop into these trees, and they're getting lit up. Freaks getting involved, probably others as well. I think EK might have gotten a little bit of damage in there. Yep, 4AM, and now Twisted Minds trying to take advantage of this opportunity, but HS just right around
that
this
flashbang
corner.
went
Perfectix,
way
are
too
you
far.
ready? No, HS traded immediately, though, by example, and no one's there to help HS. The split here from 4AM, not good enough, but the grenade from Godvi, if it is on point, could find the knock. No, it just came up a bit short, overcooked it, just a hair.
It wasn't too bad, but good on example for putting Perfectix on his back, literally. As Godvi only had the 1 frag grenade. He's going to continue to send it. He's got support now from Longs and Aton Mu. They are on the low side, so Godvi trying to come across, see if he can maybe...
Dude, these nades
He's going to find another grenade in the box. Send it just on the other side of the rock. Will flush out Perfectix, but he's going to get spotted by Example.
Well,
Example keeps launching his nades so far.
And Longs.
Oh my goodness, no, Longs down. A tongue moo. Throw it, do it.
Do it.
Do it. Example, I beg you. And if he hit that, that would be just...
They want some scrambled eggs, man. Throw it on over. Oh, look at Batulins. Yeah, he's going for the low side. Example's got the high side.
This is 4AM. Should be done and dusted, you would think here. Sure, you get the res off, but Example got the spot. Going to go for the underhand grenade there. Batulins got the knock onto Longs. Goes for the points in the bag. And a Tungmu just can't decide which way to turn his attention. Another decent grenade has him down to low health. An Example just takes him out.
Oops. Oh my God.
Batulins. It's okay.
I know Batu was like, oh, hold on, I've got him. He's got a grenade. This is the easiest grenade of my life. And Example's like, I think the heck not. I am pushing this until I get that point secured.
Oh my God.
And now T1, oh, they tried to run through the forest, but look at this. From long range, the Freaks.
Yeah.
They might be able to get tight back on his feet if that smoke blooms in time. But now Raining is going to go down to Lil Ghost and T1 in a shambles on that hillside.
There's just too many teams that have angles into that. There isn't a real density of foliage in that forest for them to work with. So
not enough.
Yeah, now OVP does some damage to Rock. Top team in the lobby, down to just 1 player. And Rock...
Oh, what a horrendous...
so far, but VP wants to get theirs going. Grenades now starting to rain in, starting to clean up the kills, and that is going to be Rock going down.
They had a good idea, man. You could see they pulled up. They caught VP all on top of each other, and they pulled up. You saw them when they were knocked. They both had grenades in hand. They thought they were going to be able to get into a spot to just grenade them, but VP being more aggressive, not letting them get that close. As we see 7700 will get the flush onto Belmoth. Tigger now, the last, well, he's still got teammates. There's 3 up. They're just not here.
Yeah, Falcons kickstarting Shrimzy just annihilated Taikula on the southern side. They just set up a trap on the road.
Huh.
A couple players are, Tiggleton as the anchor point at the circle edge of the new zone, but the other three hanging behind, making sure their backs are clear, and they find 4 big kills, 4 big points. Yeah, it's all okay, Ferris. Get the spray to connect. Yeah, swaps over to the S.
First sweep the yellow team. They're fighting.
Yeah, I think that's insta. I think they just died, all of them. Rock.
No, Rock is green.
Okay,
he's
well,
still
Rock
fighting.
is
He's still throwing
okay,
Utah.
you're right.
Get in the scar. I left it for you. Both of you get in.
Car wrapping behind us as well. We might be getting into it. We need to set up for it.
Yeah,
Set up the
Going
edge.
edge, going edge.
They're
Going
gonna hard
edge.
wrap
I'm
us.
ready. Get in first, scar.
Nice. 2 knock.
Bus. Last car.
Go bus.
Nice
Good job, guys. Good job.
What the fuck?
Listen, there's still 2 teams
Get
green.
info on yellow. Anchor.
Yeah.
I'm getting shot by VP. I'm playing
Okay,
this one on me.
I'm
It's
smoking
not
out back
great.
just so we can peek it. If we get peeked from orange, we're gonna get milk.
They get milked, did you say?
Не, поднимите последнего, если...
Ты будешь сзади. Надо выбивать, чтобы
Можете фул запускать. Фул под себя запускать.
Да, так много не хочется. Что встать могут?
Лево.
Парня, вышка.
Встали. Его нокнули. Смог
Okay,
накинь.
okay.
Зок.
Сюда.
And kiss from behind.
Они забайтили.
Kind of unlucky that they didn't get the last hit on the guy in the car, but I think they were dead anyway. GG.
One of them just got knocked to. That's a re-knock tag.
Yeah, I'm getting my flash.
Who stole your kill?
Bro,
I don't know.
we can go ridge to ridge now, guys. We have like the whole zone.
Yeah.
Bedroom is hard finding VP on the west.
All right. Next ridge.
Can I
we
get
have,
in front of them?
Yeah, we need to hold the crates from green, and then we play green line.
Where's the Navi fucking soul? They might have a spoiler. Let's do a bush.
Should be on
It's a
green.
duo. It's a duo.
He's on the triangles on the left.
They're leaving.
Green mark. One's already there. I swear I saw a guy on the triangle already.
I believe you.
He's correct, he did.
You said they were already one dead, no? So Navi's
They were
just
one
duo
dead.
in
Yes,
front of
they're
us.
duo. Yes.
Can we
That's
pop
not
the
Navi.
south cars?
Navi's
green?
like dead, no?
If we pop the bus on green, they're kind of
Where
fucked.
should I go? Should I go to orange?
GK's
You guys should
Yeah,
play
the hill
together
and
for
orange
now.
is
I'm gonna
insane.
go to orange.
Wait, so I'm just gonna stay this side and just farm VP when they're playing out.
You should stay with me.
Yeah, heard. You guys are 2 in 1 car.
Yeah.
7 kills for
What happened here?
Zones.
we were worried about
This is less than ideal because
in the car. And this is the other part that we were worried about. BB team pushing in from the south will run into VP.
Yeah, this is looking scary for both of these teams. A lot of knocks both way. A doozy, last one alive for BB, AK in hand. Gonna have to get it done with just that gun, it seems like. So now other pieces of utility come flying out the blue zones. Going to land right on top of Mo. It's gonna be another one going over. Luke Doozy, yeah. Here, Ibiza gonna be the one to take the space. Has done. It took a
While that was all arming knock.
Okay.
T1 in this one. How big Opa trying to find a way through with Forrest looking at them. VP driving ahead. VP has a nice little hillside to use here. Kind of align themselves, try to keep them outside of.
Okay, so now they know it's not VP.
Yeah, 2 more on the bus.
Guys,
They got the
H1,
yellow.
let's get the fuck out of here. That's not even Navi. We don't know where Navi is. It'd be on our ridge, guys. We have no loot. Navi's
Yeah,
on
heard you
They're
guys,
fucking
heard you.
cranes.
Navi is dead. They're
The
missing
day
that.
trade's how many? We saw 2 more in the bus. Are they rezzing?
I didn't see day
No,
trade.
I got my flash.
They're getting
Okay.
shot in the back by Navi. The day trade guys.
No, we don't know if that's Navi.
There's
Yellow.
2 helmets in my car.
Boys, I think the Navi guy's gonna be routing behind us. For
I think
placement.
17 was over there as well, guys.
I could
boys,
just, dude.
the west is full farm.
Gunnar is just sitting in the room,
On the bus on the left, I'm waiting.
just
You guys see him
like
on blue?
I can see him, yeah. Moving.
tearing his hair out right now because they're so convinced that there's a Navi player still alive.
VP's one standing right now.
Looking for
Knocked
Navi,
one on
guys.
green.
I'm looking
The
for
last
Navi.
guy's
You
on
guys
the
confirm.
bus.
Looking for Navi. I'm looking for
I
Navi.
can drop you some. Okay. VP one flash. Did blow up. NT.
Do you have any idea where the duo of Navi is?
No
Give me
clue.
some bullets,
So
Tiggy.
I have 70. I have 70 out now.
Alright, look. It looks like when we go to Orange Ridge, we're gonna be giga exposed to compound.
We got fed.
We're fed. Nice.
DNF is the compound on green, by
For
the way.
Navi.
Yeah, I'm checking
I
every
know here,
bush.
Matt. So let's do a 16 alive. Do we think days 4 on the northeast?
No,
We
I
flushed
killed one.
Okay, so days 3. What else do we know numbers wise?
VP
Days-
3 on blue.
days
17
2.
on forest fighting north. I don't actually have numbers
Yo,
on
I'm
them.
gonna play this dip on green just for more.
There's a prone guy north. Look, 3, 4, 5. Yellow.
Got a team shot
Coming to you.
Yeah.
We're in
On
the
the
open.
tree.
We're in the
We're
open.
in the open.
Guys, don't get double knocked.
We can smoke and speak. He's shooting for the bush.
Yo, listen.
Alright.
I'm
We're
splitting
gonna
in case
Gun
you
blue
grab
stood
on
up.
this.
Yellow stood up. It's lit. Two guys there. 17. I'm
Yellow
up
guys grip.
One more guy there.
VP, you're driving across the map, guys. From the north.
They're wrapping the edge. Okay.
Yep. Day trade is
17's
getting
hard
knocked.
finding day trade. We can
Day
pull up on
trade's a
blue if we
duo.
want to get a lot of kills. I actually think we should take control.
Listen, they're on the
Yeah.
next ridge on orange. Blue is exposed, except that little crevasse is exposed to compound.
If we take that ridge on blue, we're just
What are the
making
numbers
so
over
many
there?
kills.
Days a duo.
Listen,
new?
listen. We do it after orange line. If they fight on the
Right.
north, we go. Cause listen, they could be on orange
Right.
take and fuck us.
Okay, day trade's already one knock right now, and we flushed one earlier.
Day
They're one knock
trade's
to
a
17.
duo. Who is over there killing them?
17.
And how
We're in
many?
nade. We're in nade
I
range
haven't
if we
seen
go.
17 lose any.
One drove
This
to
way.
yellow. He's peeking
Yep.
yellow.
Okay,
Yeah,
right
let's actively 4-man peek that. We don't need to look at anything
I'm
else.
not by you guys.
there. Yeah, head.
There's
You
a
might peek
rock
hard,
behind
right?
you guys.
We
that
three-man
could be
peek
prone
it.
Driving.
That
Okay,
we can take that space if we want.
Look for Navi. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck they are. I'm checking every
They're
bush.
so convinced.
DNF. Yo, they're taking it from the north. 17's taking green from the north right now. Try
Okay.
to see if you can get a knock. At least 2 in the car.
We don't have LOS.
How many
Yeah,
is
that's great.
DNF on yellow?
They
4?
should be 4.
VP
VP's
one
dying
knock.
northwest. On smokes on green.
He's double
Okay.
peeking me north. Team peek, come here. Team peek north.
Coming.
You said 17, yeah?
Where?
It's
It should be
17,
17,
yeah.
On yellow.
Peeking. Yeah, go.
Ready, peek.
I'm dinked to DNF.
Still getting shot from
Helmets in
compound.
my car, boys.
Okay, I'm gonna bandage you.
Fuck, if we had to get better info on day trade, we would have taken that.
It's all good.
There's a vest in your car, yeah? Somewhere.
Yep.
There's a new helmet in the car. In the
So
black
where
one.
is VP, Matt? On green?
Northwest. They're like a
Yeah.
solo.
There's a shack
Okay,
in
Matt.
blue mark that I think
let's-
the VP's probably
I'm gonna
playing.
play on you so we can wingman together and play the
Hear
game
me out
together.
real quick. 10 alive. DNF is 4. That makes 6. How
Come
many?
to me, Shrimp.
17?
Come to me. Come to me. VP,
I haven't
they're out of the
seen-
compound.
VP?
DNF. He keeps speaking the left.
Boys,
he doesn't know we can
I
see.
listen.
Yeah.
Let's figure
Yeah,
out how to
I'm
win.
trying to.
DNF is 4. That makes 6. How many is 17?
I think 17 might be 4 as well.
17's
I never saw
triple
anything die.
peeking.
Yep.
So that means there's a duo coming. Who's that?
There's probably another solo because I'm pretty sure VP's just a solo.
We don't know if Navi's alive. We are assuming they are.
Let's triple peek 17. They're trying to take space.
No,
Come here,
VP's not a
Shrimp.
solo.
Shrimsy, come here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not with you guys, but
I
will
want you
run.
to come here. They're driving
Come
right now,
with
taking
me.
space.
Where are they taking space?
The next bridge close to us now.
They want to pull up.
They're inside the
triple peeking.
crevasse.
Okay, I'm here with you guys.
Listen,
They're not in.
We're
We're
very
in.
fit.
Prio.
Listen, we smoke off fucking DNF when we do this. I only have one. What do you guys have?
I'm safe to
I have
peek.
all. I'm
I have,
driving you too.
I have 4.
Yeah, I heard. Okay, I'm
have
gonna
two.
smoke off DNF as soon as these guys try to do this. Matt, you need to be honest for this fight.
Don't let them run for free. They might mine.
I
them.
can see.
Yeah,
from
one of you
here
guys
as
should
well.
be peeking, or both of you should be peeking. I'm waiting to smoke. Okay.
Can you guys mark
Hear the
where,
drag. Don't peek unless you're 100.
can you
I heard
mark
that
where
guy.
they're gonna pull up? I can nade it from here. Trust me.
On
Like,
us,
Just
yellow.
gonna peek
They
on
just have to do
yellow,
blue
orange,
line.
orange
okay.
line ridge somewhere.
Don't move the yellow. Do not move that. Listen, VP's still a solo in the northwest, by the way.
So it's 2 4-mans and a solo.
Yeah.
As soon as we take this fight, DNF's gonna pull up, Matt. I need you to keep
Yeah.
them from killing us. Okay.
Does everyone
DNF.
have a nade?
Yeah. Shrimsy, do you have
Alright.
ammo? I have 20 bullets out.
Hey boys, I want to team peek 17 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay. 3,
Okay, 3.
2, 1, peek.
They're throwing triangles. It looks like they're gonna play gut, which is
They're
really
gonna
shit.
They
for
have
them.
to. They can't push edge. Shrimsy, you
That
have to
is
be the smoke
terrible
guy.
for them. They have a rock on
Yeah, I
green.
will.
It's in.
Driving.
Driving.
With
They have
anchor.
Knocked one out. They're on the next ridge. They're on orange. If
They're
you
all
knock
three
orange
there.
car, they're stuck.
All 3 there. on
They're
yellow.
gonna die probably. No, they're
You have
not.
a nade?
I'm
Yo,
re-smoking
listen,
this.
listen. DNF is on the roof, guys, but don't die to that angle.
I heard,
Do
yeah, I
DNF
heard.
on roof.
He's driving 17.
They're playing orange. They're in on orange, guys.
They should be in the open to DNF, especially on the roof.
Oh, fucking be me, bro.
Hold the cross in the smoke, by the way.
Still
Right
just
across the
healing in the smoke is
VP guys should be in blue by now, guys. Maybe you can look and see them.
Watch your
Classic.
Blue.
Alright, I only have one more smoke.
I have a
Don't
lot.
smoke,
I have
don't smoke.
4.
Not anymore.
We'll know we're done
Oh,
with next zone.
DNF is pushing out a little.
Yep. Yeah, that roof angle's
Alright,
so
what do we
money.
have to play into? What do we have to play into?
Let's
We
make
can
VP
try
insta.
it. We have
Okay, I
literally
think it's
nothing.
4v4. I think Navi
Pick
died on
17 with me. Come here.
Yeah.
We have a big rock.
Are you
Smoke
safe over here
lineable.
from the roof guy?
Yeah. Kind of, actually.
I'm 40 out.
Oh my god.
17's looking to drive?
17 should get fucking farmed, bro. Unless
Yeah,
DNF
they're gonna
like,
all die.
They
DNF
have
could
to
not
pull
shoot
up.
them and let them drive into us.
Nah, DNF is gonna fucking rip their shit, for sure.
Alright, we need to make sure our cars are in, guys. We're in longer on mat, so
I'm
we need to
throwing
go to
the
that
smoke
spot
so we can peek.
eventually.
Save nades, by the way. Do not use any
Yeah.
fucking nades. I'm in. Like, my
DNF
spot
is
is the
out,
best spot
We
in
have
the
60
zone.
seconds.
Keep peeking 17 here.
Do not use smokes
Okay, boys,
anymore.
we're peak 17 as long as possible. When 17 is no longer like an immediate threat, they're not gonna full into us. Someone needs to go to Matt and back him up.
I'm gonna
'cause
go to
DNF
Matt.
is the game winning.
Okay, cover
You
roof
can
if you
take a
can.
car. Should you take
Yeah,
a
I will, I will.
Go play on Matt now.
Watch out, Matt.
17 pulls up.
Cover
Left
DNF.
over
I
and
headshot
right.
one at DNF. No helmet on roof.
I'm peeking roof. I don't see him.
No helmet on roof. He won't
One more
peek.
roof. One more there.
Okay. 17 have
Back him.
shields on our right, by the way.
Okay.
Big, I'm watching if they run down right.
Crimsy,
H-
if they go to
H1.
green, I want to instant nade it.
H when your smoke's fading.
Okay, alright.
High left.
We should
I'm gonna
double nade it.
re-smoke this.
How many do you have?
Yeah, I have a
I have
smoke
one.
gun. I
Okay,
don't
I'm
have
dropping
smoke
one.
grenades.
We both have 2. Let's
Okay,
two
do you
nade
have a lot
that.
of smokes? I'm gonna use the smoke
Yeah,
to try to farm
I'll
17.
drop my 1 smoke. I have a smoke grenade launcher with 3.
Oh,
Okay.
boys.
There's
we got
one
this. Let's
already
fucking win this
there.
game.
I'm gonna
You're not
watch
watching
left
17.
trim.
Listen, I'm putting a fucking emergency cover in front of us northwest,
Yeah.
so we can play to it later.
Okay. Reminder 17 has dragged.
Reg.
Guy on the roof of DNF.
I'm
I don't
smoking
think
now,
has
so
a
we can kill
helmet.
17. He's
17
probably
has to
gonna
move
deny.
now.
I think they're denying.
He's peeking me. I'm not peeking until the
DNF is driving? Not
Yeah,
driving?
They're just
DNF.
denying.
DNF's threat.
Okay,
Let's
let's go to them. Let's go to them. I'm going to them.
17 all
Nice,
dead.
nice.
That's
Okay.
I'm gonna smoke you to us if you need.
Goodbye.
How does DNF play out, by the way?
They're
They're
17
gonna go
white.
to
green.
orange. They're gonna go to orange rock. Yeah, green rock.
I can nade that when they get
Yeah,
there.
we need to triple nade it.
One already there,
Hey, one's already there, I
boys.
think.
One's there. Let's nade it. He's there. He's
Nade
there.
it
He's
out.
nading, he's nading. Team nading.
Nading, yeah.
Hey, give, boys. You guys can play
I'll
outside.
be
Try to chill.
He's knocked on
good
rock.
Holy shit, you heard that? Boom, boom, boom.
Deep left.
Ran right. He's running
one's
far
in a-
right.
Two guys in the car, they're far right. I knocked one.
Don't let him deny it. Far left.
Far left.
Flushed. Okay,
about-
two standing.
I'm resing.
I'll hold
Come back,
you.
come back.
Yeah, just delay. Just chill, boys. Two standing.
Nades, guys.
He's naded.
Red from nades, H1. Do not stand
I'm
by
good,
us.
brother.
Okay,
Maybe
so,
lose.
so there's one more guy
So
by the.
one left smoke and one right smoke. It's last two.
Res me.
He's rock now. He's rock.
Okay, I have 2 mollies for that.
I don't have
another
ammo,
one,
boys.
okay?
I only
Hey,
have
the
40
left,
bullets.
the left guy took a shield. He's on the shield
We
behind
need
the
to
rock.
molly the we need to molly the fucking rock.
I dropped
Okay.
one for you.
Shrimsy, he's
Use
down rock.
smokes
He's
here.
on the shield behind rock.
Okay.
Okay, boys. Let's start smoking in front of us if we can as well.
Is it only a duo?
Yeah.
It is.
One's blue.
Yo,
and-
yo, break the fucking shield here. Break the shield. Shoot it.
I'm gonna take a running with the rock guy.
He's headshot.
Knocked far?
Nice. Last guy blue.
Let's go right. He's headshot. Kill him before he denies.
I'm
He's gonna
flanking
run
right.
away.
I'm flanking right.
He's sealing on rock right now. Or trying.
Let's
Nice,
fucking go,
boys.
boys.
Good shit.
Nice.
Shit.
Good job, good job.
Well, even with incorrect info, pretty clean.
Another win picked up, and now
It's 2 on 2 for today, huh?
Freaks, we're starting to see a trend here with teams
shit.
making it to the late game. The same faces are showing up again and again, and that is, I mean, that's a huge win though for Falcons.
Absolutely. I mean, the heavy hitters have come to play here in PGS 8. Some of the biggest names we have been trending high on the leaderboards, and we will have to see if they can keep it up.
The hell? Oh, they just cut his mic mid-sentence. That's mad toxic, you know? Alright. I'm gonna run downstairs on the break, get something to eat. Be back in, we should have like a 5-minute break after the desk segment or whatever, so back in a bit.
reminder of a game once again coming out from the Falcons, new jerseys and all. I'm going to say it every time they win for the rest of the day. Hey, if they get another win on the board, good for them, I guess.
Wait, this is an EWC? What's happening?
Wait a minute.
Falcons coming out looking really good. I mean, I think you heard me the first time they had a great game. I said all I needed to say. Falcons looks really, really good. Starting strong, scary for everybody else.
Leave it to Martin.
No, I want to hear more.
I mean, that's it. Falcons are a contender. It was a team coming into this year. Last year, I thought they were a PGC contender to be top 3. They dropped the ball horrifically at PGC. They've come back here. This roster is singing, and you can see it. They started a little bit slow in regionals. They've been on the upgrind, and now they just look unstoppable.
Is it like karaoke singing, or what's that singing?
What kind of singing?
Karaoke.
Yeah, he's Danish.
Karaoke?
Yeah.
I thought you said karaoke, like the old player. No, it's
I thought so too.
no, it's not even karaoke singing. This is Celine Dion meets Mariah Carey meets Whitney Houston, the best of the best. These guys are champs.
That's screechy. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, you gotta love the goats.
I guess so. Well, we got mortars abound towards the end. I was screaming for a mortar at the end of this game. If
on the 17?
If DN Freaks had the mortar on 17, I can't believe they went for a 4-man deny.
Bring back Fluky. He never would have done that.
Like, I get it though, right? It's Rondo. These areas are so open, but
you can look at it as well, like the amount of time. If all teams had to move or 2 teams had to move at the same time, sure. But here, there was no other team that had to move for another minute.
They were
right?
dead to
So
rights.
there it is the right thing to do here. Those 4 points could matter something. But I guarantee you one thing.
What is
the Falcons guys? They're going straight back to the laundry and washing those shirts tomorrow. They're going to be wearing them again tomorrow.
Shirts. Yeah,
the lucky shirts.
They've pulled some good circles out. Not going to lie about that, but they've also played really, really well.
For sure.
And I think it's the awareness of this team. You saw the way that they had that sort of spreader was 3 holding the bottom south of the circle. Takelton kind of playing scout. They're all comfortable with not being greedy, spreading around the action. They just look good.
3 of them top of the damage at the moment. I think Takelton was flagging a little bit behind them, but not by much, all things considered.
One big thing here is, though, obviously, is that Freaks, they have 9 nades at one point here with no smokes.
Yeah.
Utility in this kind of game where, especially, they had to come out of the compound. The Falcons guys still had a lot of cover with the small ridges and everything, right? Had they had 5, 6, 7 smokes, right? They could have delayed everything and maybe had time enough to kind of pull Falcons off this and then start the bombardment. It really talks to the importance of smokes. It talks to the importance of use your utility at the right time when it matters the most. There's no way they don't have, or save 1 smoke each, right? They were down to 0 at a really late point, and yeah, I would like to see more smoke saved for that point there, or even looted. That would have been cool. But 11 kills for Falcons here, James.
Yeah, it's an extreme start for Falcons across the day so far, with that 2.4k damage going their way as well. Virtus Pro.
You guys.
Little Bloomy. Doing bloomy things towards the end as well. But they did have a lot of kills before that. Yes.
Yeah, Nixie had 5 kills. You got to say that too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from the boys.
Take a look at the numbers here.
Look at these guys.
So even.
It is even, and I think that's well even H-Win, right? Coming in, getting some good points. Kickstart, Tiggleton, Shrimsy, all look good for him. But honestly, Shrimsy and Tiggleton also massing up an amount of damage, a huge amount of damage they pushed in on that one. Great team play across the board. There's nothing else good we can say about the Falcons. I guess my problem is I've been talking about them positively since regionals for years now.
Well,
there's nothing left to say. Everyone knows them.
Yeah,
they expect
true.
this.
Who will be the man of the match? It's Shrimsy, and I guess the next thing to say will be if anybody doesn't have a Falcons player on their fantasy team, they're in shambles.
You guys, you got
I think you pointed at both of us because I don't think both of us have one.
We don't have one.
You know who does have a Falcon player on his team?
I think you have some.
This guy.
Do you have Shrimsy?
No, Shrimsy was too expensive. I have Takelton. He was $3,000 less.
He's still good though.
He's all there. Yes,
he keeps winning.
But Shrimsy is becoming example level guarantee, right? Like example's one of those players you put on your roster. Doesn't matter how his team does, he's going to put up points. Shrimsy is becoming the Rock of North America. Call him Alcatraz, I guess, if you want to.
The funny thing was, he quietly was for quite a while,
Always
right? But then everyone's like, "Oh, Tiggleton's a big streamer. He's really cool." But they didn't quite say like that. But
you're calling him the inmate.
No, that's exactly how they say it. For years, there's been kind of this quiet of like, guys, you got to remember, Shrimsy is a boss.
Yeah, he's a gamer.
But Tiggleton got a lot of fanfare. I think Shrimsy has quietly, over the last 3 years, claimed this position, and I do think one of the strongest players in the country.
It's a huge step now as Falcons will take a 13-point lead over second place. DN Freaks moved into second place. Admittedly, having that compound for as long as they did significantly helped them in this game. There's no denying that. Rock 0 points in these last two here, Martin, so they have been overtaken.
Yeah, they have. They've been pushed down, but still good. Obviously, they're still going to end in some of the top placements here, even depending on how the next 2 games go. But yeah, we'd like to see some more consistency from them, sure. And the next games, once we jump over,
I think that they'll do well in Erangel.
I think so too.
Okay, I'm gonna take this back. I don't think they're gonna like dominate Erangel, but I think
how
their
many
style
points
of
do they
play.
end on? Okay, let's start. How many points do they end on? I'll say 41.
40. Okay, for Rock.
Yeah.
I would probably say something in the ballpark of 44-ish tops.
Okay.
You could have Price is Righted him.
I
was going to do the opposite
42,
side.
42.
40.
Okay, nice.
So that you have to be 141.
I have to be exact.
If
you did that, and you succeeded with that. So
I
I'm
did
fine
succeed with that.
If he ends up at 41, though, we're never going to hear the end of it.
Yeah, well, I should make more of a deal about it.
I'll be like, oh, who's on podcast?
For years, that's going to be perfect. But Rock will deserve. No, I think Rock had a really good 2 games. The last 2 were tough ones. I don't think that map is necessarily their bread and butter. There's too many ways to sort of have teams play at you. So I think Erangel, where they can take some spots, hold it, backfill, I think they'll be in a better place.
I think Falcons is going to continue this lead. I think they look really good.
At this point, the snowball effect and the confidence just from this, right? And we have 2 more games to go. No way that they end on like 65 plus points. 66, 64, 66.
Right. No, we don't need, we're not allowed to have this much fun, all right? Let's calm it down for a second.
No, I mean, Falcons told me they literally had a physio flown out. I think they have somebody helping with like mental health training. They have like an entire support staff here, making sure that they are ready to play, and it seems to be paying dividends.
And their physio is Polish, like that a lot. All right, we're going to a short break. When we return, we have Erangel on the cards. 2 more games. Falcons is currently flying high.
Charging directly into the freaks.
Slow down, yeah. I got the initial, there it is. And one more for good measure, good measure.
But it's going to come at a bad time because, I mean, Navi has already kind of got a point. Good day coming up from Embers for VP down.
That is a problem.
Oh, Day Trade! Day Trade wants this.
The Nurin's compound, and Nurin's just laying out everything. Trimsy still playing around that smoke wall. Kiss hiding in the midst. And Tig do work with that Groza. Kiss gonna find Trimsy. Does Kiss get all of them? Of course he does. Give Kiss 5 kills. Utility just not landing. That is very, very hard stuff to land. It is a doozy, and Bestalok gonna get immediately spotted by Batu. He'll get another one. IGL who? He'll get 3. He gets almost all of them in Twisted Minds.
Using the distraction from VP as well as BB taking shots at this rotation means the fact that Freaks managed to sneak it. Oh, Evie!
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret room keys. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of it. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new Survivor Pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 4 games down and 2 games remaining here on day 1 of the final stage of PGS 8. So far today, the Falcons have taken 2, but will they have another one in store as we head on over to Erangel? I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paper Thin. And Paper, it has been pretty fun so far, I gotta say.
It's been a lot of fun, and I am very impressed with the Falcons, in particular in that last game with, you know, the circle. They had center control early, but it hard shifted, right? Phase 2 put them on the edge, and they were able to work that the rest of the way through that game, controlling their space, controlling their zone, to get into that late game and to get that win. The Freaks there, you know, in a tough spot out in the open, you could kind of draw up different ways to maybe approach the end of that game a little bit, but you know, the Falcons did have a hill. They did have a good piece of cover left for them for a little bit longer. Maybe the Freaks should have just waited a little bit, but regardless, the Falcons capitalized on the Freaks' mistakes.
You could see what the plan was, right? Like, they had laid some smokes out. They tried to send out 2 in a vehicle to get kind of like a 2-2 split going on both sides of the Falcons' bowl that they had kind of to work with. And they obviously they had a bunch of grenades, but unfortunately for them, Tickleton was just right on time with the sprays, got the 2 knocks, and put them in the bin as we are heading over to Erangel. The green looking almost as pretty as the red.
It's color-coded for the maps, I think?
Yeah, absolutely.
This could be the first time I'm noticing it. Like, they could have been doing it the whole event.
There's no way this is the first time you're noticing this.
I'm the most oblivious person on the planet. Like the Falcons changed jerseys today, I would have had no idea unless someone pointed it out to me. I live.
What are they saying is color-coded on the map?
I think.
Yeah, this is pretty. We are heading over to Erangel.
Oh, like the lights and the smoke.
As pretty as the red.
It's bias person.
because you are really good
Damn.
at watching the screens and telling us, all of us,
That's
what
true.
is going on.
Somehow I'm good at that.
Somehow, great at that. Don't ask them what color the Falcons jerseys are today. White, by the way.
Okay.
There you go. They're looking clean as a fresh picked flower. And I would not be surprised if they were correct on the desk and that they would wash those jerseys and run it back tomorrow, because they are having some great success so far. As we see the drops coming through, it does not look like T1 and 4 AM are going to scrap over Yasnai. In the end, Sonic and the rest of the boys deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, and they'll just give Yasnai over to 4 AM for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it worked for them on Miramar, so, you know, a lot of hemming and hawing from the T1 boys about what they wanted to do today in regards to the hot drops, and they have decided that, yep, it is better off just going a little bit further away, still have similar rotation paths. The timings are going to be just a little bit different, so you got to be a little careful with that. You never know when 4 AM might just decide that they want to screw your game over potentially, so you got to be careful with the rotation path. So a lot of things to consider as T1, obviously, with the change, but in some ways things a little bit the same. Baron, it's an iron sight, and I don't think so.
It almost doesn't even matter, it feels like, with Forest.
I mean, they still did a ton of damage.
Look how close Don's got.
Goodness
me.
Those headsets don't work as a helmet, as it turns out.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, you can watch that multi-view. As you can see, you can get your choice of 3 Chinese teams: Twisted Minds, Falcons, or the Freaks.
Ooh.
All fun to watch, to be sure. As we see TKL making their way into that South George looting spot. The rest of the Falcons, meanwhile, they have the eastern side, the split going on. They've got BB Team just off to the east, and Mansion pretty locked down. Would not be surprised to see them be very quick on the looting, and so before they were sending H-Win in very, very early, like almost off drop, to go and take a central spot, but it seems like they're feeling a little bit more comfortable now with the point lead. They'll go a little bit slower, as we can see. Just absolutely destroyed.
That is amazing. That is just a great setup they have there with that formation across the road too. Have a little bit of cover from the hill to obscure where their position is going to be.
And that was pretty much an accident too.
Pays the price. Yeah, I think early rotations.
They were trying to leave.
Last time in a circle like this, we saw them go to the blue house that's up on the eastern side of Potato Mountain. But I already see some Twisted Minds players out there, so they might be a little late to that party. So let's see what the Falcons want to do this go around. And the Freaks have had a great day, but they are 13 points behind the Falcons. But we want to hear what is going on with the Freaks and Gumin, see what the IGL has to say.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with DN Freaks. Gumin, they took that.
Oh my god, they found someone Bella's height.
Did so well in PGS 7, came so close to winning it, but you know, you got your first chicken at 8 finals. What are you making sure that you focus on this time to take the title? PGS 7에서 너무 아쉽게 우승을 놓치셨는데 8 와서 파이널 첫날에 첫 치킨까지 아주 좋은 모습을 보여주고 계시는데 혹시 이번 파이널 우승 가져가기 위해서 우리가 가장 집중하고 있다 얘기해 주실 게 있나요?
사실 뭐 팀끼리 사실 뭐 따로 집중하고 있는 건 없고 저희가 그냥 하던 대로 하면은 충분히 우승할 수 있을 거라 생각해서 그냥 PWS 하듯이 똑같이 준비하고 있는 것 같고 뭐 세븐도 아쉽게 저희들이 좀 개개인 실수로 많이 무너졌기 때문에 뭐 그런 것만 고치면 딱히 준비할 거 없더라도 충분히 우승할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Sorry, that was Korean for a bit. Okay, they're not doing anything special to, you know, they haven't changed anything. They're just practicing and working how they do at the PWS, and they're trying to fix on the minimal mistakes that they made in the 7 finals. Yeah, and they're very confident that they're going to win. So love that, love the confidence, and let's go back to Erangel. 안녕. 안녕.
안녕.
We stan our short king Gumin, as the Freaks did find that big victory to start things off. Almost was able to back it up in game number 4 on Rondo, but Falcons came out just ahead. So we'll see what the Freaks have to give us here in our final 2 matches here on Erangel.
Yeah, they're drifting towards the northwest side of Pachinki, and there's quite a bit of open space, sort of.
Not again.
Oh, not Navi. They've had enough. They've had enough.
Well, they are. It looks like they're not giving them up, though. Oh no, Stead. Okay. That's unfortunate. Well,
I don't know.
we'll
They're not
see
last yet, so.
if Ferris can hold it. Oh no, not another one. Sal Hackatory now 2. Oh, Navi. Yeah, you know what? We're still 1 game left. You know, there's 2 for the most part. It feels like Navi might be donezo for this one, but still 1 more left to kind of pull things back together, and still 2 more. That's why we play 18. You can have a rough day.
But this is a Saiga, and if they committed, there's a world. There's a world where Ferris just turns this around. And you can see Geeke being very, very patient. You know, we saw them kind of thinking about some blue zones.
They know somebody's here.
Yes.
They knew somebody was here when they came in, and then all of a sudden, Navi just kind of drove by with 2 other ones.
You suspect he's upstairs.
Yeah.
Like, just in that house, that's 90% of the time where somebody's going to be.
100%.
Yeah.
So Sid, all by his little lonesome over in the compound, going to try to distract a little bit. I don't know how much good it's going to do, as Geeke will just take their time with this one. And even so much going so far as to hide out in the closet. Do they? Maybe they don't know. Well, Sosa's got the flashbang.
They're being extra cautious.
Yeah, and I don't blame them, right? You don't want to lose anybody off the bat or off of trying to take care of 1 person.
And you never know, like, you know, if people have been kill feed tracking, like, how close they are to maybe just driving it in, you know, to see what they can get. You know there's going to be other teams somewhere near the coast because of how tight the drops are, you know, between Ferry Pier to Farm. You know, there's 3-4 teams that are going to fit into there.
Maybe they don't know.
They don't know exactly where he is, but
okay,
they have
they
damn high suspicion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe they were just waiting
Come
for
on, Paro. Of course
the next
they knew.
person to come through. I don't know. They already managed to pick off 2.
They just didn't know which house he was in, so they were all just sitting there making 0 noise, looking for any audio cues, most likely.
One. Can he get another one? No, he can't. PWD. We'll finish him off.
Or maybe
let him know.
something like that.
Extra
I guess.
spray into the crate. And now it's all down to Sosid.
Oh boy, it has been just brutal for Navi today. I mean, every game there's somebody picking on him.
Well, our lower half of the leaderboard really needs to get it together, honestly, because just look at it. I mean, just picked out
no.
Stead and then just
come on,
like dirty, filthy,
absolutely
filthy
disgusting stuff from Spyro.
Filthy stuff. Well, but yeah, I mean, look at the lower parts of the leaderboard here. I mean, the front is starting to pull away, and we got 3 teams still on single-digit points. Like that is not where you want to be with 2 games remaining. And we'll see if Day Trade and TKL can crawl their way out of the mines. 4 AM showed some signs of promise early on in Miramar. Theraton 5, we've seen some stuff from them. Begopot as well. It just hasn't really shown itself on the leaderboard just yet. And now BB team,
a couple of wins today. That'll do. That'll help you out.
That res should come out though pretty safely.
Yeah, I mean it's been like, you know, some of those teams down there above 14th, I'll say above Navi, have had like 1 or 2 good fights, right? But they haven't been able to get like super deep into games. Begopot's been scraping points off of like a couple players that are still alive and kind of just making some hero plays here and there. That's not a recipe for consistency. Pachinki will be fully occupied by the Freaks now as 17 has gone out to the houses to the east, outside of the fields, just to the west of the Bald Mountain, as it is called in Korea.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the Bald Mountain.
I'm not saying
not
anything.
Potato Mountain. I know it's named after me.
Saying abs.
You could have said it.
I said.
I would never be mad at you for that.
I know you wouldn't,
you
but
jerk.
I would never because you would. But that's you wouldn't be mad at me because you know I wouldn't.
Well, I have mixed feelings. Okay, let's put it that way.
Fair enough. The circle is going to go off to the west. We did get a brief look at another team that would really like to see start getting their act together here a little bit. 17, only 18 points so far for our defending PGS 7 champions. As So said, we'll try to do something here, defend against Geeke as they are pushing in, but he's not going to find a knock on the initial push. Day Trade Tigger has eyes on this as well, so Geeke has to be very careful about how they play around the outside of this compound.
He also has a Saiga behind this AUG. So you've been able to best one of them. He's going to throw the gas can at the bottom of the stairs, but Hireson has that angle. Oh my goodness, so said. I thought you had a moment there waiting for the head to pop up to try to get the knock. Can't convert, but now they know exactly where he is. You can just put Quizzy up there with that Panzer, but he's getting shot trying to go over. Tigger from Day Trade almost thwarts Gike's plans here. And now Quizzy has to rethink how he's going to get this Panzer to be effective.
And now T1, you can see them just off to the north making their rotation down. That might actually distract Day Trade a little bit as Gike going to take the time to take a few shots over at T1 just to make sure that they don't come in here as they're trying to finish off this last member of Na'Vi. So said.
Someone says progressive pistol skins.
Just go up in the other window.
That gas
go where
can,
Hiruzen was. You could just arc a Panzer through there.
Good. Yeah, why not? Just do it like Lou. Just, you know, from like from 100 yards, just arc that sucker.
Well, they're going to pop the gas can there.
Probably a good idea.
I got 2 minutes until my food is ready.
Team now making their way on that hill as well. So Gike
surely we'll have a nice pause in the game.
Meanwhile, I've found a spot dead center circle. It's very early to play this particular position. We'll see if they get away with it as Taikula Golden 119 taking shots from range.
I'll be honest, I don't like that for T1. I mean, I get it. You've been getting shot a bit trying to cross those fields, and there it is. There it goes. I mean, he hit himself, but that's okay. It's just a knock, so you can afford to do that. Yeah, exactly. That is going to be a point, though, for Day Trade, as they have caught BB team trying to make rotations themselves, but they're going to cut up into the skinny tree forest. This is kind of more what I was hoping T1 would do and go a little bit further west. Because, man, oh, man, like you said, Poro, sitting in the middle of these fields. I mean, I know there are some hills and a few shacks and things like that to work with, but it's hard to get into the late game because a lot of teams are going to get funneled into this field most likely. Like, there's a pretty high chance that's where this circle ends.
Yeah.
And you're just going to get peppered, dude.
It's a great spot to play. It really is. Like, it's a fantastic spot to play. I don't know if it's
like
great
to
play this early.
Yeah, like phase 6, it's awesome.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble, but you also might be asking for a lot of kills. So it really just depends on how well you can defend your spot, defend your area right there.
I wish I could have Gapow.
Nicely, if you can kind of do a lot of damage before anybody crashes in on top of you. Falcons, meanwhile, coming in from that northern side, as now 17 has run into the forest, and third party from 4 a.m. Olympus will make sure he secures the knock, though.
Oh, Olympus gonna get knocked for his efforts. Forrest took this fight, and it was a very fanned out 17. And okay, starting to move up a little bit to the north. This is some bagel pa.
Time to go get the food.
Bagel pa looking circles. So we'll see. I mean, they're gonna try the less central one. This is interesting from Bagel Pa.
Yeah, well, they're going to have all 4 in there, and you see Freaks, they were watching as soon as they left.
Yep.
Freaks coming down from those Pachinki Hills, and will take the more central one. Theraton 5 was not really in a position where they could do anything. They have such a wide split as Falcons just driving around up there on that northern side. You see they spotted out Rossita Jr. and Pathapong. Again, this is T5 just in that big wide split, and if Falcons can catch these guys slipping, they might be in trouble, and they see a point here, but nice spray will take down Shrimsy, but H-Win going to go down to his own teammate, and Rossiter going to hop out of the vehicle. He's going to come by with the spray, doesn't get it initially, and now here comes around the side. Rossiter will go down to kickstart, but dangerous moments there for the Falcons.
I think they popped the tire onto Shrimsy's vehicle as he was pulling in, and that made that first one easy. And then a little bit of a whoopsies for the Falcons. Not sure if H1 just took a lot of damage when they slammed into the side of the house, and that's what caused the knock, or just got out a bit early. Hard to say, but should be A-okay now for the Falcons. I mean, you lose Shrimsy, obviously that hurts, but it has been a tremendous day, no matter how you slice it, for the white and green as they now stabilize. And there's T1 losing players, trying to reach out a bit and trying to get a little bit too close to the Freaks, and they're going to pay the price, and they're just going to hemorrhage players potentially as they try to get a little bit further north into the circle. I mean, again, so much field they're going to have to cross. I don't know what the vehicles are like in the middle of that position for them either. Things could be rather uncomfortable in this game. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the only thing you can kind of hope for here is T1 is that everybody on the edges just cannibalizes each other, and you can just, you know, you get another southern shift or two, and maybe you could just hold on to the late game and get some points that way.
Maybe hope that maybe this next circle you can still stay in your same position and sit a little bit longer maybe, but we'll see. We'll see if they get any amount of luck going with him, as Patapong will go ahead and rejoin the rest of his squad. His previous compound getting pushed by the 4 members of Rock coming on the north side. Twisted Minds also have one last player in Batulins playing the south side of Pachinki. Everybody else kind of making their way over to this Pachinki Hill. VP, they see Geek moving in. 4 strong Geek. After dispatching Navi, they'll turn their attention over to another European squad in Virtus Pro.
Man, he hit some headshots. Oh my God.
He jumped it.
What in the world just happened? How did he not take much damage from that?
He jumped in the vehicle instantly upon hearing the grenade land and jumped out as soon as it had exploded somehow.
That's crazy.
Goodness, that was quick with it. Well, Haruzen will get spotted out by Nixie. And now Quizzy has Beamy in his eyes. Spiro still playing that northern side. New circle has popped, and fortunately for T1, they do not have to move as it is hard shifted back down to the south. But now Twisted Minds has heard all the action. They are coming over here to see if they can maybe spot out some of the Virtus Pro members. But no, Fluky from behind will force Perfectix back on to the low ground.
Yeah, you want to try to take some of these third-party opportunities as Twisted Minds. A little bit of this hill is going to be in for the next circle, but just kind of the southwestern edge of it. Batulins is going to find some knocks here as VP starting to crumble, getting sandwiched between Geek and Twisted. Oh, example, almost. Oh, Day Trade stole that. There was a yelp there that came from the Day Trade squad. They're still having fun. And a buggy for Nixie. Trying to pop the tires is Spyro. And there goes one. Nixie hangs on to the control, but now he spins out. Now he's in trouble. Spyro gonna readjust. It's actually Tigger again who finds the knock. It's a race to see who can claim it. Spyro's got the point.
There you go. Good spray down from him. And now Example will get Quizzy low, but won't get the knock. And Flash will find it, though. Day Trade is just third-partying all of this, and will steal that one away as well. Day Trade just in perfect position as Virtus Pro does get eliminated in the end as they run into Kiss. Forest collecting another point. 6th place overall for Forest. They are down to just 2, though, playing inside the middle of the fields.
Yeah, gonna be potentially rough for some of those teams that had to go into the fields early, but everybody else around the edge doing a lot of damage to each other. Falcons 3 strong, making their way just on foot, no vehicles.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see where they decide to go.
You know, they might catch 4AM off guard a bit here. This is pretty unconventional. You might be able to spring a bit of a trap on top of them. I mean, if somebody's being diligent, watching the backside for 4AM, they're A-okay. But there is this hillside here that kind of blocks vision from this angle of attack. But the jig is up, and Longs has got H-Win down. And now the Falcons in trouble. Tiggleton already very lit up as well, so let's see what they can do. Bagopah helping out a bit from afar, but the Falcons are going to be on the bad side of the circle and only 2 players strong.
That was actually Atal Mu and Godby making sure that they did not give up their backside. Kickstart will go down, and it's all down to Tiggleton. He's going to spray down into the open. He's got a rock to play around. That grenade might do work. 15 HP left to play with. And another grenade. The utility not coming from 4AM. He is not going down easy. He'll spot Atal Mu, but the blue zone has arrived. Can he at least secure the point? He can. And now he gets another one as Godby is going to go down to the blue to the grenade. He will eventually go down to Longs, however, so Godby should be able to get back on his feet. But look at Bagopah. They're on their high horse. They're
going in.
The third party.
Let's go. Bagopah, this is a great moment to make your move. Sungjong watching the backside, and that's going to open up a bit of a door for Rock to flood in through. Grenades at the ready here for Two Heart. HS takes a bunch of damage. The grenade was aimed for him. Longs on the other side, getting the pain as well. And now these grenades are raining right on top of him. That one's perfect from Akan.
Off the backboard, Akan gets the double. And now Bagopah up to 4 kills. They have the high side, but you can see 17 has an angle onto that, so they pull in. Look at Example. He is making his way over onto T5, and it looks like they're going to spot him and gets the knock before he can do any damage.
And now they're going to get the smokes down, so they should be able to cover themselves from Batulins and Lou over there. Or excuse me, Perfectix and Lou. And yeah, now for now, T5 A-OK. Vehicles available for Twisted Minds though, as they're going to try a different angle. They thought about just prodding into the backside of T5, seeing if they could catch him off guard. Didn't really work. You got to make a rotation. You got to do something. Day Trade, though, a step ahead of the game, and they are going to be right ahead of them. So they're going to stop up, maybe go through the throwables. Yeah, they've got a couple frags, so if they can find an opportunity, Day Trade here, maybe not going to hear this. They cut the engines. They're rolling in, and they've got a little bit of a hill that's going to cover them from Day Trade for now.
Those smokes letting Twisted Minds know exactly where you are. Here they come. Grenades in hand. Grenades will fall. Grenades will go long. As Tigger is the front man. Good spray from Lou, though. Will spot out Belmoth. And Thanadol right behind him. He's going to go down to Batu. And now it's just down to Tigger and Flash. They've got cars to hide behind. How many more grenades does Twisted Minds have? But Perfectix will spotted by the grenade from Tigger. Nice follow-up again. We'll get Lou low. Does he have another one? That might fall right onto Batu. It does, but doesn't get the knock.
Oh boy. Twisted here got the res, but it didn't matter. Tigger still
Boom.
had more frags in the bag. He's got one more to go. Trying to see if he can get the flushes now. Batu trying to storm his way forward. The Freaks are going to claim a few of the Day Trade players for themselves.
Bow.
Spray up and over the hill line. Just anticipating the push from Twisted Minds. Batu trying to wait this out as long as he can.
That's a good molly.
Trying to use the smoke. And I think it just missed Tigger. I think it went just a bit too far there. Trying to find the angle. Going to be shut down.
Suze, the third party from TKL, will take him out. And Tigger should be able to get Flash back on his feet. But it looks like Freaks is looking over in this direction as well. T1, well, remember, we thought they took that spot early. And it was looking good for a while. And now all of a sudden things are starting to fall apart just a little bit as TKL has flexed out from their compound. They knew exactly how to approach this T1 location as the grenades will start coming out from the Freaks, but they're going to fall just a little bit onto the side.
Yeah, Freaks got a sweep down here, clear out Day Trade from their backside, and they've got Bagel Pa to contest with while they're making these moves, so they got to put some return fire in. Heather, you're done. You're dusted. T1 going to go out into 8th place, able to get a placement point out of it, but Taikula, they're breaking out of their compound, able to really fan out nicely and just put the boot down.
Duns indeed. Well, Rock, we haven't heard from them since Miramar. Now that we're back on Erangel, we're seeing 3 up, center circle, nice little spot to play. See if they can keep it going. Akan going to spot out Salute, though. Nice spray from Bagel Pa as they are 4 strong on this northwestern side.
Man, Bagel Pa is hitting some nice shots this game. They have 5 kills already. Let's see if they can get Salute or not. I mean, smokes came out from the Freaks to try to get there to get the res, but they are going to drive up. It is going to be Guman. He is on rescue duty, and he seemingly might get this. The grenades, though, are bouncing in. Almost got the one. If it was a follow-up. Oh, it bounced off the roof. Didn't matter. It still exploded in time, and Sungjong finds 2 huge knocks. The Freaks in trouble as Bagel Pa is on the hunt.
How many times have we seen the rescue mission only resulting in more kills as Two Heart will now spot out Deal, and all of a sudden the Freaks just down to heaven. Just like that, Bagel Pa taking control over the north side, and Park Pro has Heaven pinned to the wall. Will get the knock as well. 8 kills now for Bagel Pa and complete control of the north.
Yeah, they really timed that nicely. Just waited for the res. There's a bit of a bait there onto Salute, and the Freaks bit down, and then Tigger on the backside. He's got 5 kills in this game now. He has been a real nuisance. Grenade out here for Souza, and it's going to splash right in between Flash and Tigger. Doesn't do much damage there. Souza not really interested in trying to throw anymore. Wants to maybe save that last frag for later. 17, they're up to bat.
Oh boy.
And oh boy, Rock is really clustered for this.
Oh boy,
GG.
That's looking like a big target. They're gonna fall 1 short, but 1 will fall as BL goes down, and the rest of the boys now on their tummies, crawling around like worms. Souls will get taken down. Fantastico will get finished off, and Rock going down as we have our top 4, and it's all lower half of the leaderboard teams. This could be huge for our leaderboard
Actually,
rankings.
Well, you said you wanted to see it.
I said
the
I
two
did.
teams that were
You're
bottom
getting
2
it.
And here it is.
at the start
I love
of this.
it. All right,
still in.
Taikula in a really nice spot right now. Just controlling a lot of what's going on to their north and a lot of space from them. Well, now they're the only ones in the circle, so that's even better. Taikula might be able to really rocket up the leaderboards here. Just depends on what damage some of these other teams can do. You know, for Bagel Pie, you got to fight through potentially 17. Who knows about Day Trade as well. And then you got to try to get into the end versus Taikula, who's sitting pretty. And let's see what they want to do. I mean, I think for Bagel Pie, swinging in towards Day Trade, if you're reading the kill feeds, you know that that's a 2-man squad instead of a 3-man squad on your other side. So Day Trade the better option, and just got to get there. It is so hard, though, to navigate because these sloping hills will open up a sight line all of a sudden. You might just get cut down by a good DMR play, but actually they're just going to try to center up on this rock. There's a vehicle here. It's smoking, but it's not blown up yet, and doesn't have great tires either, but you never know. Maybe they can there's nothing in the back of it, as we just got shown by our observers. Thank you, observers. We appreciate you.
Hey, you never know. You never know when you're going to find some treatsies. But I mean, look at the util situation for these teams as well. Taikula 14 smokes, but 0 frag grenades. 0 frag grenades on Day Trade. Only 1 in the hands of 17. Bagel Pie has 7. If they can hold on to the late game here, oh, but Tigger will spot out Park Pro. He was kind of off in the distance, so it might have just been a foregone conclusion that he was going to go down. As Too Hard going to get spotted out by 7700, but the nice grenade will find Xiao Wu.
Bagel Pie had 6 grenades.
To 0 grenade. They had 7 moments ago, and all of a sudden now they are down to 0 as they used all of them trying to get rid of.
I don't think they did
now,
use them.
Getting funneled, getting pushed by Taikula. They want to try to control this
dropped
hillside
them
just a little bit more.
so
this
they don't
could
have
work
their
out nicely
backpack
for
while they're
Bagel
prone.
Pot, who are maybe
They
gonna
definitely
be
didn't
under
throw 6 grenades.
a bit of pressure. They can maybe find a few extra kills out of the back of this. I don't know if they're winning this game at this point. I think this is Taikula's to lose, but some stuns in response from Day Trade. They don't want to give this up without a fight. We know how tenacious they absolutely can be. Meanwhile, Bagel Pod just, it's down into the grass we go.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did drop
Nowhere
them.
else. There is not much cover to
And
be
not
found.
here.
This is going to be fun, though.
Grenade
it is going to be good.
This is going to be fun. When you look, I mean, I know, hey, everybody, you talk about how important utility is at the end game. Oh no, 17 just picked up 4 grenades, so now they have 5.
Unless
Everybody
Park
else
Pro
has
had
0.
all 6 of them.
It
and
was
when he
looking
died,
like there was going to be a gunfight, but 17 still has 5 grenades left in the pocket.
Oh
and,
no.
They have a spot inside zone. 7700 has an angle onto Tigger's toes, but not enough.
He's got no 5-5 left, so he has to use the barrel there.
Just nothing. Yeah, look at him. We're sniping with a 6x barrel. That's the situation that we're in this wide open field ending.
That doesn't feel good. Well, now they're starting to hit shots. Here come the grenades. They're right next to Bagel Pa. Only 1 knock. It's Sungjong for Xiao Bei. Akan, though, is going to find another one. Xiao Wu nails it. And those extra frags that 17 was able to pick up may be the end of the Korean squad there. Now, Day Trade trying to find some kind of safety. A lot of damage done to Cold. He's going to slide in back behind the shed. Too Hard trying to get as center as he can compared to the rest of his team, and he's spotted. He's dealt with. Bagel Pot out.
10 kills for Day Trade. They were in shambles coming into this game, only single-digit points, and now all of a sudden, just like that, they have shot up to 12th place, and they have a shot at trying to get the win here, but it's going to take some doing. 17, they are in zone. They are comfortable. You can see the cars that they have to work around as far as cover goes. A few deployable shields as well. Xiao Wu will have to stop down to heal up. TKL, meanwhile, they have a lot of real estate on the south side to kind of work around, try to find different angles, all 4 players alive, but they're just not finding the shots that they need because look at this. They go prone and you just can't see them. There's just no angle to be found in these softly, gently rolling hills of these open fields.
Yeah. 17, if they had a few more frags, they could probably deal with Cold, but they only have 1, so it's much more difficult to get the job done there. They would love to displace him, because if you get rid of Cold here, you actually make this a much more fair fight. You break open that flank angle, but it doesn't matter. Spaceman gets a 4x spray. with the AUG down on top of 17 players, and they're starting to crumble. Molly just a bit short here. Flash is out for Day Trade. They want to make their move off the back of that knock. They want to get as many points out of this as they can. Taikula knows it. Cold gets taken down by Flash there, actually. Spaceman comes storming in, and like
Damn,
that, just
ended
snap your
out of
fingers.
nowhere.
Taikula wins the game.
Just the quickest finish you'll ever see. Everything was posturing in the open fields up to that point, but when it came down to the final moments, Taikule showing what they are capable of, instantly wrapping and taking out the remainder of the teams on the map. They knew exactly where everybody was. Fantastic job by them as 17 once again getting to the late game. We'll see if they get some points for it this time, because it's been a struggle so far today.
Yeah, it has been. But a lot of teams that were struggling stepped up here. So now we're going to get a little bit of a realignment on the leaderboard. We're going to have teams that were maybe looking like they might be kind of out of it, kind of back into it. So hopefully that's going to continue. Hopefully things tighten up here as PGS 8 rolls along.
We'll see. We've got one game left today, so let's throw it over our desk to get us ready for it.
Well, the field ending on Erangel goes the way of Taikula at the very end of things. Dispatching of 17, dispatching of the rest of the competition. We talk about Taikula, who was down towards the bottom and needed these much needed points.
They did, and they get some points.
Hooray!
Watching them in group stages, I'm glad they had a good game.
Yeah, I am too. It's so far not been what we kind of hoped for from them compared to what we saw in PGS 7 in the group stage. Spaceman, obviously, I guess a lot of us had high hopes for Spaceman after what we saw in PCL, right? One of the top fraggers there, one of the top damage dealer, a huge impact. And now it's kind of changing, and it kind of comes back to this, what I talked about earlier, right? The chaos has kind of been contained a little bit by the top teams that have figured out, okay, how are we playing against these other teams? How are we kind of figuring out this lobby? And it's getting very figured out at this point here. You can see how vanilla this ending was. Everyone is like, okay, we're pushing from here, we're taking this edge, we're taking this southern side here, and that it comes down to even tenfold on Erangel. Erangel is so figured out on top of that, right?
And I think that actually sums it up well. The fact that the chaos has sort of come to an end. Taikula really benefited in the past from all the hot drops that were going on, the extra space. This time around, because it was, as you said, vanilla and such a wide open ending, this really kind of did come down to who had position and was able to just sort of lock it down and hold their spot. You see a lot of frustration from these players during this section, but there's just, I mean, they had the hay belt. They were able to hold it down while everyone else scrambled to try to find somewhere to go. Grenades were the kings of the field. You just see team after team get eliminated by them.
Yeah, coming in from the south, really having not much opposition down there compared to all the other teams that kind of were going to have to deal with each other, meant that they had so much room to work with.
It's a bombardment, one of my friends would have once said.
It's
back
a bombardment.
In 2019.
The best, you can tell. I've got kids, right? And this is my favorite context with somebody.
He loves bringing up Sims.
Rock was just out there having tummy time, right? And runs of grenades land on top of him, and that's the end of it. That's what you get if you just crawl around on your stuff.
Is it? Is it?
That's what
I
tummy
don't
time
know.
is.
I have kids.
Well,
Tigger 7
Wait, you have
kills.
kids?
No.
Tigger 7 kills and almost 1,000 damage. Huge day trade again.
No.
Points here. Oh, look at that. And they finish this one out. Fantastic for TKL. They quadrupled their points in this game.
They did.
They did,
Yeah, they did.
Day Trade also had a massive come up in this one as well, as you were pointing out in the green room. Huge glow up, right, from Day Trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they surged from 15th place to 12th place with all of that, according to Poro at least. But it was 7 kills going the way of good old Tig. A huge surge.
I think I heard him say this might start their push to winning PGS 8, and that's pretty exciting for them, and to have such a believer in that way. They walk away with 11 kills.
So actually, this is a big thing about it, right? Of course, Day Trade here, yes, as you said, 11 kills, 1,500 damage. They are one of the teams alongside Na'Vi, alongside T5, Therathon 5, that T1 is trying to pursue. And we saw T1 abandon the hot drop and head towards Stalbot on the drop as well. So it's very clear that they are taking the idea of getting towards EWC very, very seriously as we take a look at the numbers from TKL.
How can you not take it seriously, right?
Absolutely,
I mean, it's a huge event right around the corner. We know that OP.GG is watching. Taikula, who I believe has some new branding coming their way at the end of this event, is going to be pretty excited to put up a big game to say, hey, look, we're proud of ourselves.
Yeah. I'm excited for Spaceman. I have him on my roster today, guys.
Good
so
old Spaceman.
Yeah, I'm gonna be able to get
never guessed.
out of the bottom 5,000 where I am right now.
Are you that in the bin?
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the bin. At
So
the
he
moment.
gets MVP. What I want to know, what was your logic for picking Spaceman? I don't think a lot of people put Spaceman on their roster.
29 kills in the PCL finals.
And
That's pretty much it. It's almost like this
and
guy's
group stage of PGS 7.
Yeah, I mean he did great in PGS 7 group stage.
That's
so
fair.
Here, it's like, and he was cheap.
That's right.
Because they had a
How much was he?
I think it's like 14,000, 15,000.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. So he's got to come back alive. Kind of, maybe like people had Perfectix on their roster for the same reason. Like
We still chat about Twire Fantasy, even though Twire is not a partner.
But probably double Spaceman.
Yeah, but okay, if you built a fantasy today and you didn't put a Twisted Minds player on there, you're trolling, right?
Usually.
But it was hard to afford them because they were all so expensive. To see him at the bottom of the 4 was unique for me.
Along with the Falcons.
Right. Mounts leaderboard. 19 points, going to be really nice for them. Bagopah gets 12.
That's huge.
And Rock Esports continuing to slowly hold on to that 3rd position.
They had a central position for a good portion of this field finish.
And Bagopah surged up to the top of the leaderboard off the bottom 8.
Hey, a surge is a surge. And 27 is not that far from 31. And 31 is not that far from 37. So the climb is possible. But you're right, Rock did have a outside position. They did what we expected. They waited for an opening. When they saw someone move, they drove straight towards the middle and laid down and hoped that nobody would catch them.
And now next to us here, we see Batulins, Trimsy, and Tickleton looking at the leaderboards.
Discussing the leaderboard.
How far ahead is Comfort for you going into the last couple of games? How far ahead do you need to be?
He doesn't want to be asked.
Twisted Mind. Then go sit down. Get ready for the game.
He doesn't want to be asked a question.
Wow.
The camera wasn't on. You're lucky. He said no. I don't want to answer. No, but this is looking good. I mean, 18 points lead and
it's big. It's big.
This is different than what we've seen from the Falcons in the past. Normally, they're pretty willing to pop off, say a couple of little trash talks here and there. They came with a bit different mental position today.
Very focused.
They are focused.
Yeah,
they're keeping to themselves. They're only flipping us off when the camera's not showing. I think this shows a new, serious, hyper-focused Falcons. That maybe that speaks to what we're seeing.
That's what I think of when I think Falcons. Serious.
Hyper-focused.
Serious,
focused.
Powerful.
I
can't seriously say
I proposed the idea to Tickleton saying, God, if you win this tournament, would you be willing to grow out a mullet for Team Australia for Nations Cup? And he said, yes, that's a good idea. And I said, sure. Well,
good idea.
That or a shoey. What do you think about that? And he was like, yeah, it's open to the idea. Well, he's already getting there.
No, mullet will make him already look more stupid, so that will be the way, I think. A shoe is just a one and done, but a mullet's for a whole tournament.
A shoey's short, but mullet's forever.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Let's just do this.
Yeah, what a great segment, guys. Right, let's head over to the casters here and
yeah.
get the last game of the day going.
That's that hard-hitting analysis, baby.
Thank you very much. We have one game remaining. And the Falcons are our current leader after 5. Can they hold on to that through 6 games? I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paper Thin, and I made sure that I gave the boys on the desk, that double Falcons salute.
Yeah.
So that I could get some of that extra Falcons energy in me for this final chat.
Oh.
Or final game. Final chat. What am I talking about? Words are
the
hard,
last
guys.
chat ever.
You guys ever had hard with words?
Hard with words? Wording not good?
Wording
yeah,
not good.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes, don't it? But
I
think,
like when wording
I think
good is like your whole job now.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Ginger mullet?
Yeah.
That
Hate when that
might
happens.
start a black hole of aura. I'm with that. See, I'm here. I'm with it.
You're hip with it.
Yeah.
You're hip with the kids.
I know that.
I mean, you're a big hockey fan,
The
so
Tiki-Talkies.
you gotta like them all.
Well, I'm a just general sports.
True.
But yeah, hockey I think provides the best hair and facial hair. But I don't know. We'll see. T5 is freaking out. I'm not sure what's going on down there with their logos. They are spread from Gatka to Prim. They are all over the place, and they've got day trade kind of around them as well. Looks like T1 will avoid 4 a.m. once again. And 4 a.m. HS getting real close over there to Falcons territory up in heaven. So I think we might see him get on out of there. And there we go. Let's get a hard southwest.
Calm down. They've got a lot of
swearing in Russian the whole time.
In and around there. They can maybe just grab that compound that TKL had in the early stages of the previous game, try to set that up for a late game finish.
You don't think they're going to send it to T1 dip?
No, you know, I mean, you could. It got T1 8th place.
I mean, that's something. It's not nothing.
It's not nothing. You're not wrong. 1 is greater than 0 by infinity.
True. Well, Navi, they've still got 4 players alive, so they're doing better than they've done in half the games today at 2 minutes. We'll see if they can pull something rabbit out of the hat here in the final game to climb out of that single-digit territory where nobody really expected them to be. Twisted Minds, after not having to, they get to loot in comfort.
Yes.
For the first time in what feels like forever.
Yeah, and they're just kind of slow and steady today. I mean, who knows? Last game here of the day, maybe they get the win and they're right up there with the Falcons. It is definitely within the realm of possibility, as we know. You know, Twisted Minds is just kind of this slumbering giant.
Sure.
That when it wakes up, forget it. You know, they'll just start taking over lobbies. So I have to wait and see. As Twisted is, yeah, they're going to be chilling for a bit. T5 out there with their wide early drops are just kind of trash looting around the north of the quarry. Bagel Pot is split by Gatka. Day Trade doing Primorsk and a few things around Ferry Pier. 4 a.m. of course has Yaz to themselves, as T1 has opted to not mess with this time. And again, I think overall is worked out well enough for them. They're in 5th place, so you know what? That is pretty good. And
we take those.
Yeah, you know, top 5 finish here for T1 would be fantastic for their odds for getting into some of the other events this year. And you know, it's a tough choice to make as a team. Like, you want to fight for these drop spots because you want to have them going into PGS 9 and 10, going into PGC. But there are other considerations to make now. You know, with EWC there on the horizon, you got to be thinking about what are you going to do to make sure that you're securing your place to that. And there's so much going on right now. You know, in and out of the games.
Look at this, Kiss, our kill top leader,
the man,
right
just
now, the legend, just as everyone predicted.
I mean, you know who did predict it is Tiggleton.
Tiggleton, yeah, well,
he did. He's just like, this guy is cracked. Like, just get him out of, get him away from me. He's too good.
I mean, if somebody like Tig is going to tell you you're cracked, then hey, he was the one that was telling us about Boostic too. So you know,
that's true.
Get in early, I guess. But Flash going to spot out Theraton 5 off in the distance, just kind of securing themselves a spot. 17. Meanwhile, after looting, Pachinki will go and reconnoiter in this compound, decide what their split will be. See Lil Ghost kind of making his way just off to the east. This was kind of the split the Bagel Pa was working early in the last game. We'll see if they get anything going their way as we get. This is not a replay.
This isn't?
I honestly, I swear to God, I thought I just got baited by another replay.
I assumed it was. It happened so quick.
And Navi is down to 2 players. Once again,
okay.
Can't be.
Early on. It is sometimes, look man, sometimes it's just a bad day.
It's just a no good.
It's just a really bad day. And
this pains me inside.
This is rough, you know. But you know what? This is everybody's going to have them. It happens to everybody. It happens to all the best teams. We've seen Navi come back from stuff like this before in the past and turn around and you know, I would not be surprised if they come in tomorrow and put up 70 on the lobby. Like that's just this team. Like they are cold-blooded. They're immune to tilt. But you can't deny it. This has just been a very disappointing day for them.
Yeah, and it's hard to watch. I mean, just it keeps happening, and that's what makes it so brutal. Like one game, that happens to everybody at some point, where you lose players in early rotations. I mean, that's just part of the game. Somebody gets a good read on your rotations, or there's just timing things that just randomly occur, but it just keeps happening. Meanwhile, this is not so bueno for Rock, as they have lost a player to the top team in the lobby. That makes it even worse. Not only are you losing the player early, but it's to the Falcons to boot.
The team you're chasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, not great. Not great. And hate to see BL go down, but they will keep 3 alive, and they'll continue to wrap around on that northern side. So another one picked up there for those Falcons as they work on that shoreline on the eastern side. Now we still got a couple of teams off to the north that still have yet to make their way into the zone. T1 Virtus Pro starting to make their way in. 4 a.m. though, interesting position that HS has in that not in the cube compound, but very close to it. Might be in a spot where they can see Virtus Pro. I'm not sure why he's even there, because the rest of 4AM not even rapping in that direction. Interesting. I don't know. It's not on screen. It's on the map stream. Make sure you go and watch that map stream if you want to get the full experience here for these PGS 8 final stages.
I wanna glaze the freaks a little bit here because I just saw them wrap way out to the.
They camp gas, glass, and
hit crack. Hit crack.
You can stop hill. Yeah, I don't have any info on crack, but you can loot it.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying, like, I can't see the far houses.
Going now.
Keeping a hill angle. Make sure you guys are safe.
Yeah, Tig Anchor Hill. I still have a Panzer in my car for later. Good shit, boys.
Can anyone be here? No one would be here, right?
Yeah, no one should be here. Navi should be split yellow line.
MK on me.
Somewhere around there.
Navi's 2 dead, H1.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
we should
he
look
died
for
to forest.
Yeah, we
we
should
should
be
look
looking
for
for this
fucking
backfill.
Need a
deeper.
4X map?
I'll scout.
Oh,
Yeah, them dying to
used for
Forest
stray.
means that Forest went West Millie like we
I'll
thought,
do it for you.
and they probably died around Glass.
All right, let's clear the far houses together. I'm taking a coast angle.
He's right. They
The
died
threat's not
in
being devoted the
glass.
firehouses. That's probably the only threat.
That's what I'm looking for.
Once Strimsy and Matt are ready, we should just hit it and take roof of Place House and clear it.
No
You guys
one's
down for
peeking
that?
on my roof.
I don't know where his car is. Oh, it's on my house.
Scouting the
Gonna
bridge,
run.
too.
Yeah. Are you guys ready, Matt Trim?
Yeah,
No one's
I'll be
peeking
on foot.
lighthouse.
You gonna run, Matt?
Yeah, I'm at the gap already.
take
You
yellow.
ready?
Okay, hitting yellow. Gonna get on the roof with my car.
There's someone shooting farmers.
Matt. Okay. I kind of want to hold our space, like on our crack kill, so
Yeah,
no one pulls
yeah.
up. But so you can go back, but watch out for BB time.
Wait, let's clear these close houses first. I'm just
Alright, I'm
looking for
gonna
cars.
silent up to the cliff. No one lighthouse.
You know, I've been clearing with me too.
He's
You got a
shooting
gas
gas.
station?
Yeah, I'm looking for cars, Trim, on the east side. I think we're good.
Alright,
I see
I'll
doors
call
closed.
gas backfill. If he's puffering, it could be the 2 of Navi.
Yeah, all on me, guys. If you're,
No, they're all on me.
I'm resetting back to Crack Hill, H1.
Scratch. I'm putting 2 gear in my
Okay.
cart.
I have no. I only have 1 smoke.
I have 3.
Okay, I have 6. And an 8 and a
I
BG.
need to-
2. I have no nades.
Damn.
You pick up from the northeast, it's probably T1.
You don't need a
45 seconds. What are we doing on West H1?
I'm looking for gas backfill, but we should play a glass line. We can play into West Ferry or East Ferry. Glass is one US there, but it's parked shittily. Like, it could have been a bad fight. I think it's, you said Forest killing
Wait, this
him?
E-pickup is like, it's, no one's on it. It's in fucking gas station or something.
I don't know.
Yeah, it hasn't been taken yet.
So look, you
It's
said Forest killed
farmers,
2
it's
of Navi,
farmers.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Forest
correct.
killed 2 of
Okay,
Navi.
they're on glass right now, and they're split with gas station. Same
Farmers
team.
are gonna be on the A pickup if they're gonna
Okay,
take it. They didn't
you-
take it.
That should be Forest H1,
Yeah.
right? Playing to hold
Yeah,
the ridge.
one's on the roof
Okay.
of glass, one at gas station. That's all I know. I can maybe knock him on the roof.
T5
We-
one.
Crash him if I knock this fun guy.
Where's your car?
Oh, he's going to
Right
his
here.
car.
The
Five one.
T5 one, that should be West Coast somewhere. Team
Roof
hitting
of
C9
glass,
behind us
circle
right now.
pop in.
Do we want to kill them? C9 is good points for us, H1.
Yeah, this shot's
No,
right
no,
set
we
up
have a
on the
good
north.
line. I think he's gonna leave glass.
I have a team
mean,
coming towards me, boys.
just put
Full
another
team
E-pickup
convoying
now.
on blue.
They're
Driving
taking
towards you.
for now.
Yeah,
Bombs?
get the kills on edge.
They're signing up to the top of my hill. Pretty sure.
It's a good fight for
Okay.
us.
I'm gonna
UAZs,
stay over here.
several on blue. I mean,
We're not with you, Jake.
Are they fighting?
yeah, they are. It's T1. T1 is sending.
100%?
T1 is sending over my hill into you guys.
They're all going to you,
Got it
Jake. Going
through.
to you.
Up one. One more.
Only 2 standing.
On the other side of my hill. Yep. I'm
Coming.
taking flush. You guys need to hold over me. On the other side of my hill. They can get shot in the back by Twisted.
I hear a car driving left. He's leaving.
Okay. I'm healing.
One guy only in this US.
Okay, so Twisted is Ifty Red's team.
Okay, so there could be a solo
Nope.
on us.
There could be
no,
one more
no,
guy.
both gone.
Okay, Roger.
They've gone hard.
Alright,
Did
let's
they
hold our
res?
space.
They resed one. There should be a 3-man.
I don't.
I hear Twisted and Ifty. Or Meta. Yeah, Ifty.
One of Twisted's leaving with
Driving?
a bike right now.
Comms us.
I'm gonna keep info, guys. Just
Yep.
keep
I don't
holding
know where the
space.
flush is. They're leaving. All of Twisted's leaving.
Forest likes playing into pier. I only know where 2 are on my waypoint. I don't know where the other 2 are, but I think they're going to give us space next zone.
I'm down to force gas.
Twisted are driving field, all of them. I see all of them driving together.
Did you see 4?
Yeah,
They
4
have a
cars,
bike?
yes. 4 cars, no bike.
Peek down with me, Shimsy, on blue. There could still be a T1 knocked there.
3 of them left. The last guy was on a bike. That was the mistake.
Yep, no walkers.
I'm going to try to identify
They're
how
pulling
many
up on
are
green. He knocked
They're just fighting.
Yeah, they're just fighting. Yeah, I think
out
they're
of his
just going.
car.
We should third party this if possible.
They're in the open on green.
Oh my god, fucking Perfectix knocked that. So they fed the false information even harder.
Okay, that's
Perfectix knocked him from like 700 meters.
Right? Like, what do you think their exact split is? Like,
That's a re-knock as well.
One guy glass.
The farmer's compound is empty.
They could have Pure Town, like I said, or they could have Roadhouses.
So they're trying to leave. They're driving back towards the field.
Понятно. Перв, смотри, пожалуйста, в сторону двойку.
Да, хорошо.
Ты с тачкой потом будешь, Дип? Потом. Алло, Дип, ты с тачкой будешь потом или нет?
Another team on the north, guys. Another team on the north.
Get these kills.
The shit was
I'm not
that?
sure where. One fucking US driving randomly.
there could be people on the east side of your house, Shimsy, potentially. It's strange.
One guy in the US.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
One Dossie. One guy in Dossie.
The are still on the hill, right?
Yeah, 4 men on orange.
Guess so. I mean, we could play it and fight them, no?
That's not twisted.
Twisted are like playing into
Bro,
like.
there's a fucking bike on green.
Yeah, blue.
That's strange.
Probably what he got knocked off of.
There is a bike there.
No,
Alright, what are we playing into?
knocked off there.
Wait, Forrest is gonna give us space. That's agent's call.
One's glass and one warehouse.
This false info on Twisted Minds might get kick killed.
Okay, I'll cover Twisted while that happens. There's a guy in the shack. It's a solo or something. There's a guy in the shack. I just looked.
Shack?
What shack? The
closest one. The closest
okay, I'm
one.
just gonna act like we're leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna act like I didn't see him. He has a bike though, and it's not popped.
All right.
His bike is on the opposite side of us. There should be a 2-1 duo, but only one there.
The T1 only lost one player, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
They're too far.
Let's see pop here.
You guys should be really far. We don't want them to pop our cars.
There's another guy on green. This is not even T1, I don't think.
That's probably the same guy,
driving
no?
by. He's getting in the car with his
He's in a
teammate on
bike.
green.
Yeah, that's probably the guy from the shack.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Boys, I think we're either third party Gas Hill. Who is it? Twisted?
Twisted is
Yeah.
a 4-man.
Yeah.
Alright.
Do you think they're in the warehouse, H1? Do you think they're in orange?
Yeah, well.
My info's one guy warehouse, one guy glass.
There was a guy warehouse. I saw
want
that
a slam
like
warehouse?
a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean it's the same info we've had for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
nothing's
1-1.
changed, I don't think.
No one's
Or we
lighthouse.
can pull up on orange. We could have
There's
one
a
guy
big
pull up on
fight.
orange. They're
Twisted
fighting.
on
We should
green.
pull up
Alright,
on
let's go
orange.
third party
Twisted.
Twisted.
Listen, it's not.
I think
Green
it's
is
the
the
other two of
fight.
T1 then. I think they have one guy Shack who's
Okay.
spoiling in the blue zone and then 2 guys on the hill. I
What
think
shack?
No, listen.
Okay,
I think blue shack's gone. Listen. I think we should.
place.
T1 actually able to find one of those
Oh,
points.
they just insta-died.
Смоков много,
Го вместе. Го вместе, едете?
У нас стреляет будка. Да, я еду, но на скорости нет.
Будка Тёма говорит, стреляет.
Есть, передо мной. Еще.
2 нока, найс.
Смоков много, парни. Смоков много, а с будки выходи.
Подожди.
С будки
Еду.
выходит. На метке, парни.
GG, NG.
Isn't T1? They're fighting or not?
Everyone's low on the Dossie. One's low on Dossie.
Let's go.
It's Forest.
It's
I got
Forest
nothing warehouse.
PP up here.
Behind you.
Oh, I'm
Blue
low.
mark. Warehouse can't knock me.
BB.
Yeah, that's a hard.
Life miserable for the Falcons, and now that's going to open up a door here
Unlucky.
for BB team to try to see if they can take the fight over to Forest. Baron is going to come and have to rejoin the rest of the team. T1, meanwhile, coming up behind BB team. They'll spot out
Ooh.
Phil first, get a point for themselves. Raining still looking around that hillside, but remember, they have that hard cover. They have that compound still all to themselves. And again, nobody was in this. Nobody.
There's a crate coming too.
Why
right
not?
next to it, yeah.
Why not?
That was
So
really
GK
nicely
was
played
in
by
it,
them.
but
Down to 1
they
point, didn't
left.
stick around, didn't overcommit. Another replay coming through as we see
So
the pull up from
T1
Twisted Minds
just
and
took it
both
for
were
free.
just
They were just
right at the
rapping.
same spot. Yeah, it was just kind of, they both had the same idea. Xiao Bei with the initial knock there. Blue on the drive-by, and Xiao Bei just locking it
Oh,
down.
he
Oh my goodness.
That was very nicely angled for him.
millimeters away from getting built.
You know, I think 17 saw them wrapping on that northern side from a distance, and they shot. I mean, you could see they were in circle, and then they just sent a full vehicle full of 3 up to the north to take that fight and clean up whatever was left. Now, obviously, there's no way they could have known it was Twisted Minds, but they still. I mean, that's an aggressive play from 17. Considering that they've been having a pretty rough
they could have known it was
so
Twisted
far,
Minds because Twisted Minds was knocking them
4 kills,
before.
they're in 7th place, 32 points. Not bad.
How did the Freaks get their res? Salute got cut down on the beach by 4 a.m. and they still somehow found the res. That is pretty impressive for them. A little bit of luck, I would say, as well. 4 a.m. though.
So close. I don't know how he didn't get the last bullet on Batu. Like the car blocked the
Freaks are trying to make a very wide wrap.
shots or
You
something.
have Solds from Rock up there in the hills with them. He might be kind of well hidden, but we'll have to wait and see if
a beast.
Just hunkering down
yeah,
on the
man.
edge. Yeah.
Sneaky lad. We'll salute, and he's going to spot him, and he's going to get the knock. Can't get
Surely
the
he
flush,
dies
but he's got a
this
grenade.
time.
Trying to get it finished off, make sure he secure that point. It's going to go a little bit too far, gets him down to half HP, and yeah, that's just a pre-nade waiting for the inevitable push. But Freaks might be able to get Salute back on his feet again here, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for.
Nah, he's dead.
Just get no. There it is. Solds waits just the right amount of time to find the kill.
Yeah, this is not the fight that the Freaks want here. As they try to go on the other side of that hill, they might start getting shot at by some of the other teams out to the east. So they got to rethink this maneuver. Smokes are out here, so if Taikula's position was unknown, now it definitely is. It's Bagel Pa gonna have to lock things down. Sungjang on the outside of this smoke wall, trying to look for the inevitable flank, but it's a lot of players here, and he pulls off. He hears the footsteps. He wants to go for the grenade. They're going up the stairs. He throws it right at the bottom. Isn't gonna do much damage. Just 27 splashing in. The Freaks, though, crashing into day trade. Belmoth already has one. He's down to 1 HP. Tigger gets another. And
Get him.
Freaks
Switch to
almost
someone
out of
who's
this
actually
one,
in the
just hanging
fight,
on by a
please.
threat. Gumin getting lit up. Gumin does get a knock. Wants that
Oh,
point,
oh,
but
like
isn't
a
going to be allowed.
Oh, it's Longs that finishes him
Free
off
cam,
as
I
well.
guess.
So day trade down to just 1 HP on one player. Longs still looking over in that direction.
Here's Andy.
Back to this TKL fight. They're going to go for the high ground. Do Bago Pa have a position where they can spot this out? You can see Two Heart just off in the distance. Akon
should hear it
over in the compound. They might have angles. Navi, meanwhile, they are down to 2.
Boom.
They'll try to find a knock onto Olympus. They will. Ferris now the last player left alive. Baron knows where he is as well. That door just shut. He's going to run by, try to open it up, try to go for the spray, but Ferris waiting for the push. That's a good flashbang, but nothing coming from Baron.
He blind.
Get the first aid kit going. That was a nice pre-fire by Ferris. Good coordination from the Navi members at the end. But Ferris, the only one that is able to take Chris out of the equation. Looking for more. I don't know if they're going to be afforded much. He's going to shoot the door out. Saw a frag being thought about. Ferris trying to catch him off guard. Baron doing a good job dodging this. He just keeps going back and forth. Going to try the window now. Smashes it to create some attention.
Can you get a molly through?
Ferris in trouble. Stuns are out. Let's see if they can make the push off the back of this. But so far, they haven't been able to find their opportunity. Grenade in the back of window, and yeah, that's going to do it.
Trying to go for the confusion angle. The Molotov tried to slow him down, but there you go. Navi is eliminated. Park Pro, meanwhile, has gone down. TKL has lost a couple. They're down to just Dones. And it has been a full-on trade here between Begopa and Taikula. Two Heart and Akon, the last players remaining, and they know where that final player for TKL is.
Yeah, this has got to feel bad for Begopa, even though they win the fight. Losing 2 in that position, when you've got those compounds, that ain't the way you want to do it. That ain't how you draw it up. But you get through it A-okay, I guess, in the long run. Now you got to make a move into the forests, where you've got literally forest on one side, Gike on another, and
you did that intentionally. That was pretty slick.
I didn't mean to until I saw the map, and then I was like, well, this is going to work out nicely for me.
Hey, perfect. What do you know? Well, they're top 5. You can see the situation that they're currently in. Not ideal. VP just staring down at them. They still have a couple of vehicles there. I don't know. They might have three. They might have 4 tires between the 3 vehicles. I don't know if they've got them all in the same one. As Flash will get knocked by Ranger X. Day Trade. That smoke may be a little bit too late there, buddy. Belmoth down to 36 HP as well.
That was quick work done by Theraton 5 on a Flash. That's a painful loss for Day Trade.
Too, yeah.
Now 4 AM. They've been hearing these shots, and if they can find their opportunity, they're going to catch Day Trade just tunneled here on their fellow Thai squad. As Tigger just watching, he knows someone's in those smokes. He's looking for the cross. Spotted it, can't really do any damage. 4 AM actually gets a cars, and they're driving a Geeke?
Looks like they're driving a Geeke.
This is a more difficult fight, but we'll see if they can pull it off.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Godby will get knocked a little bit low from the grenade as they're pushing right in. Geeke defending this house. The trade comes through. Quizzy on to Godby. And likewise,
is that a fucking Under Armour shoe?
Secure the point, I imagine, but he's going to spot out PWD first. Goes down. Atong Mu will finish off the kill. He'll find PWD, and now it's down to Haruzen and Spiro solo.
Wow, what a push there. That off angle that Tungmu had following up off of Godby was really nice, and then just won a huge battle against PWD. Haruzen, though, had a tight angle, put it to good use. Longs down. HS trying to back off of these stuns while Haruzen pushes the hill. He knows they're stuck back there. Saw the head momentarily, tries to change angles, trying to look for a new opportunity here with this barrel. Hits the head of a Tungmu, looking for more, and he can't get it. He gets stunned. He has to back off.
Good reposition there from Haruzen. He's going to go down, though. And Spiro just hasn't been able to find the angle. He's just going to lie prone. He's going to die. 4 AM will win the fight, but look at this. The dinner bell rang. Forrest is heading over here. Day Trade is heading over here. All the grenades left in the southern part of the lobby are heading over here. Tigger will land 1. Godby, the last player left alive. Now 4 AM is dead. Baron will get credit for it. And now 8 kills for Forrest as they turn their attention over to Day Trade.
Oh, they look fired up.
And look at this.
They look fired up. Here comes BB team right behind this battle, trying to see if they can backstab Forrest. VP as well getting involved. Everybody trying to get into this Forest. T1 just got to claim the center and be like, you guys go ahead. We're going to play for the win here. And that's a great knock for Tigger. Looking for more. Baron maybe has enough cover to avoid the flush. Olympus, though, with BB team behind him. Scappy out in the open.
They're both getting
everybody here on the southwestern side.
Everybody getting involved. Virtus Pro, they're 4-man strong. They're working their way as a death ball on the south side of the zone. They spotted out Belmoth. Have not been able to get the knock, though, just yet. Belmoth, really difficult to dig out here. That's a good grenade. Will get him low. That'll get him knocked. Ibby will follow it up. And now Scappy, though, he's going to strike from the south side. Gets Beamy before they can find out where he is.
EN trying to track down some players, trying to see if they can get any extra kills. He's going to flank out wide. I mean, all the space that T1 has, they have to be ultra careful here. BB team right underneath them to their east. So they don't want to overextend, but man, they look hungry for kills. And meanwhile, the battle seems to have stopped momentarily, but that isn't going to last long. You don't have too much more time before the blue gets there. Now
God damn it,
swinging,
dude.
Trying to get underneath BB team.
On my fantasy team, I was like, should I take Tigger or Kiss?
A big grenade from Scappy.
And in the end, I didn't take either of them.
And that's going to be a lot of dead Virtus Pro members. EN with the P90 looking to finish him off, and he does.
We got them both.
Absolutely filthy from EN as they will take out VP. We are down to our top 4. Begopa actually down to our top 3 now as Begopa did get spotted out. BB team has just been patiently waiting on the south side. T1 doing the same on the north. Forest, the victors of the battle for the trenches, they are down to 3. So a 3v3v3 for the win. T1 has center circle, but where will the next zone take us, and who will be in the best position? Raining got left behind to make sure that they don't get flanked, and the circle will favor T1.
EN has to be so damn careful here. Has just a lip of a hill. Looking to see if anybody's going to try to make a flank maneuver. Speaking of flank maneuvers, Molodok on one of his own. Swinging around the southern side, looking for some damage. Is going to connect a bit into Forest, but can't really feel comfortable to commit to the fight. He just doesn't have a great angle with these sandbags here for Baron. He's relatively safe and actually doesn't even want to mess with that angle. So into the trenches he goes, trying to find some new angles, some new opportunities for T1 here. It's all about controlling their side of the hill, making sure that no one can push up over that ridge, and just try to secure the win that way. End still out there, still looking for an opportunity. Heather going to be up on point, Raining on flank duty. It's just a matter of them locking this down. I mean, BB team seems fully tunneled on Forest. They want to deal with that first and then worry about the endgame fight.
Understandable. Look at Forest, 11 kills now, in second place overall, and they've been doing it without Kiss. They are just absolutely feeling it here in this final game. Nice shot from Molodok, though. Will take down Baron, and now he can turn his attention over towards Scappy. That MK12 singing for him, but he's only got 20 rounds left.
Yeah, has to rethink it now. He got the knock. That might have been enough damage. You might be able to bait T1 into trying to take a fight here against Forest, and that could end up being a win for BB team if T1 was to overcommit, but instead they've got a ton of frags. They had 9. They're looking for some damage. They splash 1, looking for 2. If it's good, that's Scappy down. Perfectly placed by EN and T1 on the hunt. They've got Forest done. It's just BB versus T1.
And they know where they are, too. They know that they've got them pinned against this southeastern side of the wall because Raining has been holding that side for the longest time. EN, beautiful grenades now to take out Forest, and T1 has complete control of this endgame zone. But BB team, we've seen them pull off some miracles here in the past. They have got some shooters on that squad. Right now, Ian looking down his scope at one of them. Molodok will return. Actually, a doozy going to be the one that returns the fire.
Yeah, they were looking for a bit of a timing there. Heather with a Dragunov, though, trying to keep them pinned down. They just got to get in a grenade range here. Does T1. I mean, so many grenades for them. They can just absolutely make it rain. Molly as well, a bunch of stuns. I mean, they have the util advantage. They have the position advantage. Molodok is going to secure that MG3 along with the level 3 gear. So that could be the difference maker. I mean, we know there's a P90 in T1's hand,
he doesn't need the
gun almost as scary in some ways.
Anymore.
We saw BB team take back-to-back second places earlier today. Now they find themselves once again in a 1v1 match for the win.
Raining's in a bad spot, though.
This is tough. Raining very much separated from the rest
Only
of
if he
his
gets
squad,
caught.
But he is the backstabber.
If they don't find him, his spot could just decide the game.
Hopefully they have just lost track of him. They have no idea he's there. Raining's job, hopefully to get a two-piece here.
Yeah.
If he can get it.
Well, let's see what the doctor has in store for us, see what the prescription is for BB team. I mean, you can see what T1's trying to do. They're trying to keep BB from pushing far enough into Raining's position that they get a clean fight against him. Because if they spot him out first, he doesn't have a ton of cover. He's just got the hillside to work with. I mean, if they had spotted him when he was prone, he's basically dead to rights. Instead, they're just going to hold the edge. No one wants to make a move just yet. T1 opting to wait for the zone to force BB to funnel them into their crossfires.
Absolutely what they should be doing as well. The patience.
Oh, they have no idea. Raining's going to kill them both.
Very careful because you've got some
Nope.
shooters, but Raining's going to reveal
Never
his
mind.
spot now. And
Revest
BB team
versus
almost
M4.
gets Besto
Diff.
down to 2 HP. He's on the move once again. That's a good grenade.
He should have thrown his own nade back. He knew that he had a guy like stupid low.
Down to 2 grenades. Raining going to take the moment to stop down, heal up. Molodok has Heather pinned up against the wall as well.
They just need to get them grouped up for these
Why
grenades.
didn't he throw a
That's
nade?
what T1 really wants to do. They're just trying to shepherd BB team into a position where they can use the utility. EN almost oversteps. Besto putting it down, but Raining with the follow-up. They figured out what tree he was at off of that, and they've got one. Raining looking for more.
Look at the collapse coming through now as well. Ian gets the heal off. Raining still a little bit low, but he's going to spot out Molodok, but that's that MG3 versus P90 battle. Right now, the P90 winning. A doozy's going to spot it, and T1 will get the final win of the day.
What a performance from them across the day. Had to give
Is that
up their
3
drop
second
spots,
places for
decided
BB?
that it wasn't worth it. And boy, oh boy, were they right. They come through with a monstrous start here in the final stage of PGS 8.
And meanwhile, the bridesmaid boys, BB team, will get their 3rd second place of a day. You got to give them credit, though. They have been finding themselves into the late game all day long. They are looking so good. They are just one step away, it feels like, from being in contention to fight for that top spot. We'll see what they have for us tomorrow. That's going to do it for us here today, though, for day one. We'll see what our leaderboard looks like after this one. Team
whoever
one
wins
getting
that game,
our final
I'm
win.
good.
Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to get us ready for day number 2.
Would have been better. Alright, I am so goddamn tired. I might just
There we have it, the last game of the day. All business coming out from T1 here with this victory, as they have put themselves in a massive position for the end of day one for our grand finals. This is our last Erangel and T1 here. We said it before this. We said that they were wanting to shore up their defenses and try and get themselves in the
4, but I don't see 4.
But it looks like they're probably also coming for the crown here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a team that is built for greatness. They've been slowly sort of grinding towards it. I think you noticed in the last game they changed that drop. They made a mature decision to set themselves up for the future, and it's already starting to pay dividends. 17, real quick, again, struggling to sort of find ground in these games. This is the defending PGS champion, has been letting off the gas over and over and over again. That's been pretty frustrating. I thought on Erangel we'd see them coming from the middle and be able to put up some numbers. Really rough.
It's also a difficult circle, right? We're limiting so much playable space with where the water is in, and the teams are basically already playing like the next circle in terms of where the circle's going to be, trying to predict where there is. It's also a little bit of curveballs in terms of some teams trying to get into some spots here. We see some kind of weird slow crashes and pull-ups, some like weird third parties, which leaves a lot of space for all the teams that manage to survive, manage to get deeper into the game.
26.
Where it's like, okay, then the crazy third party and PK in the dips, in the bunkers as well, right? Everything kind of comes
1, 2,
where it's like, okay,
3,
third party
4,
timing is
5,
now,
6,
let's go, and everyone's kind of figuring it out.
9, 10,
We did see that
11,
crash,
12,
I think it was Na'Vi
13,
Force
14,
natural. They got a little
15,
deeper than I
16,
expected them
17,
to after
18,
that crash
19,
went kind of badly.
20,
It seems like Baron's been doing that better than
22,
anybody.
24, 25.
While you have Kiss making these big flashy skill plays, Baron has been escaping from the bad fights and finding placement points whenever he can and getting a few extra as well. So really nice executed by him. You saw 4AM frustratingly taking out those headsets.
Hasn't
but here's
already
where
won.
VP gets crushed.
Yes, you have already
Force
won.
Natural Gaming continues to find points over and over again. But then T1,
Yeah,
they find
you
a
have already
P90
won.
that just set them up for that last section of the map.
VP's game here, they're like, okay, what happened, guys? It's like, yeah, a nade and a P90. That's what happened to them. There were 4 alive, a nade and a P90.
I mean, this is for T1, right? They lose one person on eventually trying to get to this spot, but it does feel like a P90 in the right hands can make
you
up
got
that
in
difference
while we were
in numbers.
still
And I mean, towards
playing,
the end,
so
right?
sure.
You got a P90 versus the MG3. I'm taking the P90.
I love
all
an
day.
MG, but I'll never. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
P90.
yeah.
I think it was funny in the green room. We were like, I don't know if you can pull this off. And you're like, oh wait, there's a P90
Oh
there.
no. Yep.
How do you battle that? How?
Yeah, very
1,
difficult,
2,
very difficult.
3.
What a day
Oh,
it's been
yes.
so far here. It's very close.
The pizza
throughout
one.
the rest of the. That was a high five.
The pizza comment gets in.
But it has been very
Huge.
close. Aside from the Falcons initially running away with what I thought was going to be like a very big lead here, it was going to be strong with T1 making a challenge for it. Well, thank you guys. It's time now to head over to the interview with somebody who's a little bit fantastico.
Hi guys, it's
28.
Bella, and I'm standing here with
1, 2, 3, 4,
Shintastico
5,
and
6,
our
7,
amazing
8,
translator
9,
Jameson.
10,
Wow,
11,
that was
12,
impressive play
13,
from
14,
Rock today.
15,
You
16,
carried
17,
that
18, 19,
group
20,
stage momentum into the final stage,
21,
and
22,
this is your first
23,
international
24, 25,
event,
26,
PGS.
27,
So it must be even
28.
more satisfying to perform so well. So tell me, what
That's
has it
fucking
like
awkward.
been? What
He-
has
he
it
moved
been
it
like
down.
for you here?
Não, falou que foi bom início de jogo.
That's who it is.
Vocês
That's our 3 for today.
qualificatório, que vocês já agora pegaram o primeiro win. Então, como está sendo a sua primeira vez no internacional e como você está se sentindo?
Estou me sentindo muito feliz. É meu primeiro evento presencialmente e no início estava muito nervoso, mas conforme as coisas foram fluindo, Tudo tá se encaixando agora. Já foi a segunda vitória nossa.
If he didn't have the mustache, this guy would look about 12 years old.
Vamos com tudo.
So I say like I'm very happy. It's my first like international event, but luckily everything is going well for us now. We have is the second win for us like in this PGS, and now we're gonna do like our best with a goal like in mind for like EWC.
Right, and you know, after PGS 7, it seems like you guys have had the experience and made progress, making adjustments. So what do you think was the key factor in for you guys to be able to turn things around so quickly?
Então, depois da PGS 7, vocês melhoraram muito e agora estão com bom progresso. O que é que vocês fizeram para ter essa melhoria?
No início a gente estava muito afobado jogando, a gente estava tomando tomando decisões muito precipitadas. Aí o time estava muito afobado também, como é a primeira LAN de 3 players nosso, a gente estava muito afobado e nervoso também, que sentindo a pressãozinha, né, da LAN.
He's pretty good for the interviews.
A gente já veio mais preparado também. A gente viu que o jogo aqui é muito diferente das Américas.
Bro, this is hard for the fucking translator because he just keeps talking.
Devagar, aqui é tudo muito rápido. As decisões têm que ser tomadas
Relax, brother, relax.
muito certas. E é isso.
So like firstly, it was like a very difficult game for us in the beginning because it's the first time for 3 of the players to be like in the international event together. But luckily, like now we got to a game. And then we got like the pace of the PGS 8, because like the rhythm of the game is very difficult, like different for the Americas. Here like is more faster, but now like the team they got like the connection and they're playing well.
Yeah, you guys seem very comfortable. I'm so excited to see more of you popping off tomorrow and the day after. So congrats. Thank you for an amazing game. Thank you, Jameson, for joining me. And I'll let you guys go so I can have my next interview with Kiss. Come on up, Kiss.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Death, as we like to call him at the venue. Hello. Sadika. Hello, Pooh. I'm joined by our wonderful translator, Pooh, as well for our interview with Kiss. You guys have been popping off, and you especially, literally, the kiss of death. Anyone you see, you're like, bam, poof, you're dead. So how have you been able to be so consistent back-to-back events?
ก็ฟอร์เรนนะครับปีฟอร์มก็เล่นที่แบบเปิดตัวมาอย่างยิ่งใหญ่เลยในเซี่ยงไฮ้ในคราวนี้แล้วก็โดยเฉพาะเราคิสเรามีฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีมากๆเลยทำยังไงให้รักษาฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีแบบนี้ได้ตลอดครับ
ก็อยากจะบอกว่าน้องๆในทีมเก่งกันมากครับแล้วก็พวกเราเนี่ยได้เรียนรู้อยากบอกว่าได้เรียนรู้จากอาจารย์จิตวิทยามาด้วยเรื่องการแก้ไขอารมณ์ตัวเองในตอนที่วันที่แย่อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วก็ปรับกันมาแล้วก็คือเอางั้นทีมในคนในทีมเก่งด้วยครับ
I would give the credit to our teammates who was really good, and also we have the psychologists who help us to improve. Like whenever we are down, we need to fix your own mood. So yeah, we have him.
Well, that's awesome. So you've been working as a team to be more consistent mentally. Love that. And another pop-up moment of you 1v3 against DNF was crazy. Can you walk us through what happened then?
ก็ช็อต1-3กับ DNF นี่คือบ้ามากๆเลยเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยได้ไหมครับว่าตอนนั้นคิดอะไรอยู่หรือว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ตอนนั้นเราก็พยายามบล็อกวงอะครับพยายามแบบว่าเล่นของเกมของเราไปไม่อยากให้ใครเข้าหลังมาแต่เราได้ยินเสียงDNF มาพอดีเราก็เลยตั้งรับไว้เนียนแอบไว้อย่างเงี้ยให้เขาขับมาในหลุมของเราอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วก็ทำให้เราฆ่าเขาได้ง่ายครับ
At first, we just trying to block the position, but then we heard the DNF's car, and then we stay quiet, and then we popping them up.
You jumped them, basically. All right. And Kiss, I've seen you last year in Shanghai, and you've been making more appearances on global stage, getting better and better each time. What is your personal goal for the year?
ก็ปีที่แล้วนะครับเราก็ได้มาเซี่ยงไฮ้ไปอีกรอบหนึ่งแล้วก็ตอนนี้เราโผล่มาในรายการ Global บ่อยขึ้นเรื่อยๆเป้าหมายของปีนี้คืออะไรครับเป้าหมายปีนี้จริงๆก็น่าจะเป็น
Did you win today? You did. You did.
PGC ไปเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับเพราะว่าปีที่แล้วเนี่ยผมได้เล่นรายการเกือบทุกรายการเลยแต่ว่าไม่ได้เล่นแค่ PGC ครับ
I would say definitely the PGC champions because last year I have played in many global tournaments but not PGC.
I heard PGC and I was like, okay, I know what you want to go. I know. All right. And lastly, when you 1v4'd Falcons, Tig said you are a monster. Monster Tig, Monster Kids, what do you have to say to that?
ก็ในช็อตที่เรา1-4แล้วจัดการ Falcon เนี่ยที่ก็ตั้นถึงกับพูดว่าเราเนี่ยคือปีศาจชัดๆเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับหรือว่ามีอะไรอยากจะพูดไหม
ก็ my name is Kid of Date ครับ
My name is Kiss of Death.
Oh, my name is Kiss of Death. Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you. Kokunka, Kiss and Poo for joining me on the stage, and we're gonna go back to the analyst to get a final rundown of the day. Bye.
Kiss of death. Kiss of death. Kiss of death. That was good.
Very nice. All right. Well, thank you very much to Kiss for giving us that great interview. Obviously, it's been an absolute pleasure watching him throughout the day. And as Tig has said before, he's a bit of a monster.
He is a bit of a monster. Hard to believe when you like talk to him in person. He's like wonderful, happy to be here, super friendly.
Yeah.
I love that he knew all of the questions before they were translated to him. But he seemed, he really seemed to react to the Tigleton thinks you're a monster thing. I think that was pretty cool.
Oh, look at that.
Speaking of which, actually, come over here.
Come in.
There we go.
All right, Tig, we've just heard from Kiss. Obviously a bit of a monster. He's pretty good. However, you guys absolutely blasting out today. Looking very good. What do you have to say about the day as a whole? What are your thoughts?
Firstly, I actually just want to say that Kiss is a human highlight machine. This guy's a freak.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
True.
Secondly, today, I mean, we caught some good zones. I'm not going to lie. Could have been an 80-point day. The way that the games played out, we botched a couple moments, but everything was in our favor today. So it might just be a shutout from here. We might
I do like the addition of just having a spare mic that they can just give to players.
Are you going straight back to the hotels for the laundry room and washing the white shirt? Is that how it's...
Yes, absolutely.
It's lucky.
We used to have actually a Sonic's white shirt curse, so now it's good to see that.
It's the opposite. Yeah,
we have the green money Falcons jersey.
Yeah,
it's
the Matrix cut. I like that.
The money.
You're saying 80 points though. I gotta ask. Sorry to jump in here. What kind of games do you think you could have converted some more points in?
The biggest game would be the Miramar, where we had the top rock control, and we kind of messed up.
Uh-huh.
DNF just flew in out of nowhere like DNF does and drive-by'd us. Like, actually, every time we fight DNF, that's kind of how it goes down. They're just like, I'm going to drive-by it. Oh, it's DNF. Like,
it seems like DNF has your number, but you guys have BB Team's number when you go head-to-head.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a fight style? Like, what is it about BBT that seems to get you guys catching them every single time?
I don't know, dude. Like, last time we fought BB, like, Phil first, he's just got a big ego. This guy's beating me, and I'm just... What is this guy
His
doing?
head is right there, and it's huge.
Yeah, easy
How
clap.
to shoot it.
Check the grappling.
Oh, well, any final words to say to the fans and stuff like that? You've obviously had a great day.
Thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate all the support, English, Chinese, wherever. We've had a couple fans out the front of the venue. It's been lovely. Shout out mom and dad at home. I miss you guys. Actually, I think they're in Europe at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you still miss them, though.
Yeah.
Even though they're married.
What about this rumor I'm hearing of a mullet? What's going on here?
Yeah. If you win, you're growing a mullet for Nations Cup.
I don't know if I want to say this live on air.
Okay.
I'll be condemning myself to a rough fate. But Avenger would like it if we win this event.
Of course he would.
I think I look like a racehorse, you know? Like.
Yeah.
Well, in chat, vote right now. 1 for mullet, 2 for no mullet. He'll go back and check the results later.
The cast is run about me having a ginger mullet, and it's not happening, all right?
That'd be
So,
pretty
all
sweet.
right, thank you very much, Tigleton.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, go and enjoy the rest of the day. We have got ourselves it's good to get them on board as well and see what was going on. Thank you, Tig, for being a good sport throughout all of this. What a day it has been. We're going to check in with those results from all of this, what's been going on. Of course, 21 points from
Big
T1.
smackaroonies.
They're going to be challenging for that #1 spot. Not quite as many points from Falcons in that game, but still great to hear from Tigleton considering what's gone on today.
Great to hear from them. Very tough last game, but everybody gets to have a bad one. It is what it is. T1 and Forest Natural Gaming come into that end game looking really, really good. This is the same spot we saw PGS 7 end. We're getting very comfortable here. And then BB Team, second, was that second or third place?
Third, second place, right? So we're keeping counts here.
Yes.
There's 3 T1s left alive. Four more points from second to first, right? So that's another 7 points. That is 20 points they have missed out on from being second today here. But overall, obviously, it's going to be Team Falcons. If they had 20 more points, they would have been first.
First place, yeah. I mean, obviously, they got fourth at PGS 7, right? So they know that they are definitely on the hunt. Just convert some of these second places, and the sky's the limit.
At
That said, though,
home,
Falcons still holds on
type
against T1, who I thought was going to maybe legit leap into that #1 just by a point or two, but not to be the case. 2 points ahead. It's very close.
I want to point out Forest Natural Gaming, 13 placement points, 33 kill points. A lot of that on the back of the man that we saw, the kiss of death, and that's what he has been. But they have been able to find points, especially even off of Baron. Baron finding points when there are no points to be had late in games. I'm very impressed with Forest Natural.
Well, we got our games coming up for tomorrow. It will be Erangel to start things off, our wildcards, and then we go on to Miramar to round.
There's so much more that you could say about that team, but
I was
they just
concerned
don't
that there was
know
going to be a bit of a runaway, and
they're not
Falcons
APAC
didn't quite get those
experts.
points towards the very end. And now we're seeing T1, who has put themselves in second place. And again, kind of what we're alluding to, the smart decisions to move away from that hot drop. Because who's actually going to win in that hot drop against 4AM?
No one.
Nobody.
It's just mutual destruction, right? You're delaying yourself to get into the better circles. You might get a few kills here and there, but you're going to be limping into the circle. You're going to slow, and you're not going to have any prior there. So it's the right decision, especially you want to, of course, finish as good as you can here. But also, they still have huge opportunities in terms of prize pool, in terms of PGS points. So I like to see T1 just plow through and go for, the crown.
There was definitely concern at the beginning of the day for them, and I think maybe some of that has been dispelled a little bit with their approach on the day and how they've been able to play things out. All right, well, let's talk about everybody that was able to make things possible throughout the day, throughout all these tournaments. We have Crafton and Heroes. Esports to start things off here.
I will message today's winners.
Go to op.gg to overpower your game.
Fucking
and of
go
course,
to bed or some shit.
For our official
I'm dying.
partner here.
AMD,
Did you